City. Spin City on the screen, got the room on 10. Breaking news, panel smoke, then he does it again. The bass in the morning, debauchery at night. He steps in loud and he don't back right. Clip it, post it, watch the chat explode. One more take, then he takes the road. He talks that talk with a grin and a stare. The other side's talking, he already there. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene. Spin City. Panels in a circle, everybody wants a turn. He leans in hard, let the hot takes burn. Protest on the tickle, riot in the thread. He talks over the chaos with a raised up head. Yell a little louder, make the point land clean. Cut through the noise like a headline machine. If they come for the room, he comes right back. One more clash and the whole beat snaps. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene. When the mics get hot and the comments fly, he laughs at the noise and he calls it live. One more round, let the sparks go wide. Spin City standing on the right side. Spin City, he don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I am Spin City News, also known as the Angry American, and we have Mr. Benjamin Balderson again joining the broadcast. Mr. Balderson came to me with an idea this afternoon, and I said, sure, why not? We also have School of Thought. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on the broadcast. All of our panelists are streaming to their respective platforms. We are live over on the Benjamin Balderson channel, Spin City News on YouTube, X, Rumble, and Pilled. We also have Hard Talk Toasty in his house. He is streaming to his respective platform over on YouTube, and School of Thought is streaming to Kick and her YouTube channel. We have a good topic. We have some people back in the back right now that want to take on the panelists. School of Thought started off. How are you this evening, young lady?
I am doing great today, and how are you?
Oh, I am blessed with all of my new friends, and they want to come up on the platform and argue with me, which, okay, I will be your huckleberry of this evening. We also have in the back, we have Clay, my erroneous co-host on the panelist on America Rising Media over on pill.net. We also have our good friend Kevin. Kevin is back for more fun. Kevin, good afternoon, good evening. Clay, Toasty, Kevin, what say you this evening?
Good evening.
Good.
Tommy Stock.
Good evening. Kevin, you're a little flowery. We got some stuff to talk about tonight, so we're going to get into that in a little bit.
Okay.
He is our resident flower child of this evening. We also got Kraut Mick in the back. Hello, Kraut Mick. Good to see you, sir.
What
Good
up?
evening, sir. How are you, sir?
Doing well. How about you?
I am doing absolutely well. And we also have our resident security agent, SCN Security, joining us this evening. If you haven't done so, please like, share, and subscribe to everybody up on panel. Mr. Balderson is in charge this evening. Don't play with Mr. Balderson. He gets a little upset. So, Mr. Balderson, as discussed, I need to roll away and see if the fucking moon is real, and if it's leaking water, I will bring back a report. So, Mr. Balderson, you are in charge this evening. Take it away, sir.
So this evening we were gonna talk about the Iran war vote. So today, pulling it up so we can get the actual facts. The U.S. House of Representatives voted 215 to 208 on Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026, to pass a war powers resolution directing President Trump to end the military hostilities against Iran without congressional authorization. So the idea here then is, and we are all taught this in school, that the president has 60 days that he can go out and take action, but after that, it needs to be approved through Congress in order to actually declare a war. This is part of why we went such a nice long time in the 90s where they said we weren't at war. It's because we never went for more than 60 days. So, but now that 60 days ran up on May 1st, and we all have noticed that it's June. So that is past May, and so the 60 days has expired, and the first step in this really is getting the House to sign it. The next step is going to be the Senate to sign it, and we see where it goes from there. So Nova, ladies first.
Ladies first on this particular subject, huh?
Well, it also I go clockwise.
Oh, you go
And-
clockwise? I wasn't
Yeah.
aware of that. I don't have a whole lot to say.
I'm a
on
good stoner. You pass it clockwise.
All right. Well, I don't have a whole lot to say on this particular subject, except for I don't really see why everybody's having so much of a bitch fit about it, to be quite frank, because obviously it's getting passed. So what is everyone complaining about, I said I didn't have a lot to say about this subject.
Thank you, Nova.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Mr. Toasty, what do you got to say, sir?
Gosh. I'm kind of wondering if Trump doesn't need congressional vote if it's a NATO ally being attacked, because Israel is a NATO ally and Iran is not, and that kind of we kind of swore to protect our NATO allies, did we not?
Well,
that's
just
kind of where I'm at with that.
Yeah. And who moved it around? Span, don't move it around while I'm in the middle of going around. So now we'll move to Clay and get it back in order.
Sure. I got a little bit to ponder on this thing, because looking up some stuff and kind of understanding what the law is, what's constitutional, what isn't constitutional. So, from my understanding, it's been this is like the 96th day. He could have put in a 30-day extension after the 60 days, but also he has claimed that this is not a continuing effort, because he is saying that hostilities ceased. And so because of that, what he's claiming is that essentially, how are you going to tell me to stop hostilities when I'm not actively engaging in hostilities? However, during this 96 days since the very beginning of this which was back in February, the end of February, There have been various attacks from both sides. The U.S. can claim defense in a lot of cases, and sometimes they might have a little trouble claiming that it's not offensive. But ultimately, the biggest thing right now is the blockade. So in the Strait of Hormuz, essentially ships are, doing their business, and essentially Iran, being the hostile nation that it is, basically wants its 12 miles of the strait. Well, the U.S. wants to be able to do business in there, so they brought their ships in. Now they can bring ships all around international waters, wherever they want to go. It's essentially like public sidewalk. Think of it like the public sidewalk, right? But as soon as you start getting into ingress, egress, that kind of thing, right? These are now national territories, national sea waters, that sort of thing. The question comes up, is it legal for him to be able to bring so many ships in that it essentially creates a blockade? And even if he is that seen as a hostility from Iran's point of view, or anybody else's for that matter? And of course, he's going to probably contend that it's a defensive measure because we have our interests there. So these questions come up, and I think that those would be some fine points to discuss during all of this. But I'll go ahead and pass it on to see what everybody else has to say.
And Kevin?
All right. So
What do
this
you
is my
got?
thought on this. This is my thought. This is red meat. Having come now, some of my history, having worked on the left as an agent of chaos in political and corporate areas and arenas, and having now since gone from that camp to a conservative camp, I'm very concerned about the red meat this will throw to the activists with their funding, with their political ties, how they can use this to obfuscate emotional manipulation for the general public. It's not so much about the lies I'm concerned with. It's that people are really wrapped up in their emotions, not thinking logically, not taking a moment to look at the picture from any other optics other than the optics being provided to the consumer of media. And this is a concern. Having worked on the left as an agent of chaos, I'm all too familiar with what kind of damage this can do. I understand there are grievances on not just both sides, there are grievances within micro-factions which fall between both sides. What we don't need right now is more chaos. We need to have discussions with each other, put our egos aside. We need to find solutions that we can all live with. They're not going to be perfect. I'm just saying this stuff that we're about to see with this Iran, this is going to further incite more, is the proper word, discord. It's going to shake people to their emotional cores, and it is obviously a very high tension situation. So that's my concern. That's my offering right there.
I like Kevin's position. That was well thought out. Kraut Mick.
What's up? Well, much like Nova, I don't really have to say nothing on the subject currently. All I will say is, anybody that acts like they got all this answers to the situation is in denial because it's very deep. And at the end of the day, if it benefits America, I'm all for it. But no matter what, it's Trump's doing. So whether it's good or bad, he's going to get blamed for it. He could wipe his ass from balls to back, and people will complain about that shit. But that's all I got to say for now.
Thank you, Kraut. And security. Security is often not at his desk, so possibly security.
He's doing a patrol right now.
Yeah, he's doing a patrol. So we'll open up the panel. Before we do, I would like to read the definition of war. War is defined as a state of usually open, declared, and prolonged armed conflict between states, nations, or organized groups. It is characterized by intense violence, aggression, and the use of military forces to achieve political, territorial, or strategic objectives. So that seems like the argument in the description here, which, you know, politics has just gotten fucking stupid. They you know, it's interesting that so many politicians are disbarred lawyers. That seems to be their fallback, and we wonder why they are, where they all of a sudden redefine all the fucking words. The big, obviously, we've had violence, aggression. We're using military force to achieve political, territorial, and strategic advantages. So the thing that would be up for debate at that point in time is prolonged. And it would appear that the United States, by law, has said anything more than 60 days is that prolonged thing. And then it goes from being an action to a war, at which point the president can't arbitrarily decide to do it. He must seek the approval of the Senate and the House. So go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, that is 100% a thing. And 60 days plus, of course, if he applies for a 30-day extension, and then
which we're also passed. Right,
which we're also passed. We're like 6 days specifically past that at this point. So now comes the question: is he accurate in what he is stating when he states that it is not an active hostility?
Well, we were watching his speech earlier today where he stated that Iran just did an entire series of bombings. And that was he stated that was in retaliation for the last 2 days. We had done a large series of bombings. And you usually don't bomb people when you're not at war. That's as far as I know. So if we're continuing to bomb each other, that would seem to be fairly hostile. I mean, I've not known too many friendly bombings. Maybe it's a flower bomb or something.
Well, here's a question on this, because going back to the definition of war, would it be fair to say that typically, not every time, but typically, especially with nation states, wars are fought to gain or defend territory more specifically? Because I know there were some other things in there that it
in current day, or are we talking historically?
Well, historically, yeah. I mean, because
really
it
was more about spices and sugar and things and commodities than anything else.
Yeah. And we can certainly count oil into that framework. But more specifically, why? Like, you can let's say that you're let's take the Silk Road, for instance, right? Now the Silk Road was a massive long chain of trade. I mean, essentially it was just basically a trade route. But there were territories all along there that essentially, being controlled by nations in between, at times those nations would go to conflict, and it could escalate to war, essentially, for the purpose of controlling that portion of the trade route. But is it the trade route that is the goal of the war or the conflict itself, right? Because, I mean, if I say that the material gain, the material wealth is the gain, that's like the bigger picture, sure. But the territory itself is the end goal of the conflict, not the end goal of not the end goal of the trade. The trade is something else. That's like a cause and effect thing. Like if you control the territory, then you control. It's like what Dune. If you control the planet, you control the spice.
Yeah.
Right. So
I started reading that book.
The spice must flow.
yes,
it's a really good book.
But
So
the spice is what you would control, whereas the territory is what you're after controlling. So when I say that, what I'm saying is essentially like to control the territory would be the goal of the military, the executive branch. But just controlling the flow of the trade, that's the goal of the people itself. And that would be the end goal of the war if you would go to war, whereas the territory itself would be the end goal of the executive branch. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I was actually I was kind of reading about this a little bit so I can try and come up with something that I want to put some input on. I was looking into apparently we have a legal obligation to protect and defend Israel's quantitative military edge. So that means we're putting a lot of money and we're putting a lot of equipment into Israel. And so and not only that, but it ensures that we're legally obligated to protect them from any threats or collisions that are around them. So, what do you guys think that's going to
definitely not
do in
legally.
regards to the bill?
We're definitely not legally obligated to protect them, and they're not part of NATO.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Ben on that one. I mean, essentially, like it's like if I'm a company, right, I'm gonna buy a piece of real estate, but at the same time, if that real estate, all of a sudden now has a sinkhole nearby, I'm not gonna be like, okay, now I need to go protect that real estate. I'm probably gonna try to sell it off pretty quick. In fact, at a very cheap rate. And not tell anybody about the sinkhole. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Clay,
That's
can I ask
illegal.
you a question?
Ignore the sinkhole.
Yeah. But it's a
Shoot that.
sinkhole essentially. Like I do see the benefits of the location, but there's like Route 1. Route 1 is a great location in the United States, but Route 1 also is in Florida, and Florida is known for sinkholes, right? So you see where I'm going with that, right? With Israel, is it this sinkhole that we need to continue to invest in?
Clay and Boulder, can I ask you two a question real quick?
Yeah.
It's not Balderson.
Old McDonald.
Well, first, I want to say thanks for having me, and I want to stay in here even though I'm not really putting much in. I was under the impression this was voter fraud because that's what Spen and a couple other cats on here were talking about earlier. Voter fraud. That's why I'm in here. But I'm gonna stay in here. But I got a question for you two.
Well, it's not voter fraud. It's the House resolution for the war, and then also the California gubernatorial race, which is.
Well, hopefully we get back into that because I got a strong case for why that is a thing. But to the question to Clay and you is, I think besides the Vietnam War, we've actually won all the wars in the last 200 years besides Vietnam. But even that said, every time we won a war, has America come out stronger on top?
We definitely didn't win the Afghanistan war. There's actually numerous wars we didn't win, like Afghanistan. We went in there to take Taliban out of the leadership. We spent trillions of dollars, lost lives. We left. Who's in charge? The Taliban. So did we win that war? And with Iran currently, Iran, despite how many times Trump has said we've won the war, how many times Trump has said that Iran can't continue warring with us because we've depleted them. A very reliable report came out that said Iran's still sitting on 80% of its missile stockpile, and its drone stockpile, that they can keep this up for a very long time. And this is without China and Russia adding to them as allies. And they've closed the Strait of Hormuz. The gas prices have doubled. We've spent, every time we do a bombing raid, we spend hundreds of billions of dollars. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars doing the return firing, which has been actually in some cases more effective. So I'm not sure by what metric you're judging win on, but from the way it's looking right now, if we pull out, we're going to have to pay them $300 billion in war restitution in order to rebuild their country. The Strait of Hormuz is still ran by them. The same people are still running their government, and they are still ready for war.
And
Yeah,
on an
well,
agricultural
I'll
level,
I'll let Clay finish up or whoever just said that. But yeah, history is not my strong subject. I always try to educate myself. Though the only two things I know about Iran, well, three things: the history of how it started. Their fucking auto drones only cost like $8,000. So yeah, you're right, Boulder. They can fucking do this shit all day long compared to our methods are like 800,000 or some crazy shit like that. Like they have
Yeah.
a means to and to continue it. And but Clay, man, go ahead and continue, and I'll try to put my 1 cent in where I can.
Yeah, well, I'll let Kevin go because that was actually Kevin, and then I'll give mine. I want to hear Kevin.
thank you. From an agricultural point, I'm concerned because, to my knowledge, Iran exports fertilizers and also the chemistry which is utilized to create fertilizer. And like it or not, globally, our soils are poor. And I
Completely
am
depleted.
concerned.
That's true.
Completely
Yes, depleted. And I am concerned if this follows through, Iran may have a move on the board which could hamstring international consequence to deprive agricultural sectors, thus causing further. They say that we're experiencing famines in some areas. They say that we have food shortages. We're dependent upon. I see you shaking your head, Burnt Toast, and I want to know what's in your mind.
I saw my I saw my name tag.
I'm gonna be watching my
Not
name
that I'm so
here,
sorry.
'cause oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not normally my name tag, and Spin's having a little bit of fun.
I see.
Teasing everybody with name tags.
Spin, how
I
dare you?
told him
How
to.
dare
You can
you?
blame me.
I'm sitting here trying to be an intellectual at a global economy level, and you're messing around with the how dare you?
I was gonna put yours as Miss Cleo.
Oh, come on.
Let it be a pretty clear reading.
Oh my God.
I don't
Change
have
the
any
letters,
shoe
Cleo.
polish to pull that off. Are we on safe? Are we on safe platforms right now? Can I be me, or do I need to be the censored version of me?
You need to be the sometimes censored classy Kevin, because that's what I
Okay.
take
Radio
yours
friendly,
to
honey.
now.
All right.
Radio friendly.
So
Oh, go ahead.
Although I was going to change Ben's to Old McBen, but it was funnier in Old McDonald.
Yeah, that's a better choice.
Yes.
So, Toasty,
My
you wanted
concerns
to
are-
respond to him, though?
Oh, I think he did. He was letting me know that it was about the name thing and has nothing to do with the content of what I was talking about.
Oh.
My concern is agriculture, the agriculture impact, the agricultural impact, the highly likely agricultural impacts of what is going on currently.
The U.S., although militarily we have been very strong, and this is actually going to be tied to both you, Kevin, and what Kraut was saying. Militarily, we've always been very strong. The American resilience is there, okay? Because we are a quote-unquote free people, that spirit in the American people has always been there. but there are many, many, many wars. And I just looked up, because I already knew there were a few, but there are quite a few wars that we have lost. And it really does show our resilience because as many wars as we lost, we just keep getting back up and punching again. The Seminole was never conquered, right? They recently actually just received a nice portion of land down in Florida, where now it is the nation of the Seminole. And so we also have compassion towards other people, which is a great quality, but sometimes it can be a detriment. But when it comes to the agricultural part, the U.S., while we have some very lush agricultural lands, we're also very we've got ingenuity. I don't know if you guys know it, but there was once prior to the Dust Bowl, after the Dust Bowl. The reason they did this was because of the Dust Bowl. There is a massive strip of trees that has been planted down the middle of the mainland of the U.S. And they did this for environmental reasons because the U.S. was essentially becoming an arid wasteland. And so the EPA, I think it's the EPA. I forget what it was called then. It might have been called that, but essentially it's the Teddy Roosevelt thing, which he did really good, and he made a big change for agriculture in that way. And yes, you are right. You are right that essentially we do have problems with agriculture. Now we're not quite nearly as bad off as a lot of other nations, but because of the fact that we are so ingenuitous, I think is the right word, we have put in a lot of safeguards, and we continue to, but focus has been averted in the past, and it is currently probably being averted to things like, oh, that nation over there is jacking up our gas prices, so we can't survive, and we need to go to war. The thing is, we're resilient. We'll get ourselves back up if we happen to have a little bit of an energy crisis. I'm not saying I want that. I'm saying that, we're so ingenuitous that I just don't see us as a nation, the United States, going down because the gas prices went up. Right now, it's a sucky situation.
Okay. I do have a question for you. The lush farmland. Did you mention lush farmland?
Yes, there are massive portions of this country.
Question. Do we know who owns those now?
Mostly farmers, but the problem is there's huge issues with what Clay's saying right there. That it's that farmland, it's not deplete like these desert areas, which require massive amounts of nitrogen. The problem is monoculture and tilling every year that topsoil layer keeps getting smaller and smaller. So areas that we would have naturally considered a lush growing land are requiring amounts of nitrogen that they've never required before. And one of the problems that chemically we understand when you put liquid nitrogen, purified nitrogen into the ground, that it actually tends to tear up the soil biome because it starts snatching onto things so hard that it tears up the soil biome.
Didn't we used to alternate clover in our fields at one time?
Yeah, clover and alfalfa. Alfalfa is a big one. Anything in that situation, it's what we call a nitrogen fixer. So this is actually fixing nitrogen in the ground, and there's actually multiple forms of nitrogen. Not all nitrogen is bioavailable to the other plants. So something like clover or alfalfa or peanuts, any kind of beans, basically, these are going to be nitrogen fixers. But you stop seeing that rotation as much anymore because now more people are more concerned about their cash crops as they are about rotating their land.
Well, they're not going to have cash crops for much longer if they deplete their soil.
Well, they're also taking out basically what Clay was referring to. The Midwest at one point in time was a giant lake. And that's part of why the soil there is so nice and loamy and black. But the problem is the erosion. And so what they did was put a giant windrow across fucking Nebraska, basically, in order to try and stop this erosion technique. And then also there was windrows in between basically every 40 acres. So you'd have a quarter of land, you'd have a windrow on each side, and this is how it operated. Well, the younger kids have forgot about these, why they did these things. So they went and ripped these windrows clean out because that's another 5 acres I can farm.
Yeah, you got to know the land. I mean, there's so much to keeping what we have now that has been forgotten.
Yeah,
and it's because people don't trust the land itself. They want to be able to do what they want to do on that land and build and not have to really take care of it. You got to take care of the land, right? You can't shit on the land. But yeah, no, you're 100% right, Kevin. Yeah, there's a big problem with agriculture. Massive problem.
The nitrogen is not coming. They're saying it's going to go down by quite a bit. Hey, LP Fletch, what's up, brother?
So, one thing that could help with the nitrogen is, believe it or not, old coffee grounds. You know, like the used coffee grounds that can help, along with. Well, there's this guy. I don't know if he's still on or not, but he was a prepper down in Tennessee. He talked about making his own homemade fertilizer for, you know, it's a slow leach process type of fertilizer, not like the commercial stuff we're used to. But
yeah, he's talking about more making a compost tea, probably.
Yeah, a lot of that too. Yeah.
The problem with compost teas, which I'm all for, I also compost tea. Where we've run into a problem is, as a nation, since the early 1900s until now, we've had a shift. In the early 1900s, 80 to 90% of a person's food came out of their own yard. Mm-hmm. And now 99% of food comes out of the grocery store. So we had to commercialize our food methods. And so the compost tea starts losing. You don't really, that's super hard to do in any kind of a scale like that. Yeah. This is part of why they switched to the liquid minerals, your nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus.
For industrial farms and the like. Yeah, I understand that. But also,
that's where the nitrogen shortage is going to cause an issue, is in these commercial farms.
Yeah. And let's see. I was going to mention, half the time the vegetables and fruits are shipped from halfway across the world. So.
Yeah, better growing seasons when you're eating a fresh bell pepper in fucking the middle of winter. You know, this isn't because it was growing here.
Okay, gentlemen, we have a few people in the back. We have Cameron and Duck in the back. $10 to boot somebody for 10 minutes. And replace them with somebody on the panel. Mr. Old McDonald is unbootable. Nova Star is unbootable, and Clay is unbootable. They have immunity. So if you want to boot somebody, it is $10. That is payable over on the Benjamin Balderson channel for the evening. Mr. Balderson, back to you, sir.
Yeah, so I think that's a very valid point that Kevin brings up about the farm shortage and the problem that people have. We saw this especially in 2020. Supply chain shortages don't immediately affect us. It's not until 6 months down the road, a year down the road, we start seeing the hiccups. And this one is going to be huge in a year.
However, in our history, okay, and I'm saying this because I hang out in the back channels with the radical left. They like to hit warehouses. They are planning and have hit warehouses. They like to use our food banks as a way to subsidize their activism, which takes away from the truly needy within the communities. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying that that is a point of discussion. I'm saying it's something to consider when considering a countrywide food storage and availability. I'm saying also that it's happening at an international level, as we've seen in Europe, with how somehow our local issues somehow percolate on over the sea, the ocean for some reason, because these are international movements. And
Well,
then
I would
backing all the
say
way up.
I would
Hmm.
say because the media is owned by the same people is what I would say on that. So they're getting the
I don't
same
disagree.
propaganda we are.
I don't disagree. And then I'd like to go all the way back to my initial statement of my concern with the Iran situation, jarring people in their emotions and distracting people from thinking logically and sensibly.
Well, something else I'd like to throw in about the whole shortage that we're noticing now. Aren't we? I'm pretty sure that whole thing started because of the Ukraine and Russian conflict that kicked off. Yeah, I think we're just starting to feel the effects of that. And if you think that's bad now, just wait a few more years. It's going to get interesting.
Yeah, Ukraine weirdly has a weird number of food processing plants in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like a ungodly amount of food processing happens in Ukraine for some reason.
They were the breadbasket of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, it's they don't grow the food necessarily all there. I mean, Ukraine's a fairly small place, but the processing of the foods happens there almost exclusively. It's kind of wild. And yes, it takes a long time for these shortages. It's like when I was in the army, if the little gap showed up at the very front of the line during a march and where you were marching in line, that gap by the time it got to the end, that gap would be giant. And it's like it got added to. This guy would run a little bit to catch up, and then this next guy had to run further to catch up and further to catch up. By the time you got to the end, that gap was huge. And this is the way the supply chain works. And we just haven't felt that. It's just a tiny little hiccup right now when we're getting ready to feel the larger gap in that.
Yeah, traffic does the same thing. I forget this. There's an actual term for, or like a little thing for it. It's called something where the gap in your traffic gets larger and larger, or it gets smaller and smaller. Like someone hits the brakes, the next person has to hit the brakes. The cars get the traffic gets slower and slower. I forget what it's called, but yeah, same concept there.
Yeah.
So this conflict though, so the vote itself on this referendum or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what to fucking call it. I know they call it something here. What is it called? Let me look at it here.
Hold on. Just 1 second. We'll play it. What Trump has to say about it, and then we'll all know exactly for sure. Thank you to security for sending this.
Ben, do you want me to put it up?
U.S. I got it. U.S. resolution.
War with Iran in a 215 to 208 vote. The U.S. House just adopted a war powers resolution to halt the U.S. military action against Iran. It is a significant response to the president's handling of the war. The resolution now heads to the Senate for consideration. This all comes as we're following Iranian attacks in Kuwait and Bahrain and U.S. strikes on Iranian targets today.
So strikes happened. We're at war. The White House is trying to say we're not at war. We aren't.
Because it halted, supposedly.
Yeah, but obviously it hasn't.
Right. So really, though, I see this particular resolution as essentially just crying. Because here's the thing. This is the problem that they're going to run into. So passes Senate, representatives, passes the House, passes the Senate. And where does it have to
Already
go?
passed the House. That's what happened today. Is it passed the House? So now it's got to go to the Senate. And if the Senate passes it,
where does it go?
And then it goes to Trump. Trump could possibly veto it.
What,
I don't know how things. I don't know if Trump vetoes it. I don't know what happens from there.
I don't see it passing the Senate, you guys. It's like Clay said, it's just crying. It's all Democrats and 4 rhinos.
Yeah.
That's the big thing, is that more Republicans are crossing the line on it.
Well, here's kind of my point on this is, okay, let's say that it passes the Senate. Let's say it goes to Trump. Trump vetoes it because Trump's not going to pass it, obviously. He doesn't even believe that it's actually a thing that he's at war. So where does it go? It goes back, and then was it 2/3 vote or 3/4 vote? I forget.
2/3.
It's 2/3
to get to override it.
And there's just simply not enough votes for that to happen. That's not going to happen.
If he vetoes it, I guarantee more Republicans cross the line if he vetoes that shit. If it passes the Senate, yeah. Like they got to realize the Republicans are already in for a smashing at the midterms. They're in for a smashing. If Trump overrides the will, because right now the Iran war is about as popular as gonorrhea. Nobody fucking wants it.
Nobody wants it. I agree.
Yeah,
but then you run into the problem of what happened in Kansas. Right, so Trump has a lot of power. Sorry, that's just me. But you do run into that problem that essentially the Republican Party is you're with Trump or you're not.
Right, and his tool for that was primarying people. The primary season's ending.
Right.
What's Trump gonna do? Bitch around about him? He can't primary him. He's out in fucking 2.5 years himself.
And then you run into another issue. This is his last term. So let's say that these Congress people do happen to 2/3 vote, and it passes, and now it's law. Trump's in his last term. He's not looking for any more political career. Now, is he not wanting to go to jail? Probably as well. But then if he can skirt, like the thing is he's done this his whole life, skirt around the law to find a loophole. You got to find, he knows that you've got to find, there's a loophole somewhere.
That's every good businessman, honey.
Yeah.
That's every good business.
But that's giving so many degrees of freedom to him, right? There are conservatives that remember Donald Trump is holding a foreign head of state hostage in New York City right now. He's not just asking for hundreds of billions of dollars and thousands, if not millions, of American lives for this conflict, but he's asking people to ignore the fact that he's an inept leader, right? That's the problem. His problem isn't that MAGA has to go rally people for the midterms. It's that, his position is I would say so dumb that when I look at it, it's like, I can't believe that it's taken this long for conservatives to just finally wake up, finally notice.
Trump cares about all that.
May I ask a question about that?
You think Trump cares anything about what you just said, Doug?
Well, I do have a question about that, and it's very serious. I'm concerned. New York City, and I understand what's going on with it. I'm very involved with it. I still want to know, why do the taxpayers at a federal level need to bail out the social programs of New York when that should be up to the local politicians, not the broad base of the other 49 states? That's my concern.
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't.
Yeah. I mean, so saying that they're saying in the context of global war and any lack of movement on oil and gas, that you're upset about a social program, like to me that's like a flea or a tick biting my ass. Like I don't give a fuck about it.
I'm not upset about a social program. You put it into the context of the New York social programs. So I'm meeting
No, I
your
didn't.
energy
You brought
with a
that up. I
question.
didn't mention it once. I didn't mention it a single time.
You never
Hold on,
brought up
Kevin.
people
No, I
losing their
didn't. No, I
benefits in New
didn't.
York?
No, I didn't.
He said holding a foreign leader hostage is what he said.
Well, he mentioned
a foreign leader.
thousands of
And then
people.
thousands.
Yeah, that's not a social program, right? If you kidnap someone and you charge them where you don't have jurisdiction, that's not a social program. That's kidnapping.
Well, what else
Did you
say
not
about
mention
that?
New York City though at any point, or New York at any point in there?
Specifically, he mentioned New York City.
Yeah, that is so that's what you care about, right? You want the big city lights.
Yes, that's
you
what
care
he's talking
that
about, isn't
there's
it?
30%
Bro,
immigrants.
Duck, stop,
right?
stop,
It's
dude.
it's a hotbed for simp politics.
You duck. All you care about is yourself. All you care about is whacking your pud. I mean, what is
Duck.
this?
Give me an example of that.
Concerned.
Tell me when that's been true. That hasn't been
Duck.
true a single time. That's not been
Yeah,
true
it
once.
has, bro. You
Duck.
said it on. You
Duck.
said it
Hold on.
your stream.
Hold on.
Yes.
You're going to get a
Duck.
response, Duck. This isn't other panels you've been on. One at a time. That's how it works. Kevin, go ahead.
The way I perceived that was, Duck, you set a stage and I performed on the stage you set. I did it fairly and in good faith. You're changing the stage mid-scene. Why?
It's not my stage. I was talking about New York City and Venezuela president. We had a miscommunication that was my fault. I came up here crunchy
Okay.
as fuck. I came up here delicious. You as well. And
Don't kick him off. Come on. We were being delicious together. Come on. There he is. Okay, good. Yes, bring him back. Okay, go on. Continue, please.
no, I mean it is the case, right? If you look at the total reasons we are spending almost $1 trillion immediately, right? This is dollars and cents to nuts and bolts. We're spending $1 trillion a year on the military. One of the reasons is because you have a foreign head of state hostage, right? Donald Trump is not a budget-friendly president. He never has been. And the military and his recklessness is a big reason why the GOP conservatives see this. They're trying to talk to these MAGA idiots. These people are such idiots, right? They don't hire financiers.
Ooh.
They're not trying to find former lawyers. They're hiring the dumbest of the dumb to go listen to Donald Trump and build a ballroom.
For specificity.
Scoreboard.
Who are the MAGA idiots? Just for specificity. And the
anyone who bought that dumb, stupid book in 2015, anyone who voted for Trump in 2016, anyone who voted for Trump in 2024, anyone who watched The Apprentice and didn't see that this was just an unrepentant sociopath putting himself on the public stage. Anyone in that camp, you're an idiot. I hate to break it to you.
Hold on, Duck. Now I'm going to respond. Hold on. Now I'm going to respond.
Alan? And also, what's up, Alan? And also, Duck, you left out WWE Hall of Fame.
Now I'm going to respond. Do you realize that not one American taxpayer dollar is funding the ballroom? Do you know that?
I don't care. Once again, you want to claim to be the vanguard for small budgets. I don't care. I don't give a shit. You want to be a vanguard for small budgets.
You don't pay taxes, sir.
Say the number 1 trillion. Say the number 1 trillion, Scott. Say the number. What does it mean? Count it on your knuckles and toes.
Oh, I can. 1 trillion of non-taxpayer money, dumb fuck.
I got a question for Duck, if you all don't mind.
Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
This is really in response to him mentioning New York and something he posted in the back chat. Duck, did you imply that MAGAs or conservatives in general are Nazis?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I may be dumb, but I don't think I think a lot of people understand immediately when you see fascistic behavior, fascistic management
Well, hold
of
up. Put that
the
on
White
pause
House.
real quick.
Absolutely.
I don't know you. I don't know you well enough to call you an idiot yet, but I assume you are if you're a liberal.
Right.
Do you know what that New Yorker governor, or my fault, mayor is? Oh yeah, governor. I had it right the first time.
Which one? Which
Manzoni or
one? Which one? And
Mamdani.
what's your name
fuck his
again? What's your name again?
Kraut Mick.
What's your name again, buddy?
Kraut Mick.
Okay. Kraut Mick. So Kraut Mick, yeah, I do know Zoran Mamdani. No, I'm not that smart. Yeah, I think it's poetic to label Donald Trump and his minions as Nazis.
Well, hold up. What the governor of New York is doing right now is straight out the Nazi fascist playbook. He's literally dictating landlords on what to do in order to take their property away because he raised the taxes so high in that fucking state that the landlords aren't able to properly maintain their land. And he says if they let it go a certain limit, he'll take
Wait. Before you continue, it almost sounds like you want to have a conversation with a liberal. Is this true or it's not true? Because this would be the first fucking time in the last 8 years that's been true.
Bro, hold on.
Fair, Kraut Mick.
I'm sorry?
To be fair, Kraut Mick, that's actually communist behavior. That's not fascist behavior.
My fault, communist, yeah.
Patton did say at the end of the war that we made a mistake supporting the communists rather than the fascists. So
he did say that.
He did.
I do have a question.
But no, Doug, the reason I bring that up is because of, again, your statement that implies, and you actually did agree that MAGAs and conservatives are Nazis. And also you mentioned New York, so I was just thinking about that.
No, I didn't say that. You're stretching me out. You're stretching me out. He's already fired 4 women. He's already fired 4 women. He's fired 4 women. The guy he hired for Homeland Security, the guy he hired to set up a domestic security agency for his regime, yesterday said that his successor lied and fabricated statements and documents to cover up murder, conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder by ICE agents on U.S. citizens. So you are a patriarchal, murderous cabal. How is that not Nazi? How does that not fit in that paradigm?
All right. So again, you're judging one party when the other party does the same shit. How is it patriotic to threaten the entire American society?
What the?
We should. Let me finish.
What the fuck are you? What are you talking about? This is what I'm saying. What are you talking about?
When he can't tell you if you don't shut the fuck up.
Duck. This panel don't work like that, bro.
No, Bob. What in the hell?
Yeah, just because you raise your voice, don't make you a man.
It's one person at a time, Duck.
It gets heated.
Right?
All right.
Yes.
So like I was saying, if you want to judge our party for doing that, we can judge your party for having candidates that literally several times starting to take away the First and Second Amendment. You're gonna act like you don't know what I'm talking about, though, right?
So can I actually respond in that same kind as well?
Yeah,
from my understanding,
absolutely.
is that Trump is actually just following Obama's political hack, that loophole with the idea of 60 days being not interrupted, right? So if it's interrupted, then it's
shit! Somebody get Admiral Gibbs up in here.
So you mean Trump's just following prior precedents set by a president?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, Obama did it too.
I'll be damned.
Gee, I guess nobody's absolved, huh?
I would like.
I don't like either one of them doing it. But I'm just saying, like.
Doug, can you answer my question?
Good for the gander.
It is what it is, yeah.
Welcome, Admiral Gibbs, to the panel, sir. Good evening. What say you, sir?
It's a wonderful time to be alive. I got to say, big fan of this whooping we're having in Iran. I'm so excited. I can't believe these treasonous bastards in the House are going to sit here and try to limit war powers. Good thing it's not going to matter because it won't get through the Senate. I got to say, this is maybe the best foreign policy president we've had in the last 30 years. Massive fan. He also told Netanyahu that he needed to chillax because he was fucking up what our goals were. And, it's always good to let your attack dog know that he's your bitch. And that's what he did. He told me he was crazy and he'd be in jail if it wasn't for Daddy Trump. And I love that Trump is bringing back big dick America, bringing back a modern take on Fortress America while we secure all these straits, secure the petrodollar, and hand out whoopings across the board. It's fantastic. How's everybody else doing tonight? What's up,
Duff, answer my question.
Better with that kind of shit going down.
Can we get yeah?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something. President Trump is going to be rising to the cream of the crop. Yeah.
I love Gibbs.
Don't forget.
Tell him, Gibbs. Tell him, but tell him something.
Hey,
okay, so Kevin had some questions, so we're going to go to Kevin, and then we will open the floor to complete degen mode with some restrictions.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
The fuck over each other. Don't do that.
Exactly. No talking over each other.
Right.
Hold on,
Can I say
Krautnet.
something? All right.
1 second. Go ahead, Kevin. He's been waiting patiently.
Okay. This is for Duck. I'm going to start with a statement, and I'm going to follow it up with 2 questions. Okay. So I've been an operative on the left. And when I say the left, I don't mean the Democratic Party, and I don't mean progressives. I mean downright into socialism and communism. Before I moved over to the conservative aspects of the party, I'm an independent. I'm not a Republican. My husband is very progressive. Okay? So my question for you is, based on what I just told you about myself, when I was an operator on the left, we never developed a specific definition at an institutional level for fascism. You had mentioned fascistics earlier. What is your definition? If I may know, do you have a definition of what is fascism in order to enlighten everyone on the panel from where you come from? That's my first question.
I believe that was aimed at you, Duck. Duck. You're muted, Duck.
Hear me? I'm having technical.
Now you're good. There you are.
I know.
Okay, there you are. Okay.
Did you hear what he asked you, Duck?
I don't know what's happening.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on. Go ahead, Clay, until Duck gets it figured out. Duck, you may have to go out and come back in.
Well, did you, Kevin? Did you have anything else other than something for Duck? I mean, if you want, you can.
It was 2 questions, and it was rather important that I have received Duck's definition of what is fascism, because it's very important, because fascism is a very fluid by design, by the way. It's intentional that it was never properly defined other than in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, which is not used in the political venue. Now you're muted, Clay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Anybody
You're welcome.
bringing words like these to the table definitely want to at least understand their view of that particular term. We might not always agree on definitions, right? So understanding where he's coming from, what that actually means, is very important. So no, I agree 100%.
Thank you.
Well, until he comes back. Oh, did he? He's back? All right, I'll let you.
Hi, welcome back. Hi.
Hey, what's going on?
So-
Sorry about that. Fascism. Yeah, fascism, you can define it by Benito Mussolini. There's also social scientists who've built various indexes that look at common traits. You can look at things like rhetoric. You can look at things like anti-woman sentiment being on the rise. You can look at patterns of how laws passed and written, the seeming independence of ICE, lack of respect for institutions, and then just generally the dehumanizing rhetoric, right? So, I think it's fine. For me, I would say it's fine. If my buddy texted me and sent me a story about ICE or like the Delaney protests and we see the stormtroopers out front, I'd be like, yeah, it's like pornography. I know it when I see it, right?
So your specific definition coming from you, though, that's what I'm curious about.
Is you added a bunch of stuff that isn't aligned with fascist, like being anti-woman. That's not fascist.
Yeah, it is, though. It is.
It's not.
It 100%.
Policy-wise, Duck, men and women's sports.
The Third Reich was incredible.
If anything, he's protecting women. If anything, okay, policy-wise, I'm just throwing that out there. Like, what has he done that's anti-woman? Policy-wise,
anti-trans, I'll agree, and anti-homosexual, I'll agree. Anti-woman, no.
Yeah, I mean, the close alignment with Christian nationals, I would say, is the most profound. The adoption of this nouveau invented heritage Christianity that's come up in the U.S. And then he's also fired the first 3 or 4 women that he invited into his cabinet. Tulsi Gabbard, obviously, respect to her husband and her. But yeah, Pam Bondi also, I mean, respect to Pam Bondi right now as well. But yeah, Bondi, Kristi Noem, there was someone else that he fired in his cabinet. So he gave women these shitty jobs. He's also been accused of raping women, lying about it. And yeah, I don't know how you would say Donald Trump is.
Oh my God.
Here's where the problem coming in is you're trying to align that to Nazi, and that wasn't the case with the Nazis.
I said it's poetic. I think I can be a fan of poetry.
I will agree that the Nazis were definitely anti-trans, were anti-homosexual, they were nationalistic. I can definitely see those parallels there, but then you're just taking anything that you feel that's bad, that you don't like, and turning that into Nazi, and that's what's making the whole fucking thing confused.
Hitler executed.
Nazis were socialist, Duck.
Was it 53 of his own generals? Doesn't this sound like? I mean, this does sound exactly like Donald Trump. You know, in his he was that sounded better again. Yeah, the weaponization of the DOJ. You know, I don't know. Yeah, how far do you want to actually take it? You know, I don't want to spend all day on Trump's Truth Social. You know, mocking political parties, mocking former presidents with a racialized language. This is all like Nazi bullshit. It's all Nazi stuff.
So with John Solomon reporting on Merrick Garland and the Biden administration knew that raiding Mar-a-Lago was illegal, straight up, flat out, right when.
What does that have to do? That has nothing to do. These are it's independence, right? These
are. You're talking about weaponizing the DOJ. I'm simply saying that he's only going after you guys because you guys did the same fucking thing, and this time he actually has the merits behind himself, and he's not doing illegal backhanded shit.
But I don't see how you don't see. You're the one justifying it, right? You're the one justifying fascistic tactics. You're not justifying
because you're doing illegal shit, Duck. It's not fascist.
Where did the Constitution go? Yeah, Jesus Christ, Sarah, good to see you.
Oh, who'd we boot?
Hey, Sarah.
Did you boot someone?
No, just I put him in the back for a minute.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Doug, I've got this to say.
Who went to the back?
Fletch for a minute.
Oh.
I appreciate.
He said it's cool. He just said in the back it's cool.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not bad, right? Sorry,
Doug. I appreciate your definition of fascism. I get where you're coming from on it. I wish that we could come together on a term for fascism which we could all agree upon, because I think that one of the problems we have is that the term fascism is too fluid, and
it's not fluid.
You want
hold on.
Hold
on. Like, let's look at history. Where does fascism come from?
No one needs your PTSD military argument, dude. No offense. No offense.
Hold on.
Thank you for your service.
I mean, first of all, I wasn't in the military, but thank you. But first of all, where does fascism come from? It comes from World War II and the pre-World War II, after World War I, where we have Mussolini, we have Hitler. Arguably Hitler's not even a fascist. He did look up to Mussolini, who was a fascist. But we do know what fascism is. There's many, many books. And here's the thing about what you're doing right now. I get that you are like kind of independent now, but you were on the left. Here's the problem with what you're doing is that inherently these governments at the time were actually left-leaning governments, right? And the reason why y'all try to push this off and say they're right-leaning is because the race stuff, even though they're actually actually left leaning. They nationalized industries in Germany. That's socialism and fascism, right? They did it through the party. They increased unions. They did all these policies that are socialist and fascist in nature. And then y'all go, well, that's not really fascism. And you'll try to redefine fascism as what a modern fascist is, which is a military junta. And they just say, oh, anybody that's authoritarian is fascist. Well, in that case, North Korea, one of the most left-leaning governments on the world, they wouldn't be fascist, but or they wouldn't be socialist or fascist by y'all's definition. But we all know they are. Junta is socialism. I'm just saying, y'all are like sitting here being very dishonest when you'll say it's fluid. Y'all just denying history.
Admiral. The point I was coming from is that for the purposes of our current panel,
sure,
he had mentioned it earlier and I didn't know exactly where he was coming from, so I was asking for clarification, and I completely understand your point of view as well, Admiral.
Fair.
Absolutely. This is very educational. Now, secondly, Duck, I have a question. Do you really think I'm delicious?
I think we can all be we can all be wet like the soft rain. I'm sorry for saying that. I apologize.
Ice cream.
This just got exciting.
Okay. Well, you're delicious too. Okay, and so is my husband, but I'm not into a throuple, but I just want to say you're not bad on the eyes, Mr. Duck. Okay.
Thank
you. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Do it.
Come on, we're not speed dating. Come on.
How did this
Sarah.
happen? How did that happen? I thought that was pretty
They're
good.
They're making a speed date, Duck.
Oh, okay. I'm okay with it. I'm down.
Okay, well, I'm okay too. So
Cool.
sashimi?
Japanese or sushi?
Japanese.
Okay, not ambitious, not that exciting, but okay.
Oh, come on. When you grind your own wasabi, it can be very exciting. Not that cheap horseradish shit they sell.
Plum wine. Plum wine.
Plum wine. All right.
Cool.
All right, Sarah, bring us out of here because we're going to end up getting pregnant. Come on, get us out.
That's what I said. That's what I said. That's not. No one judged Kevin for that interaction. That was all me.
Okay. All right. See, conservatives.
That was
conservatives.
You guys. Somebody
left in the. We can get along, you guys. You know that it's possible. We can actually get along.
We used to be able to get along.
I was waiting for it to get a little more hot, steamy, but
Sarah,
that was like too quick, like premature.
No, you guys are always too fast to blow like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, unless you guys are paying $4.99 a minute, I don't know what you were thinking. What were you expecting? You're not paying $4.99 a minute.
I'll be your sex phone operator for $9.99. Hello,
Sarah.
my name is Sarah.
This is Morty.
I'm here.
This is Morty Schlermer. This is Morty Schlermer, Sarah.
I'm here to
calling you
narrate your speed date with
Who
Doc.
the fuck said that? Why do you sound like Morty Smith?
My
You
name
know
is
what?
Morty Schlermer. Do I not use my correct last name on this line, Sarah? Miss Sarah?
What?
Do I use my legal surname with you? My name is Morty Schlermer.
What? What are we talking about?
Do
Waterfowl.
you guys know that if people in Iran are watching this right now, we're talking about the problems in Iran and we're currently sitting here having fun? Do you know how tacky that would look and how many people would want to blow up right about now?
And they're talking about us? Look at this mess.
I know. Grinding wasabi and everything. You know, what else you going to grind back there, huh?
So I know that Duck, you said that it's giving him a lot of latitude, right? Here's the thing. It's not us giving him latitude. He's had the latitude his whole entire time in presidency. The Congress has given him that latitude, right? So he's done nothing that's unlawful here, right? Now, people can make the argument that they believe it's unlawful, but of course, then you would need to take it to the court. Of course, we know the court's going to make that decision. But if he's saying, no, there was a stop to the conflict prior, now we're not really in that, 90 days. When people say that he has done something outside of his powers, his authority in the Constitution, I'm like, well, what? And then you say, well, I believe. You can say that all you want, but until you put it in front of a judge and they make the decision.
He's playing it pretty fast and loose. I mean, if we look at the number of DOJ cases that are targeting Democrats, and this is coming after, I think I would recall was it Eric Adams in New York who was accused of commingling and cheating with Turkish diplomats. Following very unpopular numbers, it seems like Donald Trump has gotten out of pocket. And it's fine to believe that even though there's not like a impeachment trial or a one judgment that says, well, you actually colluded behind the scenes, right? You yourself broke the law, not because the policy was illegal, but because you, Donald Trump, broke the law. I think it's still fine to politically hold that Donald Trump is a criminal in office.
I mean, so you talk about criminality and whatnot. Can you tell? So he's been, how many felonies does he have, Duck? I know you know that off the top of your head. Was it 30 something, right?
I don't know. More than
okay, cool.
it's more than one or two, right?
Can you tell me what the charge is specifically that he got charged for?
Well, I think he's colluding behind the scenes to reel in the DOJ and the FBI. He's preventing the criminal.
Let's just grant that, but that's not the question. Maybe you're right. You're probably right. They're all corrupt at the top. But here's my question: What was he charged for in those 31 felonies? Do you know?
I don't know. Was it Russia collusion? Isn't that the buzzword? Russia collusion. It was Letitia James, something like this.
No, he was charged because he paid somebody and he didn't want to tell people that he paid somebody, and then so they moved their stuff around. So it's basically money mismanagement. Yeah, that's a real taboo crime. Don't you agree? That's a real bad felony. Just the worst one is of all of them, right?
Well, if he was honest, if he would come out and tell us the truth about how he runs his business instead of using a double speak and coded language, that would be a quick. That would be the fastest.
Do you think that's a pretty ticky tack? Do you think that's a pretty ticky tack felony, or like to go after and expand up to 31 different felonies for, I don't know, moving money and not saying people, like,
No, Donald Trump doesn't let, you may think this is as a benefit of him. He doesn't let his lawyers run his business, right? And so I think when he does something wrong, I think it's more likely he does so knowingly. To wit, he also, one of the reasons trust is such an important factor to him. If you were an investigator, you would say, well, hey, yeah, this guy looks guilty as sin from the outside.
So what you're saying is you don't think 31 charges for basically what's an accounting error is not lawfare. You think that's just plain regular course for business?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. It seems like he's involved everyone in his family and close to him with his businesses. He looks like a criminal, right?
Then I gotta go real fast. I gotta take care of something. I love you.
Love you, Sarah.
Love you too.
Yeah. Just quick show of hands. Does that sound like a pretty ticky-tack felony to anybody else here? My thing's going to move that. Yeah.
It was to get Trump. The whole point of bringing all those cases was to be able to get Trump and try to lessen his likelihood of winning the 24 election. That was the only reason why any of those cases were ever brought.
The only reason they looked at
it was weaponized lawfare at its finest.
And I have a contention about it. Yeah. I have contentions about it because I'm familiar with what the left would like to decriminalize if the left were to decriminalize certain things we consider crimes.
Yeah, that part, because I guarantee you that some of those felonies are on that list.
I want to ask Duck a question. Go ahead.
Check your Discord.
Yeah. You keep throwing all these words around, and thankfully Boulder corrected me on the communism part. I know what communism was. I was just getting tripped up. I also know what Nazism and dictatorship. The only definition I'm not too familiar with is fascism, but I'm not going to talk about that. Do you think it shows dictatorship when you had two separate candidates in the same party that actively says they're going to take your First and Second Amendments away? Yes or no?
Take your First and Second. Do I think that? Yeah. If people, there should be a robust discussion anytime there's limits to the First and Second Amendment.
Okay. So Biden and
but here's evidence. Okay, my friend died in.
Oh, he froze up.
Damn, that sucks.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean, to your question though,
fix your new Wi-Fi, Doc. Come on.
There are dictators. I mean, just to play devil's advocate with you real quick, Kraut. There are dictators that are like pro 2A, and their countries are heavily armed at the population level. Some dictators are like there's even like dictators that are like pretty lenient and like liberal with their policies. And
Oh
whatnot.
yeah,
Like, I'm not
yeah,
talking,
yeah, Gibbs. Don't get me wrong. I know both sides why both sides want for the people for themselves. I'm in no delusion about that. But if it benefits us, we got to take the system unless we all collectively agree to smash it, take it for what it is. But where I'm getting is he's judging conservative, Nazis, fascist dictatorship when like, oh yeah, Trump says mean words, but he hasn't actually shown any dictatorship ideas. Where as in Biden and fucking Cackle and Harris literally said several times on video, we don't think you should say mean words. We think you should be punished. Let's round up all the guns. And what I also wanted to ask Doc, hopefully he comes back. Do you think Don Lemon impeded on the First Amendment right when he fucking stormed that church, whatever it was, 4 or 5 months ago? And he's a fucking left-wing liberal.
He
So like,
committed a crime, but he didn't impede on somebody's First Amendment. He wasn't acting in governmental capacity. But yes, yeah, I know what you're saying. He actually did commit a crime.
well, no, hold up. I don't think you have to act in a
When they told
governmental
you
capacity to impede somebody's right.
Yes, you do. That is the way it works. That's
You
the
do?
law. Yes. But when they told him to leave and he decided that he was going to stay, that is when he committed a crime, essentially. He was trespassing at that point.
Yeah, Clay, actually, you are right. Now that I think about it, yeah, the government can't infringe on our rights. You're right, Clay.
Correct.
Okay, I want to
why I'm glad you're not a lefty.
I want to
agree
welcome
on a lot
Ronan,
of
the
shit.
travelers. I want to welcome Ronan to the panel. Ronan, good to see you. Thanks for coming up. If anybody would like to come up, we do have some room in the back now. The links are posted. I'm going to post a StreamYard link again in the chat on the Ben Balderson channel and on the other respective platforms. If you'd like to donate, please do over on the Ben Balderson channel. If you haven't already, please like, share, and subscribe. We much appreciate it. Back to you, gentlemen.
I want to hear from
Is
Ronan.
Doug
What's
back?
up,
If
brother,
he's
man?
not, I'm done.
Yeah, Ronan. So I know you've probably been listening. You know what we're talking about right now. Also, we got this thing going on with the Iran war. I think that's the main course of the topic. And then we're also probably going to get into the California gubernatorial thing. Any thoughts?
Well, from what I've heard you guys say, and you guys are making good points on both halves. And my background is as a Republican, now independent. Okay, so I don't have any skin on either side. I'm gonna call this straight down the middle, balls and strikes. Okay. As far as the situations going on in Iran, one, I believe what you guys are saying is absolutely true. This midterm is going to be an absolute chaos. And I think anybody that's taking AIPAC money right now should be eliminated on both sides.
I like you, sir.
Yep.
Okay. On both sides. Anybody taking AIPAC money is working against our government right now.
Yep.
For the benefit of the small hats, just to keep it YouTube friendly. Okay.
Perfect.
Secondly, the operation that's going on right now is going on right now, technically illegally, because it was not congressionally approved to start an act of war. Okay. As a Marine, as a former Marine and a Marine at heart altogether, we're allowed to go anywhere in the world for 29 days. On the 30th day, we must pull out, wait 3 days, and go back in for another 30 days.
They changed it to 60.
Okay, either way.
Yeah.
That's far and extended before it's an act of war. What we've been doing up to this point without congressional approval. Secondly, I am totally disappointed at the Joint Chiefs of Staff and any general following rules right now because they're really not. They are supposed to be the checks and balances. If the Congress fails on checking the president, the general should be the one to say, no, sir, without congressional approval, we cannot move forward. We can stage, we can get ready, but until you get approval from Congress, we are not your, hammer to just hammer anything you want or your buddies, meaning the small hat guy.
Which changes the context, because right now that he's making Congress go against him. And what Ronan Travelers is saying, he has to seek the approval to move forward. Entirely different things.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
So
should be.
I have a question in regards to this then. Okay, so right now, the main priority here, in my opinion, is the fact that there's a blockade going on.
Mhm.
Should those ships pull out? Should they actually be required to pull out? And should they pull out? Should they not be in the strait?
As somebody that participated in a blockade, I know what they're doing. What they're doing right now is they're checking all ships coming in and out of the strait. They're not hindering them. They're inspecting them. And what they're inspecting for are weapons going in and out of the straits in order to support Iran. Whole thing with the Cuban Missile Crisis, going back to that time frame. They were just checking the ships to make sure Russia wasn't sending ship parts or rocket parts into Cuba to set up a missile range in Cuba to basically aim at the American coastline. But same thing with this. We only check ships. We don't hold them at bay and tell them go port here. We're going to check the ship, make sure it's secured, check their manifest, see what they're doing, where they're going, and we release them on to whatever destination they're going to. We don't hold them hostage. What Iran was doing was literally, because the strait was mined, was holding people hostage to saying, here's a little area that you can go through in the strait in order to get through. And by the way, we're going to charge you in Chinese yuan in order to get through. That's global blackmail at the least for any kind of business that's going in and out of that. By the way, the insurance companies are not going to insure any ship going through that strait at that point because of the high risk value of ships going in and out. So there was a whole layer of different things going on at the same time. Now, here's the problem with that. Iran should have moored these mines to a certain location underwater, and those mines have broken loose. So not even the Iranians can figure out what all the mines are. They need the U.S. troops in there and mining equipment in there just to find out where those underwater mines are now, because they floated off of their original location. It's highly dangerous right now on the streets.
This
brings so you're hold on, two questions real quick, Clay. For one, you do know that we've already sank several ships that tried to breach the blockade, right? And they're not just checking them; they're blowing them bitches up. Like that's what they're doing. Tuesday, we sunk it. Tuesday, we literally hold on. You were just talking. Hold on,
one at a time. One at a time.
Point with you, Admiral. So okay, what we do in that operation, we will fire rounds across the bow and tell you to stop. Just slow down, let us search you real quick. No big deal. But if a ship has it in themselves that they want to continue after we ask them, absolutely. We're going to shoot. Okay. We're going to shoot them and sink them.
So we are shooting them. And then I got a second question here real quick. When's the last time we declared war? Because as far as I know, and I know I'm right when I say this, it was 1942. So Vietnam, I guess not a war. I guess Iraq, not a war. Iraq 2, not a war. Afghanistan, not a war. And we
no one forgets Korea.
Hold on, don't worry. Korea, also just a special military operation, and then led by the UN. We saw how that worked out. And then we got other examples. We have troops still in Syria that are fighting. We have troops that are in other countries all over Africa that we're turning over contracts to Rwanda to. So can you tell me how we're able to do all these things if all those things are just illegal?
It's because bad people had the power of our military and they were using it for their needs, ultimately. There's a global deep state in that part of our military and the part of America, just like in China, there's the CCP. There's the good people of China and there's a bad part of China being the CCP. It's the same fucking thing. And we're still under an occupation to some degree with that. And that's what Trump is ridding of the world. Plain and simple.
Okay, so let me answer the first point you were making. And before I was right. The original Gulf War that I participated in, Congress voted on that and it was approved. So it was officially overwhelming propaganda. So I want to verify facts. So I had to go back and Google that one. I can go back and Google all the other ones you brought up, but I'm sure Congress was involved because back then there was an honorable system within Congress in the House of Representatives where they did follow rules. Didn't matter who was the president. Okay, that has jumped off the rails since, but back then there were approvals and boards and different things that kept people in check.
Hold
That
on, we
has
didn't
been
declare
on
war on
parade.
Iraq.
But did
You're
Congress
wrong.
declare
We
war
didn't-
on any of
we
those
didn't declare
things?
war on Iraq.
Ronan?
That we did, yeah. That,
Even when you went,
authorized
Congress never
a
declared war,
Hold
dude.
on one
Yeah.
second.
No,
Kraut
no,
Mick is
no.
gonna
They
step out.
approved it. They
Kraut
approved
Mick
it.
is gonna step out. You got anything to say on your way out, Kraut Mick? Nope. Keep going, guys.
Yeah, but they did not declare war. They authorized the use of military force in Iraq resolution in 2002. So that's Operation Iraqi Freedom. It's a special military operation akin to what Russia is doing right now in the Ukraine. So it's not a war. Like, I mean, it is a war, but it's not technically a war by Congress
So with
standards.
the Gulf War, what happened first?
Not a
Saddam
congressional
went into
war.
Kuwait and captured Kuwait and said, "This is my oil. This is my land."
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
And so, what did Kuwait do in response? Hey, we need help.
Mhm.
So at that point, it was, like you said, an operation to go back and liberate something that, we were asked to do by that nation. So does it have to be an act of war when we're going in to assist somebody, or should it always be an act of war?
So it's okay when we break the rules and fix stuff in your favor of, but you're not okay with it when we do it against something you're not. So that's called hypocrisy.
No. I asked you a question.
Guys, can I make sure that we clarify here?
The question was, if another nation that was conquered or being occupied asked us to come help, and Congress approved us helping them, is that going against the rules?
So Gibbs is 100% correct here.
Yeah.
Without it being a congressionally approved war, it's technically not in the category of what we are talking about currently.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the 60-day possibility of having to pull out. Beyond that, it's not a war, right? So all of those campaigns, they're not wars, not even a single one. Gibbs is 100% correct on this. The last war that was declared was World War II.
May I say something about that?
How long did Vietnam last?
Some of the examples Gibbs listed, like I also served in the first Gulf War. It's not a war because it didn't last fucking like it was like it was Desert Storm, and then a Desert Storm lasted like fucking weeks.
Yeah, sure. I don't dispute that, but like even then, most people colloquially will call them wars. But then we're in Vietnam for almost 2 decades, right? So but that's not a war, and that's just as much
same
as
with Afghanistan.
Yeah, or Afghanistan, right? And so, when you're sitting here saying these things, when we make these special operations or declare war on terror, and it's this nebulous thing, you're basically what you're telling me is, yeah, I don't like the Iran war, I don't like Zionism, I don't like Israel, so I'm just going to bitch about it, even though my principles say, hey, these are bad for when it's bad because I don't like it, but it's okay when I do like it. That's the problem. It's called, you got to have
Who said that it was okay who said it was ever okay for the one of the biggest problems that we have at this point is that almost half the politicians are disbarred lawyers. We already know these are crooked fucks that are willing to fucking twist words and do shit. And that's all they're looking to do. And so the fact that they've changed the definition of war in order to try and slip the bounds that they are bound by, things like the Constitution, this should be something that bars them from future fucking positions. Every single one of them.
Absolutely.
May I bring up a point? I was there for Storm Strike, Saber, and Shield. Does anyone else who served during that time remember calling your family and friends or writing your family and or friends back home and getting completely different intel versus what was actually going on from those of us who were there and what the media was telling the public?
Oh, I know they had a media wipeout. They were not telling them everything we were doing.
So I was in the second one, not the first one.
So are they doing that now? Is it possible that we're right?
Absolutely.
And
Because I already
I'm
knew
wondering.
there was already an ARG on deployment that never brought up. I was part of one of those operations where I was already in Hong Kong when Saddam went into Kuwait. We dispatched, nobody knew we were there. They literally called us Raiders of the Lost Ark because our 5 ships were never reported, and any operations we did were never reported.
Yeah, 100%.
Are we working on
propaganda legalized on the United States citizens at this point? So
are we working on bad intel?
Some
now.
yes.
During
It's
this
not
current
intel,
time.
it's propaganda.
It's misdirection.
Yeah,
It's misdirection.
I would
Yes,
agree with
yes.
that. Like Spin keeps talking about, and I know he's advocated many times here. I've heard him. I've had him on a show, and he's advocated, oh, we got to clean out the nukes. All right, maybe they get nukes, maybe they don't. I don't think that's why we're over there. That's not what we're doing. If you look at the overall foreign policy, what we're doing, first we went after Panama. That's where China and Venezuela kept their money. I did a one-on-one interview with somebody that escaped Chavez. Check it out. She gave us some pretty cool insight. And so they were keeping the money there, and it controls the strait. Okay, boom, we did that. We took out Venezuela. Boom, there goes all of China's oil, and we embarrassed their military with their high-tech radars that didn't work. Okay, then we go over there, and now we're over here. We signed the TRIPS deal with Azerbaijan, and we guarantee access to oil above Iran, and we control that corridor and make a peace deal. That further isolates Iran, China, and Russia. Then we go and sign the deal with the Strait of Malacca and the rare earth minerals deal with Rwanda, as well as help with the French to offload their contracts to Rwanda. All of this is a plan to separate us from the current status quo that's led by our old neo-imperialist allies that have basically been sucking on their teeth. And then now we're in there in Iran. We're taking control of the Hormuz Strait, and we're saying, hey, you're going to do what Daddy Trump and Daddy America say, or you're going to get your country ass whooped. And right now we're whooping their ass. And guess what?
No,
Every
we're
time
not.
they try to send oil, we are beating the shit out of them. Every time
We
they
are
try to
not.
send the oil out, we take out their tankers. We're confiscating their tankers. And now these countries are buying oil from us and other people. So our dollar is about to be stronger than it's ever been. And then when Iran finally capitulates because all their top people are dying and they can't pay their troops, guess what's going to happen? We're going to have even more power over oil prices, and there's going to be more stability in the long term. It's a thought-out plan to isolate China and Russia and destroy BRICS. And that BRICS is so destroyed now that they've had to rechange it to sync.
BRICS never
That's
had a
how
change.
bad it is.
I agree with half of what Gibbs said. That is what the plan is, to try and restabilize the petrodollar. The beating Iran. Gibbs needs to go ahead and put the bottle down for a minute. Turn off the
We don't give a damn about what Iran
How are we losing, Ben? Well, that they can just wait it out. That's winning.
How are we winning?
The KD ratio is like
How are we
20,000 to 1.
winning? We attacked them. How are we winning?
We're doing fine. We're beating them like a
winning
whore.
economically.
What are you talking about?
Like we're not beating them economically. They're more stable economically than we are by far.
Yeah, their inflation rate's fucking
drunk as a
54% right
nation.
now. Good luck with anything right now, doing anything in that country, period. Fuck, Ben. It's crazy.
Have you checked out America one time?
It's not 54% here.
Fucking, they're doing better than we are economically. Let's
No, they're
see.
not.
We still fucking the Strait of Hormuz is still closed up. The American, we're spending $300 billion for every $300 million that they spend. Fucking the American public is getting wiped out of money. And oh, you removed a few leaders. Did it change? Fuck all. No, it did not. In fact, it galvanized the country. This is what happens when we do regime change, because we're fucking idiots that do this over and over again and then pretend like somehow one of these times we're going to get a different result. I believe there's a definition for that. Somebody remind me what it is.
You don't need the regime to change.
Insanity.
Our best case is if they
Insanity,
balkanize them and they're 10 fucking small ass
crazy.
regimes, and then we have even more power over the strait. Like, I mean, yeah, regime change, we don't have to do it well. We just have to destroy the regime that's there. I mean, to say we're not winning, Hezbollah is the weakest it's ever been. The only one that's surviving are the Houthis. Hamas is in shambles. I mean, Lebanon is finally actually voting Hezbollah out because they finally killed so many people. Their axis of evil of terror networks is gone. They have no more leadership. They have no more offensive abilities. They launched a missile today. They killed one person. We launch a missile. We kill half the people in the city if we wanted to.
You know how many times we've heard Trump say that line, Gibbs? I mean, you could keep fucking repeating
tell
it,
me.
but it looks really stupid. Then when the next week Iran goes and blows a bunch of shit up, like, they can't even do no more war. They can't even do it. They ought to stuff, Massa. They ought to stuff.
Look at the missiles they've launched. You can
can't
track.
war no more.
Hold on, you can track. Hold on, but
Why
this
are
is
we
trackable.
still fucking at war?
Trackable.
Why was Trump out there today talking
just
about
denying statistics.
Iran bombing?
Bro, okay, let me ask you a question. Are we able to track how many missiles they've launched since the start of the war?
We've been tracking everybody's missiles.
Yeah,
and the most credible report says they're still at 80% capacity.
Yeah, they might have them, but they don't have any launchers, right? One, that's the big thing because we blew them up. know if the caves they're hiding them in. 3, this is something you can check out. They have dropped down just in the first week. They were launching hundreds of missiles a day, right? And now they're down to launching about 2 a day. To that, they got one out.
They also are launching less missiles. Why are you trying to
Yeah,
be
because we already blew up all their
disingenuous?
shit.
Like you're fucking around with an idiot fucking libtard.
We already
Don't be disingenuous. Don't spout the dumb shit at me. Let's have a real conversation, Macho Man.
I mean, I'm asking you a question. If we have air superiority now, that means there's no more anti-air defenses they don't have. So that means we've already taken out those targets.
Oh, didn't they just drop one of our killer drones? And then we cried around about it, and then we decided that no, one of our real nasty drones that we're trying to sneak over into their area, and they dropped that motherfucker. And then we cried and cried.
They got us. They took a drone. They got one of the unmanned drones.
The drone that
gives a shit about one unmanned drone. We reversed engineered their shit, made it better.
Their area. The drone slipped over into their area, and they said, "Bye." That's not us controlling things. Quit fucking spouting Fox News and be real about shit.
I want you to listen to what you're saying. You're saying they took out one unmanned drone when we have no fly zones over their entire country.
We fucked around and found out because they control that space.
We control it so much that they could probably take a 22 and shoot it in the air, and there's a U.S. military aircraft over them, and they might be able to take out the pilot because the density of our planes is so high because we've dominated them so badly. Like, this is like coke. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, in fact, they tried to shoot a boat today. They shot a boat today, and it caused no damage. No damage. This great and wonderful Iranian Navy is at the bottom of the sea.
Good against the TikTok kids you argue with.
I mean, the TikTok kids. I don't debate on
just fucking retarded, man. Just fucking retarded.
It's not retarded. I'm just stating facts.
Absolutely,
you're literally talking about one drone when the KD ratio is like 1,100 to 1. We've had like 14 people die of Americans, I believe was the last number, and we had like 50 injured. How many of their troops have they died? About 1 million.
Different numbers floating around on how many people have died and been injured.
Why? Can I say something on that?
Like between 40 to 80,000.
And did you know, Admiral Gibbs, that in 2012 that they put in the NDAA that they're allowed to propagandize the United States public, just like they would with foreign people? And all the people on the other side are both products of that. You are one propagandized mother.
That's not what I'm
trying to say. It is illegal. It is illegal to distribute psychological operations products within the United States.
They changed that in 2012.
No, they did not. No, they did not.
May I say something on this?
I specifically did.
I left the Army Reserves from a psychological operations unit in 2020. And even then, that was the fucking law.
We're gonna go
may
ahead.
I say something on this?
Law. I'm gonna pull it up because Ant's just fucking seriously fucking wrong here.
Okay, while you're pulling that up, I would like to make a statement about war and casualties of war. In kinetic wars, you have your obvious casualties, as we know. Are people stopping to consider the stress levels this is placing on the general public and how many more casualties we're going to have from increased tension within the psyches of individuals? And especially, are we taking care of our kids during this process? I have stepkids. Are we focusing on our kids to make sure that they're okay?
They don't really care about that.
The reason why I say that is because my 24-year-old.
I do not give one flying fuck. They put people in power that pick the wrong team. Sucks to suck. War is shitty. This is not like everybody gets to sing Kumbaya. We have enemies. It's Russia, China, Iran, and it was Venezuela and Cuba, and now Cuba's about to take a whooping. So, like, I'm sorry, but these people picked the wrong team. And guess what? You should, if you don't like it, to get rid of your leadership and then join Team USA. Otherwise, get the bombs. That's how it works. And you know what? And this is the worst part. We actually need to put them under more stress so that they break and then they go and remove that leadership. That's what we should be doing. And that sounds heartless. It is callous, but that'll save more lives in the long run.
Okay, who do you want to put under more stress? Because I may have lost something during the conversation. Who do you want to put under more stress?
So like in ancient times, I'll give you an example. I think it's the easiest way to illustrate. In ancient times, right, you had a city. Say you were a king. and another army came and besieged you. Most of the time, they wouldn't actually break the siege. What would happen is the people would start starving, and then they would throw the king out, or the people in leadership out, or revolt from the inside, or open up the gate, right? And so this is the same kind of thing. The people might have to suffer because it's going to put the leadership under them under stress, and then the people there are going to either revolt or they'll fall alive. And we know that they're going to revolt because they're not a homogeneous genius population.
So we're going to go ahead and read this. This is actually from the Congress.gov. So there's no left leaning, right leaning. It's just the fucking it's just what Congress says. Authorizes the secretary and board to make available in the United States motion pictures, films, video, audio, and other materials prepared for dissemination abroad and disseminated abroad pursuant to such act, the United States International Broadcasting Act of 1994, the Radio Broadcasting to Cuba Act, or the Television Broadcasting to Cuba Act. Amends the Foreign Relation Authorization Act, fiscal years 1986 to 1987, to prohibit funds from the Department of State or the board from being used to influence public opinion or propagandizing in the United States. Well, we wouldn't want them not to be able to pay for our own propagandizing with our own tax dollars, but they didn't just legalize propaganda in the United States in the form of film, video, audio, and other materials prepared for dissemination abroad, because it was legal to propagandize the enemy. That's to be expected. You want to demoralize them and things like that, mislead them. Understandable. No, they're like, yeah, but we got to mislead our people too, and they're going to pay for it.
Right. So they didn't repeal it, but they adjusted it so that they could not do that to the American people anymore.
They adjusted it so they could do it to the American people, and adjusted it so our taxes pay for it. Because before that, our taxes didn't pay for propaganda like that. And they're like, yeah, well, we can now propagandize the American people, and they're going to pay for it.
Yeah. You know what? I'd like to say this real quick to the panel and people listening. Gone are the days, the global perspective of the U.S. being the good guys, the global police.
Yeah.
Okay. And AIPAC caused that to happen. Okay. Now you know who's actually pulling the strings behind the scenes. So, but here's the thing. Even when we were doing that, it was at the cost of our sons and daughters. We were risking our lives for other countries and not getting any benefit of it. Those countries were getting the benefit of our risk. Okay. So now that we're taking advantage of some of these things that we're doing with Venezuela and leveraging the benefit of their 303 billion barrels of oil that's sitting there unused, but at the same time we tapped China and Iran when we did it. Oh, all of a sudden we're evil for doing that to Venezuela, when their people aren't that damn upset that there was a change after the fact.
Brother,
they were cheering.
I got to call bullshit. I
literally
interviewed someone who escaped, and she can't even call her parents because the government there will kill them. Like, I don't want to hear that it's not bad. Like, they literally don't have water for multiple hours a day. They get electricity 3 days a week. It is a shithole, brother. What are you talking about?
Listen, that has been going on for a long time.
Yeah,
I live and work. I know people in Venezuela right now. I work in the travel community. I know guys that come in and out of Venezuela all the time. Yes, they got to jump through hoops to get in there, but guess what? They're having a ball down there. It's not like you think. Again, media propaganda. If you're boots on the ground, I have guys that go in and out of Cuba right now.
Yeah, I'm sure the girl whose parents are in hiding in Venezuela is media propaganda. I'm sure that's what that is. The people hiding out.
And you've been brainwashed.
I've been brainwashed by somebody that escaped Chavez. Yeah, you're right. That's crazy, brother.
People with boots on the ground, just like you said, you interviewed one person. I'm telling you,
I've interviewed more than one person. I got one post
in and out of that country all the time.
How many people would say the same thing she said to you about Trump?
Not any. Not, bro, compared to what she said, bro, absolutely not. She's not. We're not.
Have you heard liberals talk? Have you heard?
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think even
Trump's
the most
taking our money. He's killing.
Sure,
He's killing our people. He's invading other countries. He's a Nazi. He's
I don't
a
think.
fascist.
Sure, those are
I
all
need
true
to
statements that
escape
they
the
say.
United
Duck was
States.
here earlier saying
And
that.
all those things they say these things. However, even like listen, I think Duck is not going to tell you a Cuban death squad actively hunting you is the same as I don't know any of the shit.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
Crazy.
He
Well,
would
then-
say
Duck will
ICE.
say that. That's what we're
He
telling you.
would
Duck
say
will
ICE,
say
not
that.
a Cuban
Well, then
death
listen,
squad. He
then
would
you
say
can't
ICE.
take those people with any credibility. Like
I'm
sorry,
not saying I
is,
do.
Like,
but that's
yeah,
kind of the point here.
It's just
That
your chosen
he's making.
dissident that is. It's just your chosen dissident that has credibility.
Bro, it's not just bro. These are documented things. We literally have
You're
videos of the Cuban
documented
death
that
squads.
Trump has ICE killing people.
Who's ICE killed? How many people? How many people?
That
have
part
ICE
is
killed?
true,
Very
sir.
good Cuban death squads. Yeah,
There
there
are
how many?
there
let's
are
compare the numbers.
documented
Compare the
deaths
numbers.
within ICE
Hold on, Clay.
facilities.
That's fine. Let's
for the
let's compare the
conditions
numbers.
that they are
Is
kept
it
in.
thousands
that
of
get
people?
lost?
Or is it like 10,
One
5?
is too many. I don't
Okay, one is
understand
too many,
how
sure.
how you can be like,
One is too
well,
many.
it was only like a couple people who died because these cops beat the shit out of them. Like, what are you talking
Bro,
about?
No, that absolutely does matter. I'm sorry. It's called scale, Clay. Let me ask you a question.
No, so one person's life does not matter as nearly as much as 1,000 people's lives.
That's absolutely correct. You're 100%
okay.
correct.
Well, then that's your opinion, sir.
No, that is a statistical fact.
No, that is not a statistical fact. One life is just as important
you
as
realize
any
that,
life.
like, this is
How
going
is
to sound
that?
callous.
What
This
are
is
you
going to
talking
sound
about?
callous.
This
If
is
you take out the
literally
soul,
civil rights.
No, this is no.
Do
Hold
you
on.
think the
Hold on.
civil
If you
rights
take
is a
out the
good thing?
soul, if you take out the soul and look at
Do
it
you
from a
think
pure
civil
economic
rights is a good
perspective,
thing?
the average human body is about
Let-
300
let
Do you think
in,
civil
Ronan.
rights is a good thing?
Yeah.
You think
Let
civil rights
in.
is a good thing? Okay, so then
I mean, I
one
guess,
one
sure.
life is just as important as any other, right?
now. Who's got a violin?
Well, okay, is one person's civil rights being voted?
I don't.
Abused? Bad. Sure, that's
don't-
bad.
yeah,
That's not the same scale as 1,000 people's civil rights, Clay. It's come on. This is
Well, don't
basic
freak
math.
out.
Is
Don't
2
freak
bigger
out
than
'cause
1?
it's more than one, right? Don't
This
freak
is the
out
kind
that
of-
it's more than one. Look,
No.
if
I am
it-
going to freak out because it matters a lot. It's one thing if a group of people, and if they will say it's 100 people,
you're willing to watch one person die.
I'm saying they're both bad, Clay. But the difference is when you say, they're the same, no, that's fucking stupid. One person dying or having their civil rights abused is a tragedy. 1,000 people having their civil rights abused is akin to a genocide.
At what point do you step in, though?
At what point do you step in?
At what
You step
point
in
do you
at one.
step in
That's the
to
reason.
say this is
That's
a
why the
tragedy?
Trump administration is not.
Is
doing
it
the same
one?
thing as
Is it
Cuba,
1,000?
Clay.
Is it a million?
You are proving my point because every time Trump
I'm
and
not
them have
proving
killed somebody,
anything.
yes,
I'm asking
hold
you
on,
a
let me-
question.
Okay, and this is my point. The one time they killed
You
somebody
won't answer
here in America, hold on, I am answering it. The one time they killed someone here in America, right, and they abused their civil rights, right? What happened? It turned to a media blitz, right? It turned to lawsuits. They were held up in court. They had judges. They had investigations. They literally brought someone back from another country, and Trump followed the orders.
And did
now,
any of
what
that
happens? Now,
change
hold on.
the
What
violation?
happens? No. This is important. What happens when your civil rights are abused in socialist Maduro Venezuela? You're killed. Or you're put in a torture
Oh, I'm sorry.
camp.
I didn't
That's
realize that
totally
U.S.
different.
citizens weren't killed also. What are you talking about?
Clay,
Do you understand
Clay,
that
I want you to listen to what you're
U.S.
saying.
citizens
If one
die
person's shit is
in the
one person
hands
dies,
of authorities here in the U.S. too?
legal recourse for them in Venezuela.
Oh,
That's
goodness!
There is
Guys,
here.
did you hear that? Well, guess what?
They're just
If you die, guess what? Your family gets a good check.
No. If your family dies here, yeah, you get a
Just go ahead
check.
and
If
get
your
beat up by
family,
the
no, hold on,
cops.
Clay. Do
Get
you
beat up
actually?
by
That's a
the
good
cops,
point.
get
Clay.
killed,
That's a good point,
get
Clay.
put into a
If you
grave,
hold
and
on, you
guess
actually
what?
make another good point for me. If you die here, your family gets a check. If
You
you
get a
die
check,
there,
yeah. Isn't that
no.
great, guys?
No. If you hold on, let me
Linda.
finish. If hold on, let me
We
finish.
have solved all of the world's problems. It's called almighty dollar.
Let me finish here. Clay, hold on, watch this. If you die here, you get a check. If you die there, they come and kill your family.
You act like
Yeah.
a violation.
What
isn't
great
that big
joke
of a
is
deal.
that? That's some good shit, baby.
I mean, listen, I need more. I'll tell you what to do with Clay. This guy, it's just crazy if you die here. You die there, your family
You
dies.
share? I
It's
mean,
the
I
same.
don't know.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Yeah, no,
Whoa, there's plenty go around.
But in all seriousness, like one violation is too many. That's what I say.
Yeah, we
But
don't put our
when
cologne
you
or our
say
cocaine
to
on like we're
me-
cheap around these parts. These
when
are
you
jokes
say
quick
to
we
me
give
that
everybody.
it only matters, if it, I'm not saying that you're actually saying that, but you're putting it into context. I understand that. However, my context is one violation. Your context is a million violations. Then
Okay,
it matters.
right. Okay, let me just ask you a quick Clay. If you die because of something bad, your family gets a check. Is that better or worse than if you die and then that government comes and kills your family afterwards? Which one's better and which one's worse?
Bro, this is the trolley problem.
No. It's not the trolley problem. Okay, there's two options. You break the law in one country, and in one country, you die and your rights are violated, and they cut your family a check because of the lawsuit. In another country, you commit a crime, they violate your rights, and then they kill you and your family. Which one is worse?
Do you have any fucking? Do you
Okay,
have any
no, which one's worse?
idea, Gibbs,
Which
do you have
one's
any
worse? They both
fucking
suck. I'm
idea
dead.
How many times?
Yeah, but which
in
one's worse
this
for everybody?
country They
Come on,
do
don't be
that.
that thing.
Which one's worse?
You know which one's worse. If they kill your family,
They both suck, dude. I'm dead. What are you talking about?
Oh, so you don't. So if you die, you don't care if your family dies. All right, cool. And y'all don't worry about my.
How do I
boy.
care? My brain
He said, "Hey, if
doesn't
I
work
die, kill my
anymore
family
when
too.
I'm
It's
dead.
okay."
My
That's
brain
just
don't work. Look, Gibbs, stop freaking out. Okay, if I die, that means my brain stops working. How the fuck could I care?
All right, listen. Which one's worse, Papa? Just tell me. You know the answer.
Bro,
You,
I'm not doing
you live
no
under that,
problem with
Clay.
you.
You live
Well,
under
if
that
your-
fucking
if your
tyranny.
aunt
You would
had nuts,
care
she'd be
because
your
you have
uncle.
your
Great.
family alive
Look,
while you're
if-
still alive.
if a
And if you
frog
go and do something fucking
had
stupid,
nuts-
you know that my family might be in jeopardy because I'm doing something fucking stupid. you
Nah,
dumb
bro.
fuck.
Listen, Linda. You're presenting a trolley problem and expecting me to play along.
I don't
with
think
it.
you know
It's
what a trolley
bullshit.
problem is.
It's bullshit. Okay, loss sucks. Okay, it's travesty.
This is
when
not a
people
trolley
lose their
problem.
actual
This is an
lives.
either or.
But when you present it like it's a game, it's no longer fun.
Not a game.
It is a
It's
game.
not
to
even a
you.
game.
Then why
This is
present a
literally
trolley
what's happening.
problem?
Because
Why
it's not a trolley
It's
problem.
reality.
Do you know what a trolley problem
Am I
is?
dead? Am I dead?
Clay, he has to present the trolley problem because that gives a justification to his side still is doing it. So
Yeah.
that makes his side somehow
I'm not
better.
saying either one's
even
better.
though they're doing it.
This is really bad thing. I'm not saying which one's. I'm not saying my
It-
side's
it-
better than a good
it's
thing.
a-
Y'all
it's
just
a
can't even tell me which one's worse.
tactic.
This is called bad
If
things
you're
to the max.
your typical Republican Democrat, your side does it worse than our side.
You're saying
the American
equally
people
bad
would
if more people die.
You know what the American people would like? People that just don't do that shit.
Well, how
People
about
that
this?
follow the fucking
Would
Constitution.
you prefer a shit sandwich or a shit stew?
I'll tell you what. I would rather have the stew.
One doesn't taste
I
good.
bet you would.
rather have
I
the
bet you would.
stew.
I bet you'd eat that shit right up.
I would. I would, Papa. I'll tell you why. Because unlike you, I can be honest and stick to my principles, and I'm gonna be able to tell you which one's worse.
It's
You know why the
not
stew?
principle,
You know why the
it's
stew will be better? Because it will dissolve a lot of those things into the liquid, and it'll
kidding me?
taste better
You're telling
than
me
if
that
you
it's
ate it
principle
straight in a
To
sandwich.
eat shit?
Well, listen, I can actually give you an answer. I asked you which one would be worse, and your response is, "I'm dead. I don't care if my family dies."
I'm gonna do Happy
Yeah,
Gilmore.
you got me good, brother.
Telling
You got
me
me
you
good.
eat pieces
I
of
have
shit
a
for
warning.
breakfast?
I have a
Listen,
warning
guys,
for
don't
you
let the
all.
Nazis come to him. He'll throw you outside. That's what he's saying. He don't care because
But
hey, they
see,
shoot
here-
him first.
here's the thing,
He's gonna be
dude.
like, "They're in that room over there. I don't care what happens after you shoot me,
Much
boys."
like Ben is pointing out, I'm not stuck in this paradigm of politics when it's left versus right. Okay, your left-right bullshit, it's not going to win. It's really not. In the end, we're all going to fucking die. Okay, and you can't stop that. I can't stop that. But while I'm here,
Right, so,
what I'm pointing out
nobody dying
is
matters at all. That's
reality.
a good point. Welcome
It's
to Nation.
reality.
I'm glad you understand.
Reality
guys.
says that
But Gibbs,
Gibbs
you know what?
will eat doo-doo.
Gibbs, you
Yeah.
brought up a point about Maduro killing
Yes,
people.
Maduro's
They
bad.
say something
Yeah.
against the government, right?
The Cuban death squad. Yeah.
Didn't you just bring up the whole point of us taking out Maduro?
Yeah,
As a
that's why
counter?
that's part of the reason we took him out. Sure, yeah. I mean, the bigger
you
reason is
agree
the
with
oil and the
So you
economy.
agree
but
with
sure,
that
that's-
move, right? You agree with that move?
Yeah, I absolutely love that move.
It was brilliant.
Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Kevin. You said you
Thank
had a
you.
warning.
I do have a warning about dying. That light, do not fly into it right away. It might be a bug zapper. I'm just saying.
Self deletion.
He does have a fucking point.
For the soul.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, also, isn't Lucifer going to appear as a thing of light? You think it's heaven, and then, gotcha, bitch. Yeah, you don't want that.
Oh no, not the gotcha, bitch.
Oh, so you want your family to die after you die? Do you want them to be buried with you?
I don't
like
want
you
why
like
we're
your pets,
pretending
like the
like
Egyptians.
that doesn't
Wait, hold
happen
on.
in
What-
the United States. Like
Where
this
did
is
you
a
get that
this
idea
is an
from?
if or if. Again, your country does that same thing on the regular. Your country has no problems killing its own people to
well,
get
this is
to
really
do
funny to
their
me.
agendas, or because that those particular cases had national coverage, the hidden ones, those get swept under the rug 1,000 fucking times a day.
Sure, but here's my issue, Balderson. Like I've heard Clay just last week. I've heard some of y'all say, "Oh, politics might be the new religion." And why do you like arguing about religion? You like arguing about okay. And the reason why I find this funny is y'all sit here and want to talk about morality and philosophy and all these things. Okay, well here's your philosophy question: which one's better? Is it better if A, I die and my rights are impeded and everybody gets a check, or B, you die and then they kill your family because they want to make sure that nobody else in your family thinks like you? Which one is better for philosophical?
I'm not
Hey. Hold on, you talk about morality. Which one is it? Tell me which one's more moral.
Of course,
morality lives in reality.
Of course, it's now match that to reality.
The survivors. It's safe
Well,
now.
wait a minute.
Say the survivors.
Now match that to reality. Because you're
Wait a minute. Nobody's going to pick B.
The fucking first one's better.
Well, Clay did, so he just it didn't matter. So that's my point.
I think maybe some people should stop and consider that some families, mother and father, are also brother and sisters. So I think we need to broaden our horizons and take in consideration that some families, it could be Alabama exists.
Look, I know the Habsburgs were a thing. So.
I will say this, Gibbs.
Actually, worldwide, and it's not usually brother and sister, but worldwide, actually, incest is fucking extraordinary.
You're leaving me with
It
two
is, yeah.
options. That is the classic trolley problem. Now, the trolley problem could extend out to 3 tracks, 4 tracks, 10 tracks. Generally speaking, in reality, there's at least 4 tracks, okay? There's the option of one, or like A or B, but then there's the option of no choice and then choosing to do anything to save both, right? So I could save both maybe. Right? Is that an option? But you don't present that in your trolley problem. You don't present that, wait, I could actually go about saving my own ass and my family's ass.
It's not the trolley problem, though. That's a Hobson's choice.
Same difference, bro.
It's
Come
not
on, dude.
the same thing.
Bro, there's
Because
all sorts
he's
of
giving
trolley
you the
problems.
image. No,
There
because-
are multiple trolley problems.
The trolley problem is a choice. There is a choice to be made.
No shit. That's why it's called the trolley problem. You're trying to specify which trolley problem.
Hobson's choice.
It's still a trolley
There's
problem.
no choice. No, there's no choice because the other option is unthinkable. It's not something any
That's
rational
what the
person would
fucking
select.
point of the trolley problem
No,
is,
it isn't.
dude.
Clay, can you tell me what Anne Frank's other option was? What was Anne Frank's other?
She could have
A normal pen.
Yeah,
I would have said an actual dipping pen instead of a ballpoint pen. That would have been her other option, but she somehow got a ballpoint pen, even though they hadn't been invented yet.
She could have cut her legs off.
So my also point is sometimes life is a fucking Hobson's question, bro. Like there's not always a fucking happy-go-lucky third, fourth option.
But because it's a hypothetical, that's specifically
It's a hypothetical that applies to the real world. This is something that happens worldwide. If I'm abducted as a child soldier and they fucking give me brown and make me addicted, what is my option to get out of that?
So extreme, dude. God.
Well, these are real world examples. I've seen it when I was in Africa. Like, what are you talking
right
about?
now? You're presenting it as if it's a real world problem for me
Yeah, it
to choose
happens in
between
the
my
courts.
life and my family's life. How is this a real world problem right now?
These are choices that people have to make every day, Clay.
It's a hypothetical because it's not real.
It is real. These are real examples.
Where is my family? You don't know, right? You don't know. Exactly. So because you don't know, it's clearly a hypothetical. You don't know anything about my family. So you're presenting that I have to choose between saving my family's life and my life, and you don't even know who the fuck my
really not a
family
choice.
is. That's why
It
it's a
doesn't
fucking
matter.
hypothetical, retard. It's not real life. How the
Okay,
fuck can you pretend
in our
like this is
legal
real life?
system, we run into these Hobson choices all the time. That's why the federal government has such a huge success rate in prosecuting cases.
Well, thank you,
Because
Small
nobody-
Hat. You know what else is? a bunch
got
of
nothing to do with small hats.
Hobson's choices and hypotheticals and trolley problems. The Talmud.
I don't.
I have never heard. I have never heard Clay
it.
go on about the small hats. I'm not even sure why you would have thought he was gonna.
I didn't know they had trolleys in ancient
They are
Israel.
classic for presenting these ideas that you got to choose between this and that. But here it is that you're doing it. Why are you doing it? Right? Why don't we talk about reality? Dude,
because we live here, Clay. We don't live in a fucking country like Venezuela,
which is
or one of these fucking countries.
You do
where that
understand
choice
this happens.
is what he said. That's the reality of it, Clay.
Yeah,
is it that fucking hard?
I'm sorry, I can't hear the two people.
Yeah, go ahead, Ant. I'm sorry.
It's for the win.
It was me.
Oh, for the win. I'm sorry, for the win. Go
it's
ahead.
Okay. It's okay, Gibbs. Yeah. So I believe what he was saying was that the choice is having that option happening here in America or happening in Venezuela. And under a Venezuelan regime, if you do something stupid or whatever, they're going to come and kill you. And they're just not going to come and kill you. It's both you and your family. That doesn't happen here. It happens there.
Bro, okay. I want to. This is actually something I was
That
going to
was
bring
so
up earlier.
fucking sweet. That was
Have
so
you guys-
sweet. Like that was
have
some
you
Leave It
guys-
to Beaver shit.
Yeah. Have you guys heard of the Lego story out of Utah? No? Okay. So apparently somebody brought their Lego set, some Star Wars massive Lego set, the biggest one in the world, to some store. And essentially they brought it to the store, and the store with corporate essentially stole this guy's Lego set. And some YouTuber got a hold of the story along with other YouTubers, but this one particularly, he went out, he was trying to find out more information. Well, the police came after his ass for it in Utah, arrested him, and all kinds of crazy ass shit. So essentially, you're going to sit there and pretend like these things aren't happening here. Like
Waco, anybody? Did they burn a whole building full of women and screaming children and then proudly stand on the ashes and take pictures? Fuck yes, they did.
And I know that this is a small violation compared to, millions of whatever people dying. But like one violation is too many in my mind, right? So I'm a free American. I don't want to be not a free American, okay? When somebody else's rights are violated, that means my rights are in jeopardy, right? So when you're sitting there pretending like, oh, it's not that big a deal that a couple of guys' rights got violated, I'm looking at myself going, yes, sir, it is. It is a big, massive problem. Because if they can do it to him, they can do it to you. But you, on the other hand, you're like, yes, Big Daddy government, plop out your big dick.
No, you misunderstood. All right, I'm gonna give you two scenarios that I've experienced. All right, here in the United States, right, we see all the things you're talking about, right, and then they go to court, and then these are fought about. Like George Floyd, that was a good example. Like whether or not you agree with what happened, they went to court. There's been stuff. What's his name went to jail for it. There was recourses that were happened because his rights were violated. Yada yada. Now, when I was in Africa, one of the countries I was in was having a insurgency by a group called the Lord's Christian Army, and what the Lord's Christian Army would do is they would kidnap kids from villages. They would hop them up on a drug called brown, which was heroin, gunpowder, and something else. And then they would say, you either kill your parents in front of them, or you join us and then join us, or we do the SA thing, and then we kill you in front of your parents, and they kill them. What do you want to do? And these kids every single time almost kill their parents because they're hopped up on drugs, all these things. Now, this is a real experience that I saw happening. And when I go, oh, okay, one of these is worse than the other, I can go, oh, I don't have to sit here and talk about hypothetical la land. I'm telling you these situations from a real world perspective, and you're going, that they don't know my parents, and you can't even empathize being someone in one of these countries because you're trying so hard to get it done.
No.
And that's why my problem is an issue, because what you're saying is it's not that bad.
What I'm saying essentially is this. What's happening to all the homeless people that we used to see around the country? Do you know? I see a whole lot less homeless people. I mean, now here's the thing. I'm saying they could have got a job. They could have moved to California, but it's a whole lot less homeless people on the street. How many children go missing in the Children's Protective Services throughout the country? Do you know that number?
thousands. I
It's
think
a
it was like
shocking
100,000 in
number.
the last like 8 years. Yeah,
It's
100,000.
incredibly shocking.
Yeah, it's really
right?
high.
Like these questions come up into my mind about the American people, right? And yes, I do agree that these travesties are happening to people all over the world, right? These crazy ass travesties. The Lord's Christian Army, that's a horrible, horrible thing, right? All of these things are horrible, horrible things that are happening throughout the world. But then I look at the American people and I say, there's a lot of travesties happening to these people. They're right here in my backyard. So should I worry too much about those people over there in Africa? Those starving children in Africa. I need to send my penny so that guy, that little kid, he can get a cup of rice for the day. Look, here's the thing. There's shit happening right here in this country, and I agree that shitty shit is happening to other people, but one violation is too many. And if it's happening right here in my backyard, why should I focus too much of my attention on Venezuela?
And further, how are you going to let your government sit a moral high horse when they're doing it also? Guess what you can do? Quit picking evil. You don't have, it's not a dual choice. You don't have to pick the lesser of two evils. Quit picking evil. Kick that motherfucker in the nuts that tried to make you pick evil.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to boot anybody on the panel, we do have Avery standing by backstage. It is the Big Ten. Drop somebody down to bring the next panelist up. Please, if you have not done so already, please like, share, and subscribe to all of the panelists. We will be dropping the links very shortly. Thank you. Back to you, gentlemen.
I don't think the Democrat is going to lose in California. I think that the one Democrat's going to drop out, and then all of that support will go to the other one.
The primary right now, it's what they were worried about was two Republicans getting in and the Democrats not having an option. But it's looking like one Republican and one Democrat pretty solidly. When I looked just before the show started, it was like 500,000 jump between the leaders and the third person. So, and then when you look at the state map, the Republicans are definitely taking a lot more territory than what they took in the last couple of elections. It's a pretty solid red. There's only like the Bay and the LA complex, and Sacramento is basically all the Democrats had it all.
And this is after
nature is healing.
Yeah, well, yeah, dude, California, like Newsom, even the Democrats voted for the money to have a accounting of the money. The $200 billion for the homeless, the train money. Even Democrats voted for the audit, and fucking Newsom vetoed that shit. He's burning California down. And then I've already seen this movement happening because the people down south who did that whole thing where if you had to be over $1,000 to arrest somebody if they were stealing, well, they replaced those people with fucking conservative people already. And this is down south because that shit was super unpopular. All it led to was just looting everywhere. And so the Democrats have done so horribly in California. We're seeing California shift. I think nationwide, we're going to see a lot of weird shifts because Iran is as popular as fucking gonorrhea. And anytime the economy is as shit as ours is right now, nobody wants gonorrhea. Yeah, fucking the anytime the economy is shit, whatever side is running it, they take a loss. It's just how it is.
Ben, let me ask you a question about Iran here. So, if you look at Iran from the start of the conflict to now, I would agree with you. It looks like shit. I mean, all of us we're fucking paying gas way the fuck more, and that's what affects every one of us and everything. But eventually, this thing is going to come to a close, and I can't imagine that Trump's going to let the midterms go up in smoke because of where things stand and how it's being handled to this point. It's going to come to an end. So my question is wouldn't it be fair to say to look at it from like a start to where we are now to right now to the midterms, where people aren't going to care about the way things started. They're going to care about the way things ended. And if the way that things end up with all of us with cheaper gas, is anyone going to fucking care how it started?
Yeah, in addition to that, just to help your point for the win, if you look at oil prices, these are not even the highest we've had in the last 4 years. In 2022, at the same time as they were right now. No, they're not. In 2022, they were it was $5 a gallon nationwide average in 2022 at the peak. At that yet, and this is like whenever we had a war going on. So hey, check this out. There was no war going on then. So check this out. And just like For the Win says, if we gain control of Hormuz, I also won't put it past Trump that if we don't gain control at the time, he'll just pause the war, wait till gas prices stabilize, and then go right back after midterms. And nobody's going to care because hey, all the economy's going to be booming from all the other new stuff. So. Yeah,
that is some of the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard. I've heard retarded sixth graders say things with more intelligence because
I just keep getting Trump's policy moves right.
Fox
you
News.
Can say it's retarded. Maybe he's retarded. I don't know.
And that's a wish and a dream. Fucking
Listen,
you haven't even
just call me the retard soothsayer.
You guys are praying to every kind of fucking deity there is out there that fucking the Senate doesn't shit on this. And then Trump just get this pulled from him because if it ends the way it is now, the fucking Republicans are going to take a slaughtering.
No,
and I've been hearing, I seem to remember when this started that it was only going to last a day or two, and then it was only going to last a week or two, and then it was, and Trump even came out and was like, "Forever wars aren't so bad." So for you to assume that they're going to somehow fucking wrap it up when all Iran has to do is stall,
wrap it up.
That they're going to wrap it up before the midterm elections at the economy that we have right now in the fucking in the popularity of the fucking war in Iran, the Democrat or the Republicans are going to get steamrolled.
Doubt. Press X to doubt.
So does your mind change? If, like I said, like I can't imagine that Trump's going to just let that happen over the last 10 years of having everything go to this point, and then you're just going to lose it like this. Like, it just doesn't seem like it's the Trump move. It just isn't.
He's already lost almost everybody. They were already going to get steamrolled. Let's see here. Why did Trump pick up the people in the middle and actually win this election? Because he promised no new wars. We're at some giant ass wars. Are you out of here,
gentlemen?
Nova?
Stand by just 1 second. School of Thought is going to make her exit. She will be back later. I'm going to go ahead and get her to say her final words. School of Thought, any more thoughts on the panel? And we will drop you into the back.
I came back when I heard you do that. My only thoughts is this. I think Gibbs is holding out on everybody, and everybody should be having a party right now. I love you all. I'll be back.
We'll see you later.
I absolutely am.
He ran on no new wars. We've had numerous new wars. So that lost. You know what? The American public in general has been anti-war for longer than any of us have been alive. He ran on the Epstein files, gonna release those to the people. Then literally said, why are you assholes asking about the Epstein files? Fuck no. And said, I'm gonna fix the economy. The economy's worse than it was under Biden. Fucking every stump point that he made, he's getting shit on. And his immigration.
Can I comment on the economy part of it?
He didn't immigrate or deport shit for people. He made a giant stink, did all kinds of crazy shit.
And I still have more money in my pocket under the Trump administration than the Biden administration.
Stop. So the effectiveness of the deportations wasn't there. So it's not like that big show that he made was more effective.
He's also had more legal challenges, and he's got border crossings to drop to zero. So if you have a slower exodus, but like zero incoming, that's a better numbers than Obama, who had way more exodus and he had still more incoming. Right? If zero and then negative numbers is better than positive numbers with more exits. Like
nobody sees it that way, Gibbs, especially the people in the middle. This is part
I
of
mean, a
why
lot of people
Trump.
see it that way.
This is part of why
That's why
Trump.
immigration is
And Ben, that's my
if the
point.
Iran war is as popular as gonorrhea, Trump's.
Yeah,
is
but
fucking popular.
immigration
It's
is super popular. So
And nobody's going to give a flying fuck when gas prices are the cheapest we've ever seen. No one's going to give a
That's
flying
a wish
fuck.
and a
They're going to
dream.
say, well,
That's
wait a
a
minute.
wish
How the
and a
fuck did
dream.
that happen?
Can I say what the gas
I don't
prices
trust the
actually
plan,
are?
Q boy.
It's $4.
It's only unpopular.
You don't need to.
It's only,
We don't
it's
need
only
you to, Ben.
unpopular
But
because
I'm telling you,
average,
the plan is working.
average price right
in
now
Texas,
is
it's not even fucking
$4.10.
for it.
it's only unpopular because
2026.
nobody understands
For
why we're fighting it.
2025, it was $3.10. In 2024, it was $3.31. Right now, it's 2026. It's $4.10 national average. Now, the highest ever was $5.02. That was in 2022. However, every other year, it's been way lower than $4.10. $4.10 is the national average right now.
Now, keep in mind, part of the thing that makes up our gas prices is the tariff premium. And the powers that be that create those tariff premiums are the folks that decide, oh, Trump's maybe not doing his job right or whatever. And they want to go against him with all of this. And that's why we are paying the higher premiums right now on it. So they're creating a problem altogether.
Who are those people, by the way?
I'd say the city of London and the people in Brussels, man. That's who I think it is. I think they have more strings that are an interest in Iran.
Leeds of London.
And it's not just Iran and Israel. It's a bigger global impact of everything because of like what just Gibbs just said of how many things that we've done so far to date with it all. Like it's about realigning the way the global structure works. And it may look chaotic on the surface because this is the way the world that we've always lived in, our parents have lived in, our grandparents have lived in. We don't know any better in a sense. So when these things come out and you're destructing these things, it's gonna look chaotic. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, and it's also if you know about the turning theory, right? So this is the fourth turning, right? So you have like a 20-year span. It goes every 20 years. You have a second phase of turning. We're in what would be generally considered the fourth turning, which is a chaotic phase. Also, I don't know if you know this, but right behind me, along with all the Trump books, highly advise reading all the Trump books. That way you know how he thinks. This is why I keep getting all my predictions correct. But I also have this book right here. It's a WWE book, but it's got a lot of economic stuff. It's called Controversy Creates Cash. And they talk about how chaos creates opportunity. This is the same thing. And if you know anything, guess who's in the president's cabinet? Linda McMahon. And guess who hired Eric Bischoff back in the day? The McMahons. And guess who had ran the back end of the Vince McMahon WWE production? That would be Linda. And so when I go sit here and see him doing the same kind of business practices that got him to where he's at as a president, I go, oh, lo and behold, I bet he's going to do this next. And almost every time, right? So when old McDonald here tells me I'm retarded, guess what? Maybe I am. But guess what? Maybe I'm the soothsayer of the retards because I keep guessing right. And maybe y'all should listen and start putting some money on Polymarket.
None of the things that you've guessed have come to pass. You're on a fucking hope and a prayer that
Ben,
all these things.
I agree. I agree that it's great that whenever we have a president that can dance a jig, that ultimately, the gas prices don't matter. The acting career of a politician is way more important than how much money I keep in my pocket. Totally.
Yeah,
I agree.
And that he has the WWF fucking people behind him who they're famous for being realistic or putting on a bullshit show.
I wanted to hear from Avery.
There's a lot of truth in the show, Ben. That's the part that you're missing.
Ben, can we hear from Avery?
There's a lot of truth
guilt by
in
association.
and that you got Randy Macho Man Savage and the suckers that loved him, and the Hulk Hogan and the suckers that loved him, and they made a polarity with those two. And then guess what? The McMahon cashed the check and fucking handed fucking Macho Man and Hogan their fucking cash, and everybody laughed because the suckers bought into it. That's you fucks.
Can we possibly hear from Avery?
It was mixed. It was a lot of mix. It's a lot of real shit that was going on and a lot of fake bullshit that was going on in the WWE. That's why they come out with all those documentaries and everything, and they tell everybody what was real and what wasn't. But either way it goes, everybody got fucking rich off of it.
No, not the fans. The fans didn't get rich, and guess who's not getting rich now? The normal people. We are getting taken, just like in that situation.
No, we're not. No, we're not. That is the dumbest. Okay, hold on.
Well, gee, I noticed that we're in a financial depression.
So all these, so for by a show of hands, how many people on panel actually live paycheck to paycheck right now? I know I do. Okay, I have to work multiple fucking jobs. I was working multiple jobs under the Biden administration. I have more money in my pocket right now than when I did when Biden was in office. I've been able to put money down on my fucking debt. I mean, dude, look, I was homeless. This is my homeless ID. I keep this in my wallet every fucking day to remind me that I do not want to fucking go back to this. Which, Clay, I got a bone to pick with you in a little bit about that for a second. But to say that our economy is worse and the opportunities aren't as good as they were before is fucking retarded. It has gotten better.
From homelessness, dude.
Because
I know Trump didn't. No, I'm not with that. I'll go back to that.
To get yourself a fucking job. Good for you. That's
I had a
excellent that
job.
you got yourself a fucking job, and that you've improved your situation by improving yourself over a 5-year span.
I have had more money in my pocket than when Biden wasn't president.
No,
when Biden was
groceries
president.
are more expensive right now than when Biden was president. Gas is, as Clay just stated, fucking more expensive. Fucking he just
gas
read up
is less.
the second highest ever.
$4.10 average. Now,
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Avery.
Because the Iran war. Once the Iran war slows down, or they actually come to an agreement.
When the host is talking, everybody shuts up. Avery, what state? If you don't mind me asking, what state do you live in?
I live in Texas.
Okay. All right. So.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So, I have just one quick question, and I will give it back to Mr. Balderson. I live in Central Florida. Our gas prices right now are between $4.99 and $5.25 a gallon right now.
That'd be nice.
Sure.
I know, Ben, right?
It's way more expensive.
That would be nice.
It would be nice. It would be nice.
And he's got no income tax and fixed no property tax over there.
Correct. Correct. So, how can you say? Well, excuse me. I'll let me back up for a second. When the degenerate douchebag Biden was in office, our gas prices were the same under his administration. When President Trump took office, our gas prices went way under $3.99. So help me understand your logic. How? Either one of yours.
Well, I'm saying that
right now, the logic is that right now, and for a while now, and for the foreseeable future, gas is much more expensive. That's just a statistic that Clay just read. I'm not sure what
I agree with that.
It's a pretty simple logic.
Well, what I'm hearing,
his is hopes and dreams, and then his personal experience of having progressed after 5 years.
Avery's going to side with you more on this one.
Yeah. He's saying that because he's got more money in his pocket, that he loves Trump, and that fucking things are better, discounting the rest of the country.
Yeah, just off the first initial things that he said.
Discounting that the rest of the country's
not
in a
everything. We're not just putting him into a box either. But
no, I'm not, Avery. I'm not.
Well,
I'm
no,
not
he's
trying
just
to-
taking his very personal results and discounting the rest of the country.
Sure. Well, if you live in Texas,
you're smart about it.
Wait,
You just cut down. It's still like a lot of people don't want to trim the fat off their expenses. They want to maintain a certain level of life, right? They want to have all these fucking subscriptions. They want to do all this shit. But sometimes you got to dial it back a little bit.
It doesn't matter if number one, I live off grid. I don't have any of those things.
Well, good for you.
You're trying to preach to the choir, brother. And fucking number two, it doesn't matter how many subscriptions I have. When fucking it cost me $35 to fill a fucking 5-gallon fucking jug of gas, that's a problem. That's a real problem. When the shipping skyrocketed because the gas prices skyrocketed and all the food prices then skyrocketed and all the other goods skyrocketed, that's less money for me because guess what? Never skyrocketed. Fucking pay in
What
general.
state do you live in? Hold on,
California.
Because okay, so California. All right, so California. Part of the reason why y'all have such high gas prices is because y'all
Yeah,
said,
that's
"Hey,
why mine are
we
so
only have a
high. I
certain
don't
blend
disagree.
of gas, right?" And then y'all go, "Okay, we only have 2 refineries that produce this blend," and then y'all gave those rights to Singapore, right? Okay, cool. So now y'all don't even have the ability to make y'all's own refined gas for y'all here. And then here's what happens:
I wasn't
Y'all's gas
making the case. I wasn't making the case
Hold
off
on.
California,
Hold
fuckwit.
I
I was
understand that. I
making the
understand.
case
Let me
off a
finish. You don't know where I'm
nationwide
going.
statistic
Sure.
that,
Hold on.
you
Let me
need
finish.
to
Let me finish.
no, you
Okay.
need to stop fighting your little straw man you're building.
You don't
and
even know what my straw man is.
listed
Hold on, you're just
the
cutting me off. But hold
nationwide
on.
statistic, which was
Okay.
what I was stating, not the
let me
$7
continue.
gas
Let me
down at
continue.
my
All right. I am going to finish what I'm saying, though. All right. So here's the thing.
Well, you're going to
Nationwide
fight the
statistic.
straw man because you can't fight the
Cool.
real
Cool.
fight.
Then, no, I am
I
going to
get
finish.
it.
All right, so here's the thing. California has the highest gas, right? That's correct.
I
Right?
agree.
Here's the thing.
Nobody
Clay just
disagrees.
said, and like as you just said, thankfully, Clay just said, "Oh, okay, this is a national statistic." Now, let me ask 2 more questions, and I'm going to just give the answers because I know them. What is the largest economy in the United States? Oh, well, that's California. So whenever you have the largest economy in California, taking up the largest percentage of gas, right, and then they have the highest gas prices, that's going to raise the gas prices on the high end. Now, if y'all had similar laws to say, I don't know, Texas, where it's 225 to 280 right now,
I would definitely challenge whether California uses up the most gas.
Oh, is that correct? Is that correct?
I would definitely challenge whether California uses the most gas. I think you just tried pulling that out your ass.
Okay.
Because most of the people that live in them giant cities where the economy is, they don't actually.
It's top 5. Top 5. Yeah, is that 5?
Hey, I'm sure it's probably in the top 5. Probably.
Okay, I'm not trying to do a gotcha with that. Here's my point. If y'all had the same policies as Texas and a top 5 state and the national largest economy in the United States suddenly had gas prices the same as Texas, do you think that gas prices nationally overall would go higher or lower?
They would go slightly lower and would still
Right.
be. They would still
So
be.
if even by y'all's own metric, you get other states where they have the gas restrictions, which are what Democrat-led states like New York.
I'm not advocating for California.
I know you're not. But my point is this: is one group of people at the state level, which would be the Republicans, are reducing infrastructure like taxes on income, property. They have easier economic restrictions and environmental restrictions when it comes to oil. And then you have other states that inflate it via restrictions and all these other things, like California and New York, right? And then, guess what? Gas prices are high. Well, if we didn't have all these extra legal bureaucratic paperwork and loopholes and hoopla in these states, guess what? We wouldn't have a problem nationally with gas because everybody would be on the same playing field. Instead, y'all overregulate these states. And I'm not saying you do this because I know you're not like a one right or a lefter, but I'm saying when you say it's a straw man, no, it's not a straw man. This is just the facts of what's happening on the ground economically. And then they go, oh, it's all Trump's fault with the war when he's trying to sit here and secure us long term. I don't know. I feel like this is kind of an unfair argument.
So if we're going to actually talk facts, let's actually talk facts. The 2022, the time that gas was actually its highest, the reason that it became its highest was because a couple months before Trump left office the first time, he put an embargo on Iran, where Iran had been in the oil market, which made it much cheaper because every time Iran's in the market, fuel prices cut in half. Every time Iran's cut out of the market, fuel prices double. So he embargoed Iran, and this was the reason for the 2022 spike. And weirdly enough, who are we fighting again? Oh, fuck, it's Iran. And gas prices are worse than they've ever been.
In office in 2022?
You can go on. No, he was in office in 2021. And right
you
before
can get rid of an embargo with executive order, right?
He fucking left office, he embargoed Iran on their oil, which doubled the oil prices. Had nothing to do with Biden, Democrats.
He left in January.
Where you try getting into
6 months.
This whole fucking.
Why did Biden not just get rid of the embargo?
In a political duopoly, and you're
hold
like,
on, why did Biden just not get rid of the embargo then?
Trump is the one who caused the price spike in 2022.
He left in January 20, and we're talking about mid 2022. It takes about 6 months, so that's double that amount of time. It's actually triple because of Iran impact. Why did not President Autopen not just autopen out the embargo then?
That's a fine question because neither of those sides are for us, the people.
Well,
quit voting for pieces of shit. Quit voting lesser of two evils. Quit accepting the bullshit that they do and going, the other side is worse. Start going, I will not play with you two fuckers. We can do that. This
And when
is
you're
America.
when you're comparing Texas to California, you're kind of being disingenuous. Why is Florida's gas prices so high?
I mean, we could pick Louisiana then. Oh, you want to pick Louisiana, Mississippi?
I would like to say that the average price
I
of
know what
gas, at
Florida's
least
gas
where I
is.
live, is about $3.50 right now. It's not. It's
So
not under
in
two.
Texas,
lower
I'll
than
tell you
national
why.
average.
I'll tell you why Texas's prices are so
Refineries.
low.
Because we make our own oil here.
This for the same
right.
reason Louisiana's are. Right, exactly. Now Florida has
What about
that
Mississippi?
opportunity,
Mississippi's
right?
on the lowest gas.
Why does Florida gas prices stay so high?
Wait, well, hold on. If we're gonna use that same logic,
Isn't
why is
that a
Mississippi's
red
low?
state?
Super red.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold
I
on. They're
used
still
to live
lower.
there.
Hold on,
I
they're
used to
still
live there.
lower.
I lived there
They're
for
still
a
lower
long
than the
time. I
national
grew up
average.
there, and Florida's always had high
Wait,
gas prices compared.
But they're
to
still
other
lower than national
states.
average, correct?
So you're going to blame the Democrats, but for some reason,
not what
Florida's
Senator
gas
said.
prices always stay high.
Spin, what did you say gas prices are at? You said they're $5?
Yeah.
Yes, between $4.99 and $5.25.
And the national average is 410, Gibbs. Which
And
one is greater
that's
than?
nothing.
Let's play greater than, less than.
Region? What region? Yes, sure. What region?
Is $5 greater than or less than 410?
Is it a Democrat or Republican-led area where you live? Spin.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
He's in
Democrat or
the
Republican?
heart, bro. That is red,
Oh, so the
downright
heart,
red
okay.
where he's at.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And now back to what I was saying. So, how much oil production does Florida have? Not much, right?
Not that I'm aware
Not much,
of.
okay. So, all right. And so, would you say Florida's got a lot of swamps and it's kind of hard? It's not really laid out properly. So, yeah, Florida's going to be a state that has, it's going to have like a lot more higher prices than, say, I don't know, Mississippi, where they don't have any oil either and they have low gas prices. Like, what? Like, it's just, it's all relative.
So,
Gibbs, can I tack onto that for just a
all
second?
relative to embargoing Iran.
California does fucking.
So it's got a lot to do with production and
I like how we completely avoid
California does pump oil though. So what's the excuse
Right.
there?
So,
We don't
so the
import
number
oil from
one
Iran.
reason why the gas prices
we don't
are
import
high
oil from Iran.
nationally
I'm aware.
is
Less than
Iran.
1% of our oil
The
goes
reason
through
it
the Strait of
stays
Hormuz.
low in
Overall price of
Texas
oil.
Less than
is
2% goes
because
through the
Texas
strait.
produces oil.
Yeah.
The
Oh, that's
idea
hold on a
of
second,
not
'cause I
connecting
need
to
to-
Iran is retarded.
I need to weigh in here, and Gibbs, I'm going to tack on to where you were going with that, right? The reason our gas prices, or why everybody's bitching about our gas prices, because we have the port of Tampa, we have the port of Miami, we have all the ports on the extreme eastern coast where gas comes excuse me, where gas comes in to the United States in those ports. So what our legislation here, and I will pull it up if anybody wants to read it, what our legislation, or what our people are going to our legislation or our government here in Florida and saying most of the gas that is coming from South America or wherever it comes from, Texas, whatever, right? The trucking what they're saying is the trucking costs are because diesel fuel is so high. So they are tacking the diesel fuel cost, which I think is, Clay, say the word, please.
Bullshit.
Yes, because to where I live from the port is a 34-minute drive. Okay. So I understand why gas prices are high, because maybe they are right that trucking costs are a little higher because of whatever, just a little bit. But we went from almost I apologize. At its lowest after Trump got into office, I saw gas prices at $2.56 a gallon. We entered the conflict in Israel. Not even 4 hours after it was announced, we went to over $4 a gallon. So yes, Avery. Yeah, I saw your face there. Yeah, it's crazy.
Insane.
Yeah. Well, it's because this, and I know I'm going to say this, and Gibbs, you're probably going to tag the fuck out of me out of this one. The speculators were speculating at that point. And the other thing that I will say is, it's just like, and I don't want to change the subject, but I'm going to correlate it. Do we remember the housing boom? Clay, I'm going to tag you in this one. Do you remember the housing boom that we had here in Florida 10 years ago?
Yeah. The housing, it's either 10 to 15 years, but I do remember that one particular.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I exactly said, I'm going to correlate to the speculators came into Florida. They were driving around to a little populous area and saying, okay, I'm going to buy this farm, this farm, this farm, this farm, this farm, this farm. I'm going to put 180 to 200 houses up here. And anybody that had a checking account and a job, no matter what it was, if you worked at fucking Walmart, you could get a house. That was it. Credit was, they were so laxed on the credit ratings and stuff like that. Well, here's so I'm what I'm doing is I'm correlating it. The speculators are the ones that are driving the gas price up. Now, Gibbs, I'm going to tag you in this. How's the food industry doing right now, or the beef industry?
The beef industry is doing a mixed bag, but better than it was doing under Biden and the other people. I'll tell you, I know how it's the reason why it's doing better is because he's going after the meat packers. He's released restrictions on overseas so we can export, which is increasing. He's also lowered restrictions on feeds, so that's helping us lower prices overall and increase herd size. However, what's hurting us is the import of the beef from Argentina and these other countries.
No, Gibbs, what's going on is like I work. No, just look, dude. This is what I got from the owners and from the chefs that work at the restaurant that I work at, right? The reason why beef was going up, at least for the restaurant industry, at least from what I've seen and heard, is that they were literally not killing enough because they weren't able to make money on all the scrap that they would then sell to China. It was not feasibly profitable to slaughter a whole cow.
That is,
they weren't making enough money. That's what the meat packers were telling
Avery,
us.
hold on a second. Can you say that again, please?
So it was not that they weren't making enough money to slaughter a whole cow because obviously there are parts of the beef, or there's parts of the cow that people in America here aren't going to eat. So a lot of the scrap, I don't fucking know. That's what the packing people were fucking telling us. It's what the meat. These were like, they're not like your run of the mill packers. They were like they catered to fine dining and shit. They weren't making enough money on the beef because they couldn't then sell the extra meat, like the shit that Americans aren't going to eat or that they can't sell for huge margins. So they were specifically not killing the cattle because they couldn't make enough money on it.
I want you.
That's why the prices of beef went up for us.
Yeah, let me tell you something. As somebody that sells a fucking lot of beef,
that would be admirable.
Gibbs is a commercial cattle runner, and I am a specialized cattle runner.
Yeah, as somebody that sells a lot of beef to make specifically.
I'm just going off of what I was told.
And like Mexican meat markets, and you need to walk in there and you need to take your hand like this, and you need to get some baby powder. And you need to put it on your hand and you need to bitch slap the shit out of them because that is the little they just either lie to you or they
all that shit stupid. Like that's why all of our prices went up.
That's true. I mean, now what I guess maybe what they could have took right here is some of these high-end meat markets like companies did shut down just because there was so much competition. That's why we didn't have halal meat in Texas until recently, right? They had it and then they shut down for 10 years and it's come back. But the reason why is because the normal companies were out buying the expensive ones. So the expensive ones were I'm not going to pay X amount for a cow because they were literally eating everything. There's no part of a cow that doesn't get eaten. The balls, those get eaten. Have you ever had cow fries? Amazing. Intestines, tripas, amazing. Cow tongue, lengua, amazing. You should try it out. Cow cheek, amazing. Great. I can just keep going down the list. And then the leather, even the shit leather, that shit's turned into rugs. It's reused into all sorts of other products. There's no part of the cow that's bad. Even the fucking tail, the little hairs in the end, that's used for all sorts of stuff. like there's
okay. Then I was wrong.
Okay, so hold on 1 second, Kevin. You live in a very, very liberal state. I mean,
Yes.
like highly liberal state.
Well,
That
the
was
city,
fucking
Twin
true,
City,
for the record. I'll just say
Twin Cities is liberal. Minnesota, in and of itself, is it's a mixed bag.
Right, it's a mixed bag. But in your state, what are the food? How much would you pay for or how much would be a beef chuck roast? And I'm not talking Angus.
Down at Cub Foods,
Okay.
how much is a beef chuck roast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
there you
can
go.
tell you this right
I
now.
live in Minneapolis.
I don't know, and the reason why I don't know is because my beef is $3.49 a pound because I work with a farmer in Wisconsin who provides me with steer and pork, and then I have a butcher in Elmina, Wisconsin, who processes my steer and pork, and I don't do business with corporate food chains.
Good man. Yeah, I mean,
So
Hence, by the way, Kevin, I already knew that because we had this conversations before you went on sabbatical. But I wanted you, and I was hoping you were going to say it for Gibbs and Balderson's sake.
and I'll
tell you this. Both of us clapped for him too.
Yeah, and to be
Well,
clear, when he said corporate,
that's
I'm only
true.
corporate because I'm large. I like sell like directly to like Texas-owned businesses. Like so, yeah.
Well, I just want to say, when you do business with the farmer and the butcher, and I'm talking about the farmer humanely taking care of the cattle or the swine, I'm talking about the butcher processing in a clean environment, all of that, and I'm talking hundreds of pounds of meat. My freezer has been, people have said, wow, you have a big freezer. $3.
Send me some.
49 cents per pound, and that is including that I don't have any of my beef ground. It's all trim. I grind my own meat. And I will tell you what, if you are getting your beef from a farmer and then going through a butcher, I would advise you to have your beef kept in trim form, because trim is, you can make the most delicious foods with that trim when you grind it up and then you like let it get all sticky and everything like that. You're wasting some of the most flavorful beef.
Do you ever make tallow? Do you render your own tallow?
I just rented geez, how many a gallon and 3/4 of tallow over this last weekend for my sister.
Nice.
Yes, I rent tallow. Yes,
that's
I
my
rent.
wife. That's my wife, by the way.
And good evening, wife. And may I say, I am over the age of 55. That tallow is used on this base.
Mine too.
There you go.
I like eating the tallow personally.
Well, I'll eat the tallow too. Yeah, you'll fry up some potatoes and tallow. You damn
What is,
right. you're
what
gonna
is
fry up some
tallow
potatoes.
putting on your face do for it?
It's got the new. Oh, go on.
I've never
Okay.
heard of that before.
I mean, there's no filter. There's no freaking filter. I'm not using a filter.
Yeah, you have great skin.
Thank you.
I've just never heard of that before.
Tallow. Yep, you rend your own tallow. You give it a water rinse. You go and get the impurities out. You purify that tallow. If you're going to use it for cosmetics, you purify it by like doing a couple rens on the same thing. Use water. Get that stuff cleaned up. Strain it through cheesecloth. Mm-hmm.
So I had a question for Ben more specifically on this one, because I know that it's your state. How much do you know about those candidates? 'Cause I was looking some stuff up on them.
None of them are good.
Perfect.
None of them are any good. Fucking yeah, that's a dirty crew right there.
Which is the worst of them?
The worst of them was that guy that what the hell was his name? He was he was sleeping with the Chinese spy and
Swalwell.
Yeah, Swalwell.
Oh,
that guy was horrible. He still pulled like fucking like 4% or something, but
Really?
but the Chinese spy was hot.
Well, I mean, like I was more meaning the ones that are ahead, the three.
Katie, Katie Porter, she came in like 5th. That was I actually thought that was a little high for as much as but she spent a shit ton of money in order to get 5th. Like she had more advertisements than anybody else. I thought that Chad Bianca was going to do better, the sheriff. But they had a bunch of really heavy negative campaigns about him at the end of it. And even the conservatives in California, nobody likes cops. So,
Well, that's where I was kind of going to go with it because Steve Hilton, from what I understand, there's like a lot of controversy with him, like a massive amount of controversy with him, specifically when it comes to the cops, like not releasing records, sending the cops to essentially try to quell journalists in their attempts to put out stories, things like that. Like Steve Hilton's not a good guy.
No. And it's only because of the just absolute destruction of California that Gavin Newsom's leaving that these people start looking good, because people can't actually get out of that mindset of it needs to be this or this. Fucking, they can't actually go pick somebody that's worth a shit. They're like, yeah, the Republicans fuck us too, but God, the Democrats left it real sore this time, so I'm gonna pick Republican. Yeah, if they can give you the no lube pounding.
See if they bring any lube.
Yeah, you're like, people don't ever grow a fucking brain about it. This A/B choice in politics and the team politics, partisan politics, this has ruined our country. It's because all it is this team. Like whenever you hear the arguments, it's, oh, but your side does this. Oh, but your side does this. Hey, fuckers, quit picking people that do that shit. Literally, were Donald Trump and Joe Biden the best candidates in this country to lead our country? Those were the two best leaders in the country? Are you fucking kidding me? I wouldn't let either of those two fuckers babysit my dogs.
Oh, God.
I mean, do you think Trump was still a better pick than Kamala?
I think to me, there's
that cackling fucking hyena. Abso-fucking-lutely.
To me, there's not a meaningful difference. It's they use one side to push one part of the agenda, and then they switch it over to the other side when they want to push a different agenda. I don't really see a difference. It's just moving pieces. So I don't think anybody realistically thought Kamala ever had a chance. She, like in California here during the primary that she actually ran in a primary, not the one where she was just knighted queen of the Democrat Party, with the one where she ran in a primary. She came in fucking 5th in her home state. 5th. Like, that's horrible. That's the state that you should always absolutely win. Like, she's an absolutely unlikable character. You can't convince me that she wasn't a sheep being put up to the slaughter. Nobody would assume that she would win.
Can I clarify
Make Kamala sober again.
Can I clarify something real quick for Snuffles
Yeah.
TV? I want to let him know that this is not live right now. We will be live tomorrow doing this, so watch it tomorrow again.
And we're all AI.
Yeah. I mean, like McDonald, I do agree with you. Like, I'm not like a gung-ho Trump supporter anymore. I was a while ago, but I'm not anymore. Like, it is two sides of the same coin in some cases, but in other cases it's not. Like, I firmly believe that if Kamala was president, we'd be balls deep in fucking Ukraine right now.
100% agree. 100% agree.
So, I mean,
but is balls deep in Ukraine better or worse than balls deep in Iran? I say let's not be at war with these other countries that want nothing to do with us and have no meaningful ability to attack us. Like, how about we just not do that shit? You see what I'm saying? Choice C is available for us.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's like, China, Russia, the United States, we're the three big superpowers in the world, right? All three of these countries are actively doing things to weaken the other.
India.
And if we don't do those things, then we're fucked. Then we're going to fall behind.
we can do good business. Russia and China and Iran are getting together, and this is part of where we're running into a problem because these other countries were starting to agree to trade on systems that were different, were different than the petrodollar. Well, because we've done such bad business for years, and we've done expansionism, and then also because we stupidly decided to start working off this Keynesian economic model where we're spending more than what we have. We ended up getting where we're actively like $40 trillion in debt, and realistically $240 trillion in debt, because we've still got 200 trillion in fucking debt that's coming up that we don't have money for. And we aren't even pulling in enough to cover our budget.
Yeah, 19% of the budget right now just goes towards interest. Flat out.
And that's a snowball that's been kicked down the hill. That is such a giant cat. That
Say
cat
hi,
is
Garfield.
all my cats.
Say hi. You're talking, Garfield. Say hi.
That's a beef tallow cat.
Fluffy bottom.
Yeah, he's based. He's fun. Base
And to my point, like these folks, they wanted to destroy America. You know, both the Republicans and the Democrats, minus MAGA, are the uniparty in my mind, and that they wanted to destroy it, and they racked up the bill. That's what we're looking at right now. So, I think there's a plan for all of it. We just have to watch it all unfold. You know, when we're on the other side of that, I think we'll have better commentary on it. But you know, it's what I see. Ben, you see something completely different. But from what I've sat here and researched and seen, there's great things happening. There truly, truly is.
I'm not even anti-Trump. The only decent plan that he had was the tariffs. Tariffs the fuck out of everything coming into this country. Make it so expensive for these countries that took all of our manufacturing and moved it offshores and started selling it to us fucking in Walmarts for fucking cheap ass prices because it was made by some brown kid getting $0.25 an hour. Fucking bring that shit back here, get real Americans making real wages again, and the return in the middle class. Loved that idea. He didn't implement that shit. He went to war with Iran and said, fuck everything, every other stump point that I fucking made in order to get elected.
And just so you know, on June 1st, if you go on the White House website, there's a fact sheet where he updates the tariffs on steel, aluminum, copper imports. So,
well,
we still have tariffs. We're still tariffing. It's just that he's not doing that.
Not to any level that's really meaningful at this point. Bring back the United States manufacturing. That's how we get the middle class back.
Absolutely.
Grab It Hard says, remember July 4th, Revolution 2026. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on that? Ben, we're going to start with you.
Oof, that would be nice.
Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, that ain't happening. So
probably
not. If anybody's gonna be revolutionized, it's gonna be Texas, and Texas is real happy right now. So I don't think it's happening anytime soon.
Clay,
maybe South Carolina, they like to fight. Other than that,
Clay, our Mexican brother. What say you?
No, you just left the Mexican brother. Revolution of what? Because essentially, 250 years since the revolution. But and for real, that will be 250 years. A quarter of 1,000. We're going strong, baby. And here's the thing: revolution happened. The Constitution is alive and well. There are people who care about it still. That's the law of the land. If it doesn't go away, then we're good. We're solid as far as I'm concerned for now. Until Jesus comes back.
Avery,
all the people that break it, though.
Avery, your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a revolution anytime soon. People have to. It has to suck way worse than it does now. Like when people start starving, then that's when you get a revolution, and they're not starving.
Classy Kevin, your response to this, sir? Kevin.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm listening to the back chatter. in the lefty realms I dive into.
Mm-hmm.
They want it. They want it. Are they going to get it?
It has to be
They're gonna
both the right and the left in order for it to happen.
Yeah.
If one side does it, we still have the same system.
I mean, if the left goes
They're not-
absolutely
it-
crazy,
yeah,
the right
it's-
goes on defense.
Why would you need to protect Constitution breakers? Why don't we get together and go, hey, all you fuckers that have been breaking the Constitution and raking us over the coals, we're done with y'all. All you people that keep doing things that are anti-American and treasonous, we're done with y'all.
Yeah.
Because the people that do those things are in power.
True.
What's going on is that currently there are factions of the radical left who are using the Constitution to bring down the Constitution. That's the crux.
True.
I don't think there'll be a revolution in 2026. However, I won't say however. I will say they want a revolution. I can tell you that much. They definitely want a revolution.
Burnt Hot Wheels Toasty Man Bad. Your thoughts?
I appreciate being brought in on this. This is not a topic that I know about extensively, but I think I learned quite a bit from being on this panel and listening to you guys all go back and forth. I really am sorry I didn't have much input on this one. This is not a usual wheelhouse for me, so thank you all for having me, and please remember to like, sub, and share the video. Help get all this information out to as many people as possible so we can all keep going back and forth and learning new things.
Thank you, Toasty. For the win. For the win. Your thoughts, sir?
I think on the 4th, we're going to get some good news. I think we're going to see a lot of interesting things happen between now and then. But one of the things Trump just said here today is, again, talking about waste, fraud, and abuse. You rid these things out of our government, and we have a balanced budget again. Getting the budget balanced again is a step in the right direction. So to say to have a revolution, tear the whole thing down, I think we have a great thing going. We just need to fix it ultimately. So,
Ronan, your thoughts, sir?
Again, I appreciate always the Angry American and also Old Big Donald for you guys allowing me on the panel. Appreciate you, brothers. And at the end of the day, I think whatever happens in the near future with these primaries, it's going to set the tone for the election here in the next couple of years. So if they start following suit, state after state, I think you're going to see some huge changes. Again, I'm going to stand on my ground and say anybody supporting AIPAC right now or being supported by AIPAC, they got to go first and foremost. So if you got a candidate that you're interested in, but they're taking AIPAC money, I think you need to rethink your choices in life.
I've liked everything this guy said.
I like Snuffles too. Snuffles is going off in the chat, bro.
Snuffles is great. I hope it's a she. I don't want to. Well, it doesn't matter. I can't even bring it up again. Dildo manufacturing is mostly overseas. She says, he or she says, ask me about my catalog. If you got that many fucking rubber dicks and you got a catalog,
why are you assuming they're made of? Why are you assuming they're made of rubber?
Now you know who's ground level. Now you know who's ground level for that rubber dick that hits your windshield.
How do you know that she's not fancy and getting the glass ones?
I don't even have a fucking word for that.
Man, you got to be so careful with those glass ones.
I don't want to hear it. I took the wrong turn. I took the wrong turn.
Yeah, then I will put you in a 5-minute timeout for the wrong turn. Anyway, gentlemen, you know, we've been going for 3 hours. I want to just step in here and say thank you, everybody, for coming in. It has been a pleasure to have all of you. No, I am not ending the stream. No, I'm not ending the stream. But I just want to thank everybody for coming in. I am posting the StreamYard link here in just a few seconds. If you would like to come up on the panel and join the conversation. We do have some room in the back. We don't have anybody in the back. And if you would, please kindly, if you can find it in your heart, donate to the stream, to whatever platform you are on. Back to you, gentlemen.
And Ben, to your point with the two-party system, I think the way you break a two-party system is you have to have a super strong third candidate, an actual viable candidate that actually puts that system to the test.
Well, we had that, and they cheated and cheated. That was Ron Paul, and Ron Paul met all the requirements, and they still wouldn't let him on the main stage because there's some cheating motherfuckers. Because if they lose their two-party power, then the whole system goes down for them, because any real candidate, like a Ross Perot type, because there's been strong candidates, and every time a strong candidate comes up, they start changing even more rules. They're like, holy shit, that guy just about won. Like, yeah, can't have that. And that's if they don't try and go through the Democratic Party, which at the Democratic Party, the Bernie Sanders lawsuit, they said they cheated for Hillary Clinton, but the DNC is a private corporation that can pick whoever they want in a smoke-filled back room if that's what they want to do. That was said in court. And they did the same thing to George McGovern and they, instead of putting George McGovern in, they put in Hubert Humphrey III because he was a rich boy, friends with all the little elites. And that's what caused the Democratic riots back in the 60s. The same thing happened. So this has been going on for years and years, that they give you a illusion of a choice, so that way you don't rise up and take down their system. It's an illusion. You don't even get to, they are open about, we choose who the fuck we put up. This is part of why you can get such shitty candidates. There is decent fucking people in this country that do decent business, not Donald Trump, who fucking goes bankrupt on every small fucking contractor that ever worked for him. Not people like that. There's actual decent businessmen who are decent human beings that we could actually put up as our fucking leader. But they run those ones out. The last presidential candidate I would have voted for was motherfucking Cynthia McKinney. And she had to move to goddamn Bangladesh because they tried to put charges on her for fucking letting loose the fucking information where they told her, you fit all the check marks. Your way to president is made. All you got to do is fucking walk the walk. And she said, that's not what my constituents voted for me to do, and fought the system. And that poor lady's got to live in fucking Bangladesh now.
Well, look what happened. Let's go back to whenever Trump got into office. Wasn't it Rosie O'Donnell that had a chimp out and fucking left the United States?
Yeah, moved to Ireland.
Moved to Ireland for 3 months. For 3 months for her to chimp out over there and move back.
I don't know. He heard Captain Tazariak say it about white people, and I think that he thinks that's a thing. And so that's hilarious.
It's funny.
It was funny. I was laughing. Christy's over here.
It was funny. I mean, listen. I mean, look. I'm not the feelings police, but I have some feelings.
And I would call her more of a walrus than a chimp if I was to.
Okay, a walrus.
Yeah, walrus.
Brahma, I prefer Brahma bull, but that's just me.
Dude, anyway, bulls are beefy. They're beastly. Well, walrus just like bleh, bleh, just a blob.
Shots fired at Rosie O'Donnell.
She is beastly. She's very beastly.
I mean, look, to this day.
Tell you what, I've killed a lot of Brahma. I ain't fucking with no goddamn walrus. I'll tell you that right goddamn now. You tell me which one you want to fight. I know which one I fought, and I'll win. I ain't gonna beat no walrus. Fuck that.
I mean, look. Fucking Ben. Welcome, Cameron, up to the panel. I can't. I still see these things on YouTube, and just a little while ago, where this short was put up like 4 hours ago, where people are leaving the country still. We finally were able to get enough donations that we could leave the country. Their words, not mine. We're going to Canada.
Oh, have fun.
Picture, if you will, they are moving to Canada, the most liberal fucking place in the world, where they have the feelings police now. That legislation that I talked about has passed. So if you say you're a piece of shit to somebody, they can call the RCMP. As long as they have the clip, they can be charged criminally for calling somebody a piece of shit because it offended you.
Does that mean Speakeasy's gonna get arrested? Because that motherfucker be off the chain.
No, you have to be both in Canada, unfortunately.
Well, he is. He's a Canadian American, but he spends all of his time in Canada because ain't nobody in America likes his ass. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Dude, you know how much easier it is to be tough in Canada? Like you can walk around a full-on wigger fucking that does like this weird armpit dance thing. And fucking in Canada, you're like cool.
Wearing cornrows. White boy.
Like you try that shit down in the fucking wrong parts of fucking any major city in the US. He is getting beat the fuck up. Like,
for
shit.
Well, hold
Like,
on. Unless he's Justin Bieber, and then he's probably getting laid by all the women in that city. So there, there's some pros and cons.
Well,
I think there's some exceptions. Or if they're GSP, he also lives in Canada. I don't want to fight him either.
Yeah, when you're ultra rich, it's you're eccentric. It's not that you're fucking up. You're just weird and eccentric. They're like,
also,
you got enough money.
Don't
We
forget,
forgive you.
Balderson, half the Geneva Convention is because of Canada. Like I'm just saying, they don't fight fair.
Right. Dude, do you remember that movie Canadian Bacon?
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Fucking God, that was hilarious. John,
You know what was not a good movie that I was sad about that went to Canada was the Super Troopers 2. I was like, damn, I had high hopes.
I avoided it just knowing I didn't want Super Troopers.
They've done other good movies from Broken Lizard. Like, anyway, sorry, we're getting sidetracked.
Nothing every remake I've seen of a cool movie, like Coming to America, my dumbass tried that one, and it's woke as fuck. Everyone.
Club Dread's pretty funny.
Eddie Murphy, who was fucking hilarious when I was a kid.
Battlestar Galactica, that was a better remake than the original. I think the remake was better than the original.
The remake is fucking fantastic.
There's a few, but but most I would agree with you. There's a few exceptions, but I think the exceptions make the rule because it's like if you have a really good exception, it's like, well, look at all these other terrible remakes. I think
you gotta try. Yeah,
they're all just woke as fuck. Probably the only remake I can think of that was decent was Judge Dredd, and I like
not bad. Denzel's Macbeth.
I have not watched that.
I haven't watched that one
It was
either.
an all black Macbeth, but I mean, Denzel Washington's good and everything. So
So I have a political one. How do you guys, since we're on the topic of politics, how do you guys feel about the new guy, that was just appointed for the National Intelligence Director, Bill Pulte, or Pulte? I don't know how to say the last name.
With the dildo guy who got smacked by a dildo, that guy.
I don't know anything about a dildo.
Oh, he was at an award show. Sorry, his own.
He got smacked by.
I think he's. I think he's just going to be used as another puppet. Like anyone in office that Trump can't control, he tries to get rid of him.
I have no idea what the dildo is.
That's a fact.
It's from a
That's what's going to end
live
up
stream
being.
of him. Sorry.
I don't know what the dildo thing is, but essentially this guy, so Bill Pulte is the Federal Housing Finance Agent. He's the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. So he does the housing. Okay,
Freddie and Fannie.
And he also is the chairman for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Oh, fuck.
So he just got appointed by, now he hasn't been confirmed. Of course, he's got 90 days in there to just basically sift through all the intelligence he wants. And now he's in charge of all the three-letter agencies.
Dude, this backdoor shit's got to stop. It's got to stop.
So, yeah.
Can't they just pardon Edward Snowden and then make him the head of that? That would be great.
I mean,
then we'd actually get some progress.
So you're saying it's a good thing?
No, I think he's just going to be a puppet.
No, he said what he would say. You know who Edward Snowden is, right? The one that told everybody about how much the government's spying on its own people and then got put in prison for it.
If any president wants
Snowden,
president wants to make meaningful change, they need to pardon Snowden and have them come over here and figure out all the fuck. Like, give him a free key, give him a free pass. You can go anywhere and look at anything you want. Expose the corruption. That will get fucking changed immediately. And he'll do it. I'm pretty sure he would. Still loves the country. He says it every time.
Dude, he would do it with a vengeance. That dude would be so happy. He's like, all you motherfuckers that fucked me are burning. I will find it like a needle in a haystack. Like, that would happen.
But no one wants to do it because they're afraid of it themselves.
Here's the thing that I see initially, just right off the rip. So essentially now he's going to be in charge of 18 intelligence agencies, by the way, that we have. Just so you know. He's going to be in charge of all those simultaneously while he's heading the biggest, what is it? That's like a mortgage firm.
Yeah, they're the ones who they're the fucking like for like low income and shit like that, and they basically set all the everything set off of them.
Right. So I see a massive conflict of interest is just all I'm saying. Just off rip.
Dude, they gotta stop.
Like, I mean, was it
happen?
I mean, it's a bad idea because essentially now anything within intelligence, that could be anything from it's supposed to be, let me be clear. Your Fourth Amendment is supposed to be intact, but that does not mean that they don't store data. Okay. So it could be anything from searching out your, financial history to your criminal record as to how they look into your personal history, right? So because they also look into your financial history when it comes to intelligence and those 18 agencies, and then he is the chairman of this particular company, there's a massive conflict of interest. And then on top of that, the killer of all of that is that he is also at the same time simultaneously the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. So now he controls basically the entirety of the housing market.
And Speaker Mike Johnson. Let's not forget Speaker Mike Johnson came out and said, "Why can't we dabble in the markets? Who's gonna live off $175,000 a year?" And so completely cool that they're doing having all this information and also playing in the markets and making shit tons of money, which when you have the information and you get to control these things and this move will make you some money. Dirty motherfucker.
They're saying Pulte is described as a proven disruptor who previously referred sitting senators and Fed governors for mortgage fraud investigations. These placements allow cross-referencing and mortgage records, property ownership, and foreign financial intelligence in one location now. So take that with the appointment of Kevin Warsh. So it sounds like to me this is just being able to actually get the intelligence of bad actors.
And look, here's the thing. Like, I'm not opposed to, kind of consolidating the idea of, getting the bad actors. But then at the same time, like that oath that he's going to have to swear, by the way, essentially at that point, he's a appointed official. He will have to be sworn in. Like that's a massive amount of responsibility. It's a massive amount of duty all in one person's hands. And like the idea of a limited government, that's not at all what this is. This is a massive everything in this one guy's hands. That's a lot. Like that's a lot of responsibility. Really think that it should be like entrusted to someone that you don't know. I mean,
I want to say something. Like
It's crazy.
Balderson's kind of right here with about the uniparty stuff. I don't actually disagree with him for the most part. I do disagree with him about one thing though, and about the lesser of evils. And I'm going to say why I think that's important. But one, I'm openly going to say I think Trump is corrupt as a motherfucker, and you know what? I think that that's okay. And I'm going to tell you why. Because there's a system that's in place right now, which is a lot what Balders is talking about, with this uniparty. And I kind of see it like this. You get a new corrupt person in there. They don't want this old corruption. They actually run and they advertise, we're going to fix this thing. And then what they do is they try to put their own people, their own system in place, which is what he's doing. And so, yeah, that's bad. I'm not going to pretend that's a good thing, right? But all these people do it. But at least this is an outsider. And what we can do is get a modicum of change where they at least gut a lot of this fucking bloat and other bullshit and burn it down. It's kind of like a forest, right? Forests go through wildfires and they burn it down, and that kills a lot of animals. But hey, you have to have the wildfires every so often to have the forest grow in perpetuity, right? Because this is just what happens. In fact, California has this happen all the time, and we've actually found traces going back thousands of years in other places. So same thing with the government. I think every so often you need a new outside group to come in. Whether or not they're corrupt or not is not really important, but they need to gut the old system so that we can get like back to basics. And then in maybe 30 years we need to gut that system, right? Like, or I don't know how long. I just picked an arbitrary date. Maybe it's 5 years. Maybe the corruption's so bad that after Trump leaves that we have to gut it again then. But like what you do need is somebody outside to come in. And I think Trump is doing that, and that's a good thing. Like overall.
That's
and I think occasionally the life tree of liberty must be refreshed.
Gentlemen, I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to interrupt for just a second. Classy Kevin wants to make his exit statement for the evening. Kevin, the mic is yours, sir.
You can never have enough gloves and shoes. There. You guys, it's been a wonderful night. Thank you so much for having me. Spin, Balderson, thank you so much. Everyone else, you are truly gentlemen. I've enjoyed this time. The discussions are stimulating. And I'm looking forward to being on the panel with y'all again sometime.
Yes, Kevin, I will definitely send you a message. And if you like to join, absolutely, you are more than welcome to join. And stay safe, sir.
All right,
with the Democratic Socialists of America.
Right. All right, you guys have a great night and God bless.
Good night, Kevin.
Have a good night too, Kevin.
All right.
So I'd like to say something real quick. The only way, and I'm going to talk about how I feel, but like the only way that I feel that we're actually ever going to get actual change is if we completely abolish lobbying in our government completely. You abolish it 100%. You cap the maximum amount of donations that an individual can make to 10 grand. That's it. Corporations can't donate. Super PACs can't donate. That's it. That's how we're going to fix a lot of this shit.
He's spitting fire right there.
That's how.
I don't know about that because I understand the money part, right? And I think there are a lot of caps already. But the lobbying part,
dude,
right?
Citizens United fucking wiped out our fucking political system. The shit that they allow corporations to do now with Citizens United, every Supreme Court judge that fucking voted for that should have been tried for treason.
And one of the crazy, and like this is a little bit like it goes into politics, but it also goes back to normal shit, right? The right to repair movement that's going on here in the United States. Everyone has the like if I buy something, I should be able to fucking repair it myself. These companies
roll away for a minute. You're in charge.
But
these companies intentionally design our devices, computers, cell phones, cars to intentionally be difficult to repair ourselves, right? So then we have to go through them or it voids our fucking warranty. It's fucking retarded. And the amount of lobbying that is going in against...
John Deere's the prime example.
And the amount of money that is going into the system against that is fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean, like
they're real bad.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing on that one. Like, I mean,
You're
I'm not
muted,
telling you.
Gibbs. If you look like you were
Yeah,
talking.
I was just agreeing with Balderson. Yeah, John Deere is real bad about that
Well,
shit.
I mean,
There's actually
John
a whole
Deere-
economic theory based on that.
And
bullshit.
that's just an
And it's like
example
worse
that
than
I
the
give.
Rockefeller stuff. It's bad.
The thing about right to repair, like I'm not telling you to do anything illegal, bro, but you can build your own fucking car. So I'm not
Yeah,
really
you
fucking
can.
caring. Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
that's not
caring.
illegal. You can
If you
build your own car and
if you
get it
can't repair
registered.
your own fucking vehicle, I'm sorry, then I don't know what to tell you. But or if you can't
But
figure
I'm
something
saying,
out,
I'm just
like,
saying, you gonna build your own combine?
I mean, look.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
you're not gonna
possible,
build
but
your own combine.
I can
The
build- I
average,
can
the
build-
And even if you
play,
do,
Yeah,
you
have you
still
ever
would
have you
to
ever
follow
bought
all
a
the
the
part?
point
Have you
behind this
have
is
you ever
the
bought a
average
part from a
consumer doesn't
junkyard?
know how to do these things.
Have you ever bought a
The
part
average
from a
consumer
junkyard?
doesn't know how to do them.
Have you ever bought a part from a junkyard?
Dude, I'm a pick and pull.
Sure,
kid,
I've
bro.
done that.
Never bought a part from a junkyard?
Yeah, I do
I've
it
never
all the time.
owned a car. I've never owned a car, Gabe.
Oh,
okay.
I've been on public transportation, and then I recently bought a scooter. So
Dude, I got pictures. There's pictures of me at the pick and pull.
Yeah, the thing about quote unquote
Yeah, I love the
right to
junkyard.
repair, I don't give a damn about that. Like I can build from the ground up. Literally, I
So,
can build
the reason why I brought that up
I'm
is
a land
those are
developer.
You can build a
companies.
combine. Like
Those
honestly,
are
though,
those
you
are
think you can build a
companies
combine?
and
Yeah, I could.
corporations influencing our rights.
Yeah.
Saying that we don't have a right to do this. Fuck them.
corporations are
I bought your
influenced-
fucking
okay,
product.
here's the thing
Once
about
you
lobbying.
buy
This
the
is
product. It's
It's
yours.
yours. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want with it.
yeah,
They
and you
don't get to
can
keep
just as long as
controlling
you
it
ain't hurt
after you
nobody.
bought
Just
it.
I'm not going to tell you what to do on your own land, and I'm not going to tell you to talk to the police. In fact, I'm going to tell you to not talk to the police because that's the stupidest shit you can ever do. So you don't tell them what the fuck you're doing. That's how you fucking
Yeah.
do that shit. Now I'm not going to tell people to break the law either. So I'm not advocating for breaking the law. Just you understand what I'm saying?
I
Yeah,
believe.
I get what
it
you're
was
saying, but that was just an
Becerra.
example.
I
Like
think
it's
Hilton Becerra.
if you get
Right
rid
to
of
remain
lobbying,
silent.
you get rid of a lot of the financial incentives that these politicians have to
You
screw
have-
over their voter base.
You have the
Isn't
right.
that why
to
we
remain
don't
silent.
use like hemp and shit because of the logging industry?
Yep. Because
You
in
know-
the
you know
30s,
how
or
people-
what happened in the 20s.
You know how the police catch people?
That's
Well,
that's
and alcohol and
Ansley.
tobacco now they hate the hemp industry as well.
That's Ansley.
But
we're
lobbying,
talking about.
right? So let's talk about lobbying, okay? If you write an email to your congressperson, if you call them, if you walk up to them and talk to them, that's lobbying.
Yeah,
Actually, Clay has something kind of interesting.
Oh,
here.
hold on, guys. Hold on. Update. Hilton's still winning by a pretty good amount. Becerra's coming in second, and then substantially below those two is Tom Steyer. So it looks pretty definitively like it's going to be Hilton and Becerra.
And
So-
then,
so then-
to that,
so-
real quick, Ben, to that point, Trump just put out a truth 20 minutes ago saying there's big cheating by the Democrats in California. Votes are all tied up. May not be in for weeks. Under investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office
Yeah,
in
it's really
Los
sad.
Angeles.
Like-
Why the vote counting delay? President DJT.
But to what Clay
Clay,
said,
like,
though,
it-
Because two Republicans actually won.
There's a difference between a citizen, a voter, going and talking to their congressperson about saying, "Hey, look, this is how I feel. This is what we should do." Then a government, or not a government, I apologize, a corporation or a super PAC saying, "Hey, do this." Like there's a very big difference.
Not anymore. There's not anymore though. So I've had the same number for like my main phone number I've had for like since I was in middle school, right? And so I'm politically active, and I like started every once in a while I got some poll. And I was like, man, I always see all these polls on the news. I hope they call me. When they finally called me, I answered it, right? Because I wanted to see. And so now I get called for polls all the time. Well, I guess that like got sent out, and they said, oh, this is somebody who's politically active. And I got sent a text the other day, and it was like, if you were interested in lobbying, we offer text services. So I'm like, okay, well, what's this like? You know, for like $1,000, I could send out like, I don't know, a targeted range of 40,000 texts. Now that sounds like a lot of money, but that's well within the average person's ballpark. If I wanted to go lobby, that would be a way to lobby. You don't think that's like now the AI is here and all this thing? This is like giving the average person the same ability and playing field as these huge corporations. Like, why would you not want the average person to be able to spend a little bit of money and be on par? Say we were talking about beef. If I went to all my other neighbors in my area, right, and I said, hey, I don't like the meat packers, right? We need to get a lobby going for all this shit. Or we don't like our James Talico or whatever his name is here in Texas, who's like running the campaign. We could go get our group, and instead of forming a pack, we could go get like 20 grand, right? And between like, I don't know, 30 people, that's not that much. And we go and get that, and we can fucking fund a campaign in our area against him, and it would be almost as effective as, like, say, a lobbying group. And when you say we want money out of politics, everybody immediately thinks like Exxon or tobacco and alcohol. And I agree, that's been unfair for a long time, but I think we are maybe jumping the shark because finally technology is catching up to where the average person is on the same footing. And like I think that I think lobbying is actually a really good thing. I think it's
yes, I do too.
Thing you can do after protesting.
And just to kind of, I want to piggyback off of that, Gibbs, right? So the idea of, I actually would advocate for the idea of lobbying because, you know, essentially what you're doing at that point, like if you, like I said, if you call your congressperson, but here's the thing, right? When people are actually calling their congresspeople or their governor or their local police station, their mayor, that also is lobbying. What you're doing.
Well, I mean, why can't, well,
what lobbying is being able to speak out. Essentially, it's the more tame portion of protest. It's literally protesting, except for it's
okay.
Very
So
tame portion.
how about we cap the amount an individual can donate to 10 grand? We ban all the super PACs, so no super PAC. Let's say a PAC can't go over $1 million. You just lessen it. You know, make it to where corporations can't donate, but an individual can.
I don't know about that either, because essentially what you're
They'll
doing
just
is
form shell companies.
Yeah, well, it's more than that. It's
well,
because,
companies in general,
unionization,
from an individual.
right? So the
People-
problem that you're
People
going
are
to have.
the only people that can vote. Corporations can't vote. So why do they all of a sudden, because of fucking Citizens United, they always name shit to go against what they're actually doing, allow corporations the rights of an individual?
Essentially, so this is the way that works. It's a representation. So if I'm the CEO of a company, right, what I'm going to do is I'm not even going to go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hire somebody on to go for me, right? That's how that works. You're not going because you are the CEO and you have other things to do. So you hire someone on to say, hey, this is my message. Bring this to my representatives. You are my representative. You're my messenger. And
So
so
you
what
get
you're doing
10,000 as the owner. This guy you hire gets 10,000. He's also down with the plan. What's the problem?
So you're limiting how much a business can do business at that point. So you're
That's-
regulating
I think
people.
Business. This is our government.
Yes, we're limiting the amount of influence corporations
You're
have.
limiting how much a lobbyist gets paid, not how much a government actor gets paid.
Yes, you are, because
my messenger. I pay my messenger to go talk to the congressman, and you tell me that I can only pay him $10,000.
Yes,
It's not just that though. It's
Then you're
ads
regulating me,
that they
the
can
person.
pay tens of millions for.
You
It's
are
research they can pay
regulating
tens of
me, not the
millions for.
government.
It's all this shit that regular citizens can't afford to do that they
Look,
can.
if I want to look, here's the thing. Here's this. Let me do it this way. I have a message. I want to send it to my sheriff. So I pay the little paper boy. Here's $10. Take this message to the sheriff. And you say you can't pay the little messenger boy $10. You can only pay him $1. Now, what's going to happen is that little messenger boy ain't coming around no fucking more. He's going to go get a job at fucking McDonald's. And guess what? Now I don't get a message sent to the sheriff. Oh, great.
You can do it yourself. You can do it yourself. You can do it yourself. We're not limiting your speech. You can still go do it yourself.
You're anti.
No, I'm not. Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not, Clay.
Anti-First
Hold on.
Amendment.
Let me
That is
explain
100%
this. Let me
anti-First
explain this.
Amendment.
Let me explain this because going
100%.
off of what you just said, you said it's more
business is
convenient
not
for
a
a
person,
CEO.
Clay.
Exactly.
Oh no, that is not
Exactly.
true. That is not true, sir.
A business
In
is
many
not a
states,
person,
you
Clay.
Literally can represent
Does
yourself.
a
You are
business have a soul,
I
Clay?
personally,
Is a
yes,
business
I am
going to
the
heaven,
business.
Clay?
I am the business.
Is a
Clay,
business
you
going
said
to
it
heaven,
yourself.
Clay?
Clay, you said it yourself that they're going to pay this person 10 grand to go promote your message. Why can't the
Can
CEO
you
do it
be the
themselves?
business? Yes.
Why
This is
can't
way
the
it works.
CEO do it themselves?
Can a
Why?
business go to heaven, Clay?
Sure.
If you cap the individual amount that anyone can donate to a political campaign to 10 grand and you get rid of all these super PACs, the system will fucking even itself out
No, it
quick.
won't. No, it won't.
Yeah, it will.
No,
Yeah, it will.
No, that's communism.
It's not communism.
That is not communism.
That is not communism.
That is communism.
That is not communism. That is not communism because the private sector is still going to control. The private sector is still going to control their property.
Hey, would you like to reach into my pocket and tell me where I can spend my money? Yes, this is
We would
exactly
like
what
to
you were
limit
telling
the
me.
amount of money that can go to politicians, which is very
Yes.
So
corrupting.
you're limiting
Yes.
what I can do with my money. Great.
Yes.
job.
So
You're
that way the people with
anti-freedom.
the
Good
people with the people with the fucking
You're on the
ultra rich
opposite
people
side of
will
freedom.
get an
Good job.
overabundance
Hey, look,
of
here's
fucking
the thing.
power.
The beauty of freedom, and the shitty part about freedom are the same thing. So
not
with
free.
freedom, you have the power to advocate against freedom. Here it is. You're advocating against freedom.
No,
You
we're
want
not.
to tell me what I
No,
can
we're
do
not
with
because
my
these politicians have already demonstrated that they
tell me what
police
I can do with
themselves.
my money? Would you like to tell me what I can do with my money right now?
No, we would like to tell politicians.
Really? Really? You want to say, okay, yeah, you can't go buy a fucking kilo of cocaine, Clay. You can't. So there it is. The government is limiting what you can do with your money.
Well, some of us
You
would
can't go
beg to
buy a
differ.
kilo of cocaine. You
Whose
sack
money
these
is it?
fuckers.
Whose money is it? Whose money is it? Whose
Yours.
money is it?
It's yours.
Mine. So now you want to tell me what I
So
can do with my money.
can you go out and buy a kilo of cocaine right now and not get arrested?
Sir,
Can you?
that is
That's
not-
illegal,
that is-
right? That's shut
that
the
is-
fuck up.
Hold on, no. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Number one.
You'll
Number
get
two
arrested,
is-
right?
Number
You'll get arrested
no,
though, right?
No.
You're breaking the law.
No. Listen, dummy. Since we got us a speed date here.
Great. Here we go.
Okay, listen. I can take my money and go spend it in X place. Okay. Why do you want to stop that?
I'm not stopped. Okay, so there's a difference. I'm mainly talking about politics and the amount that an individual can donate. Okay, I'm not talking about you can go buy whatever the fuck you want, right? But you can't buy a kilo of cocaine. It's the same concept. You cannot donate more than $10,000 to a political campaign.
So donating money is all of a sudden illegal now. Great. You have 100%.
And that's how you want to put it.
Gutted intelligence. Okay.
Sure.
So
If
you're
that's how
telling
you see
me
it, Craig.
that I can't believe in something too. At
No,
this
I'm
point,
not. You
you're
can
really
believe in
just
whatever you
essentially
want.
just telling me
You
that
can believe whatever you want.
Your beliefs need to be limited. I mean, it's great, bro. Like, whatever, I guess.
I'm not saying your
You can do
beliefs
that
need to
if
be
you want.
limited. I'm not saying that.
Like, if I believe in something and I want to put all my money into it, right? Then you're going to tell me there's a
You
certain
can believe
cap
whatever you
on
want.
that. But if I want to put my
What I'm
money
saying
into
is
something,
because of the amount of corruption.
so if I want
Right?
to put my money
These
into something I
politicians
believe
did not
into,
demonstrate-
if I put my money into something I believe in, you want to put a cap on that. Why?
Because these politicians have demonstrated that they cannot police themselves. It's all about who can throw in the most amount of money, and then they get their political agenda done and fuck everybody else.
Can you actually
That's how it's
bring
been.
like a specific solid point instead of the broad point? Like, I understand that you don't trust politicians. I don't trust politicians. I don't trust the government. But I will tell you that I believe in good things, right? So if I want
So do
if
I.
I want to promote good things, right? Essentially, you're telling me that you're not allowed to promote good things financially.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. You're
That's what I
misconstruing what
hear.
I'm saying.
That's exactly
Well,
what I
then,
hear.
then you need to get some Q-tips and clean out your ears, Clay. 'Cause
okay.
It's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then how is it not? Okay, here's it. Like, I'll give you an example. Okay, Gibbs is a farmer. He raises a lot of cattle. He sells a lot of cattle.
Rancher.
It's rancher. He's not a farmer. Let's be clear on that. Yes.
Matters.
He
It matters.
produces-
You'll
He
get fights
produces
around
a
giving
lot for this country, right?
Farmers grow plants, ranchers have animals.
I'm Abel, not
Ben,
Cain.
Ben also produces, and he produces on a local level, right? If I want to give Ben $20,000 and you have put a cap on that of $10,000, guess how much money I can give Ben?
10,000.
Exactly. So, Ben, guess what? This go round, you're not going to get the
politics
20,000
is-
that I want to get
what
you.
is-
And here's the
that's
thing,
not what I'm saying.
Gibbs, also Gibbs, I want to give you
Not what I'm
50
saying.
grand.
I don't
wanna
care how
give
much money
Gibbs
goes into
50
cattle
grand.
farms. I don't care how much money
But I
goes into
can't
any
do
other
that
industry.
because
But when
Avery
you're
decided that there's a cap here of 10 grand, right? I like what you do for us politically. I like that you produce for us. And I think that you would be great as a leader in the community, in a seat, in an office. But I can't do that. You know why? You know why I can't do that? Because Avery wants to only allow me to give you $10,000.
Yep.
So you have.
I guess that's communism now, guys.
Stop
I guess it's communism.
all of the progress or whatever that we have in America, the ability to do free things, free American things, to be basically help. Like
Clay, what I'm saying is,
it's not illegal.
What I'm saying, Clay, what I'm saying is that all the amount of money that these super PACs donate, it overshadows the voters. It overshadows.
I bet you wouldn't have a problem with it if it was your candidate.
I don't donate to political candidates. I don't care.
Here's the thing: if it was your person, like, so who would be your person? Who would be
as of
your
right
person?
now?
Yeah.
As of right now, it would be Trump.
Trump, okay, even better. So, if I wanted to give Trump $20,000 towards campaigning for whatever office, so that we could make some changes in this country, guess what? I can't do that because Avery won't let me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's
and all these and like I said, it's to limit and destroy the super PACs, so that way the individuals have more of a say so in what happens.
I mean, look,
we're overshadowed by them.
And here's the funny thing about your super PACs, right? Those super PACs, they consist of individuals. This is why I don't actually buy the idea that corporations are the enemy. Corporations are just another product in America of doing business, right? So they're all these thousands of individuals that work at GM or Ford, right? They all get together, they put in a vote, they lobby each other, they essentially go to their union reps and say, this is who we want. We're going to vote on it. And here's some money to go along with that. And then they
can each donate $10,000 up to 10 grand.
Yeah, up to 10 grand. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yep. And apparently that's communism, guys. That's
now, Avery. I mean, just take a look, for example, here too. Money does not equate to wins. I mean, look at Tom Steyer, for example. He spent $500 million, and the fuckers lost 2 races. You still have to have good candidates at the end of the day.
Hey Clay, I wanted to ask: Is it legally possible for like any group of individuals to come together and make a quote unquote PAC?
Oh, 100%, sir.
Okay.
Clay's being super disingenuous to make his case. My favorite part was when he said that corporations go to heaven to try to make it.
No, I knew
that was some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like you need to go do some Hail Marys, or I don't know what.
I'm not that kind of
I don't think there's anything more holy than the corporations. There's
I knew
nothing
what you were
holy.
doing. I wasn't gonna buy that shit, but no, I'm not that kind of Christian either.
Get some self-flagellation going on over here.
I'll play the game.
Oh my God!
Play the game. You want to play the game? We'll play the game.
Oh, right? I would never say anything against the Odinic system to try and make a point because I didn't
say anything against it. I was being just as hyperbolic as you, sir. You were being retarded.
No, because they made corporations into a person.
You asked the stupid question.
That was what Citizens United did, dude.
Hey,
it's the verbiage that Citizens United
dribble? It's not my fault.
If they aren't a person,
look,
how do they?
Syphilis is
how,
a very dangerous.
If they're a person, why aren't they voting?
On the PP.
Why aren't they voting if they're a person? Do they have? We should let corporations
vote.
They're obviously not a person.
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Do corporations actually put in a vote into the actual populist vote?
No. Because they're not a person.
Because they are people.
And your statements are bullshit.
But the Supreme
Corporations
Court
aren't
said
voting in the popular vote.
You got to stop over talking
in the electoral vote.
You got to stop over talking.
Well, then stop saying stupid shit, bro.
You're the one saying stupid shit.
It's not my fault.
I'm talking about the Supreme Court.
Wow.
And what they decided.
Do the corporations vote.
The Supreme Court said
the corporations
they
vote.
that
the corporations vote.
Are people.
Do the corporations vote?
No. I agree. They're not people. But the Supreme Court said they're people, so they get to give unlimited money to these fucking PACs.
Okay, and
they're not people.
So you're mad about a principle.
I can't believe you actually brought up, can they vote? You're making my case. They're not a people.
Can the corporations vote? If they can't vote, then what difference does it make? How much money
Then
is
they
produced?
should not be allowed to fucking bribe our candidates.
Do the people put the money into the corporation so that that money can go to the candidate?
You should not be a corporation. Those people can, each one of those people in that corporation is free to support that candidate.
Okay, so there's
corporation
a CEO.
in and of itself.
Okay, fine. I'll go with that theory. Okay, the CEO of that company, right?
Yes.
He's a person, right?
Yes.
And what does he do with that money that he wants to give to the candidate?
This is where he gets to give his money to the
That's
candidate.
right. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's why the Supreme Court logically.
But he doesn't
called
give
it
his
out and
money.
said, wait a minute.
But he
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
give
that's
his
right.
money to the candidate.
The corporation
He doesn't
literally
give his money to the candidate. He takes
remember
the
what you
money
told
from
me?
the corporation.
You remember what you
which
told
they
me
get to use as
about
a tax.
how the overtalking thing doesn't work out very well? You don't remember that? You just told me that?
But you were at fucking whatever, Clay. All right, companies have a soul.
Yeah, the
they go to
CEO
heaven.
Oh,
Your
come
dumb
on,
ass
dude.
is willing
You were
to sell
being
your God down the
parabolic. You were
fucking
being
river
retarded,
to make
and
the
you're
dumbest
trying to get a
fucking point
gotcha
I've ever
by being
heard.
a retard. It's not my
Like,
fault.
dude,
It's not my fault that you wanted to try to do a gotcha. We're not going to do debate,
companies
bro.
go
You're
to
not gonna
heaven.
Get me. Nobody
One of
once,
us
not
is
even
being
once
such a
has
fucking
anybody
retard.
got me
He
on
will
a
be
debate
sacrilegious
bullshit, bro.
in order to make
Literally,
his point. What
Gibbs
a bunch
tried
of
this
shit.
shit earlier with the
That's a
fucking
bitch-ass point.
trolley problem.
No,
You think you're
not
gonna get
trolley problem.
I would let a fucking train run over both corporations.
Well, I'm sorry
because
that
they're
you
not
feel that
people,
way.
you dumb motherfucker.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Well, I think that the Supreme Court is right. We should let the corporations vote. Also, you might change your mind, Balderson. One of the oldest corporations in the world dates all the way back to the Vikings. And, but here's one of the things that actually there's a couple of them, but one of them, if I remember how to get into Valhalla correctly, you either die in battle or die with a woman on top of you, right? And one of them is, basically a whorehouse. So that corporation might be getting into Valhalla. I mean,
that's just really true.
Well, wasn't that? Wait a minute. That was a volunteer organization, wasn't it?
That's right. It's a volunteer organization. I volunteer on the weekend sometimes. It's all good.
It's a pretty specific type of warrior that goes to Valhalla. It's not just people that die in battle, and it's certainly not people that die having sex. I don't even know where that shit came from.
I'm gonna have a real bad time because several of the Valkyries I know all have restraining orders against me.
That sounds
So
amazing.
I'm getting in there either way.
Crazy.
Die
Clay,
during
because
sex, go to
average American
heaven.
citizen makes 50 grand a year,
Specifically,
right before taxes. They can't even afford to donate 10 grand to a political candidate.
Right? Like just off rip, it's crazy to even think that some.
How
people
is it
would actually
crazy?
donate
Because it's
10
going to
grand.
limit the influence that those people. It's going to limit the influence that all these super PACs and corporations have.
Well, it's also a tax write-off.
Hey, rookie, up there in the corner. Rookie. Oh, rookie. You were
Yes.
talking. It was absolutely fucking hilarious. Try it again, Clay.
Clay and spray, everybody.
Hello. Welcome back, Nova. Clay, you were muted while you were talking.
Oh, was I?
Yeah, rookie.
Yeah, rookie.
I was calling you.
rookie.
I've always been a rookie. You know what? I look good though. That's my benefit.
Yeah, I know it. Tell him, Clay.
No, look, you can have your idea, your thought on this, but the idea that you want to limit how much somebody can give to their candidate of their choice is insanity to me. Like,
okay,
the idea of
That's
donating something to someone is just a very American idea, right? So you would have no problem with donating to your Catholic charities or anything like that, right? But as soon as I say, well, I have someone on the line that has some ideas that we could make some change, some like real change. As soon as I say that, all of a sudden, it's like, no, we can't donate that. Catholic charities make some change, don't make any change. They make people's lives easier, sure, well within the law, of course, but they don't actually make change. They make change on the low level. Great, I love that for people, right? But on the bigger scale, like scaling back some of these laws, these stupid laws that are in like, why can't you drive a white horse down Pennsylvania Avenue? I don't understand that. Right, that's crazy, right? So all these laws that exist, we have these, and you're worried about how much money is going to be given to a politician to essentially back his candidacy. I'm more worried about the law.
I'm more worried. What I'm concerned about is limiting the super rich on their influence within our government. That's what I'm worried about.
So communism.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah, that's the communist.
Because the average person doesn't have
Blame
the
it on the
average
rich.
person doesn't have the same. I'm not blaming everything on the rich. I'm not. What I'm saying is the amount of money that go, dude, you can. Oh my god, dude.
Says the guy that's promoting oligarchy.
Like it blows my mind that you can't see the comparison. And I'm not that great with words. I will 100% admit that. Okay, I have problems explaining what I mean sometimes. My whole point behind that is the average person can't even donate $10,000, right? They don't make enough. The median income is $50,000 a year. I think about 50 to 54,000, and that's before taxes are taken out. So after taxes, you're looking at like what, 40, 42. So what this is limiting the amount of influence that these super PACs and these super rich people have, right? Limiting that so that way they can stop putting making everything easier on them and harder on us.
Okay, because I feel like people are stuck on.
Go ahead, Gibbs.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Clay, just real quick. Here's my thing, Avery. I understand what you're saying, and you're saying it's like a disproportionate power that the average person can't catch up, right? And that's kind of why earlier I was talking about co-ops, and I was talking about like how AI is allowing us, and there's like all the tech is allowing us to like offset that with like cheap.
I've never heard of that up until now.
Sure. Right, and it's pretty new. It's pretty new, but like, and that's fair. But the other thing is though, is I also want to say you have to be careful. Because it's always easy to look at things from like your perspective, right? And like my perspective, and I'm going to be open, is hey, whatever's best for Papa. But the part of that is trying to look out where things could go wrong for Papa, right? And so say I lost all my money tomorrow, I'd be in your boat, right? I'd be sad. I'd be, man, I can't influence the way I could with my money. However, you just told me you just got out of debt a little bit ago, right? You out of debt, you got a home.
Well, I'm still working on it, but I'm almost done. I'm on my way out.
Right, yeah, but the point is you're on the upswing now. Now, how imagine another 5 years? Do you want to cut yourself off of the kneecaps now and get rid of a resource that you can use when you do have 10 grand lying around? Maybe not even 10 grand, 1,000. Like, what if maybe you use targeted spending, but instead of like going and like donating to a senator race, you go donate for like a city comptroller, right, or like a county comptroller or something. Like, so you could use your money like more like efficiently or strategically as you get it. I hesitate to go, hey, just because it's disproportionate right now, let's cut the legs out from people that are like coming up. The whole part of America is the American dream. And what if my kids are rich? Do I want my kids not to have that tool? This is something I worry about whenever I hear this argument for like the everyman.
I think that we're having a conflict here between should the vote count or should money count in politics? And I think what you're saying is money should count. And I think what Avery is saying and what I agree with is that the people's vote should count.
Yeah,
and
both count. People's vote above money every time. Every fucking time.
When money to this extent is allowed into politics, you can pick the pool of that people are allowed to vote for. The people with the money to contribute are the people who choose who you're going to be offered as the options for the election. So they're controlling.
That's on purpose. That's on purpose, right? That's why the Constitution is set up that way. The whole point is you want someone who's been successful to be
small
elected,
businesses
not someone
and
that's broke.
medium-sized businesses are going out of business because corporations can control things to the extent that we're losing the middle class. We're really, really quickly losing the middle class, and people's lives don't matter as much as the bottom dollar. It's democracy is not serving people; it's serving corporations at this point, and it's putting the rest of us out of business, and it's making the quality of life that most of us have drop drastically. We're valuing the lives of corporation, which is profit. That's the lifeblood of a corporation is profit, over the actual lives of human beings. And when you allow people with a lot of money, the 1%, so to speak, to outweigh the vote of the 99 other percent, that's not cool. When the people,
but it's not the money that's doing that; it's what they're doing with the money, right? Like, so if they buy a bunch of ads, they can influence a bunch of people, right? That, like, why should you not? Okay, what's the difference between a commercial? Do you have a problem with commercial, like in general? Just
That was my wife spitting that fucking fire.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. No, I mean, I don't disagree with like the problems you're at. I think the issue is I disagree why the middle class is disappearing. I think it's disappearing because we've been to a service gig industry and we got away from manufacturing. That's why I was in favor of some of the tariffs. I know that's controversial. That's why I've been in favor of a lot of these other Trump policies that are bringing manufacturing back. However, I think that's why middle class has gone away. Not so much the corporations. I think corporations get an unfair rep. Like when it comes to this, I think that like money is actually a good thing. There's no difference between a political ad and a commercial. Right? Like, why should I not be able to do that? Other than, oh, these people have a disadvantage because I don't have that money.
Able to do that everywhere but politics.
Why?
Because politics is supposed to represent everyone, not just the rich.
No, it's not. That's not how the Constitution is designed. The Constitution purposely makes it so that you have people that are successful outside of politics, the business leaders, the landowners, the people that have created multiple corporations, the people that are lawyers, the people that have doctors. These people are supposed to make enough money to go to Congress. And then this is the real issue, I think, is not the lobbying, is that they're able to be paid for on a congressional salaries. We should get rid of congressional salaries. And then the people that are in there in office, and it's going to be the people that are successful outside of there, and then can go to office and then push that expertise forward. Now, what we've done instead is we've raised this so every Tom, Dick, and Sally can make a career out of being a politician, and that's a bigger issue, I think, than what y'all are describing. In fact, I think we should become more oligarchish.
I don't think it's a bigger issue. I think it's also an issue.
Sure, I mean,
corporations killing the middle class sound like a big issue to me, and whoever said it sounds like they were correct. I mean, right? But nowadays, you get these big ass corporations and they pay their people what the hell they want, as opposed to you being able to earn a living wage and all that.
Yep.
Yeah, but why are some of the most successful companies the ones that pay their people the best, like HEB, for example?
But the average company,
HEB is a great company. The average, exactly. The average company is fucking horrible.
Walmart,
Chick-fil-A, they pay their people like shit. I've worked for Chick-fil-A. They pay you like shit. I don't know how it is now. But when I was there, they paid you like fucking shit, dude. It's a shitty fucking company.
The Walmart employees say they get paid like shit too.
Well, it depends on how they.
No, Walmart, they make good amount of money.
They also have a bunch of like programs for you, like if you want to like move up or you want to get school from them, and they're like real big on that because it's a write-off for them. Why wouldn't they do that?
What do you think how much money you'd have to make now in order to be like the old days in the 50s where you can have what was it called, a minimum wage, and you can still afford, apartments and shit? How much you think minimum wage would have to be now to keep up with what it bought back in, I don't know, 50s and 60s?
We shouldn't have minimum wage. That's a big issue right there. That's part of the reason why prices keep going up is minimum wage.
I wish I could remember. I think they said it had to start at $68 for minimum wage for you to actually be able to afford the cost of living.
Bro,
that's insanity because
I'm closing all my businesses tomorrow.
Yeah, that's insane.
Every business I own.
That's absolutely insanity. You can literally. This also depends on where you live at, what state you live in, and all that. But in Texas, you can effectively live by yourself on $14 an hour if you budget it properly. Now, you're not really going to be saving anything. You're going to be on public transportation, but you're going to be able to just barely keep your head above water.
Right. And Texas is considered, decent housing market, cheap shit.
Yeah. You can buy a 2-bedroom house here. Maybe not brand new. Maybe needs to be a little bit fixed up for like $120,000. Just depends on the area.
Let me close the hypothetical since we're kind of off in the weeds a little bit. All right, let's just say tomorrow,
$68 an
Walmart-
hour is insanity.
They decided they wanted to be a country, and they decided they hired a PMC and they took over Somalia, which is a failed state. Would the average person's life, being a citizen employee of Walmart in Somalia, be better than it would be as now over there? You tell me which one do you think is
Who
better.
took over Somalia? That's the only part I missed.
I would say technically it would be
This is
better.
purely
had to
hypothetical,
take it over, or did
Joe.
the
Joe, this is a
military help?
hypothetical. This
I know.
is
In the
Joe.
hypothetical, did the Walmart employees have
Yeah,
to
they bought
fight
a military.
themselves? Or the military
Violence
helped
took
them?
over. Yeah, they bought a military. They
Okay.
hired all the mercenaries.
BlackRock, I'm gonna put in my head. They
sure,
bought BlackRock.
Palantir, whoever.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They bought somebody. They took over Somalia, and they said everybody's a citizen employee. Do you think the average person in Somalia's life would improve or get worse?
That's not a horrible question. Good, Gibbs. That's a good one, actually. Right? That's a good one.
Well, because I think that the next evolution, here's my theory, Kraft, and you're getting a Gibbs exclusive.
It's corporatism.
Is going to be a corporate country when we go and colonize planets and series and
Well-
shit. They're going to sit here they're going to colonize it. You're going to have someone like Exxon do the mining, and then after they mined it out and they got all the infrastructure, what they're going to do is going to turn it into a free market where they own the asteroid, but they allow other corporations to come in there and sell, and then they create their own banking laws and own currency so that they sit there and do it, and then they're going to use this. This is what's going to be happening in the future, guys.
Sound like you
I'm
saying
telling
it
you,
makes it worse,
He's actually kind of
Describing history.
right on this.
it's going to be corporations going to be doing it directly. They're going to cut out the middleman.
Sound like you saying it makes it worse then if Walmart takes over Somalia.
I'm sure it'll be better.
Well, at least the corporations taking over everything.
problem-
That sounds like a horrible.
problem is-
nightmare.
The problem is right now is the system works when we put good people in the right places. The problem is that we lack the ability to put good people in those fucking places.
The problem is there's no such thing. How can you put a good person, make him a cop or a politician? If he gets big enough, he's got to be a shitty person, or else he's ineffective, right? The goodest
There's no such
person
thing as a
cannot
good
be
person. There's only levels of bad. We're all bad.
That's what she said. Is he big enough?
Yeah, that I like how that comment.
I was thinking that.
I like how that comment came out of the guy who was just basically, if anybody's ever seen V, he's like, yeah, I know the snake people are eating us, but I'm on Team Snake.
Hey, listen, you want to be on the winning team, don't you? I'm just saying, it's better to be on Team Snake and eat people than getting eaten, isn't it? I bet. You know.
The moral lesson should maybe not come from Team Snake guy.
So I'm curious.
I need money to buy butter. Please. I just want to rub butter on her.
Yeah.
So
I just
want to rub butter on her.
The talking titty.
I'm just saying there is no morality. It's all nightmare. Right?
Avery or Ben, how much money can a corporation or a super PAC donate to a candidate?
Shouldn't be anything.
A super PAC, it could be anything. And this is where the problem comes
Really?
in. Yeah, so these corporations can give whatever they fucking
So the
want.
corporations and the super PACs, they can give money to candidates?
They do it all the time.
No.
I see you spin.
APAC
I see
is
you
fucking
willy bastard.
No.
APAC spent what, 20 million?
So this is the way this works. And I knew that this I knew I had to ask this question. So there is no money, no amount of money, $0 that super PACs can actually give to an actual candidate or their like political campaign. That's a separate thing. You do understand that, right?
No, but I'm waiting.
You do understand that Thomas Massey just lost an election, even though he was a very popular candidate to some guy nobody ever heard of.
That's cool.
Weirdly, super PACs like APAC spent fucking $46 million on a fucking election.
So why don't you just ban
totally
ban
more?
PACs? Why don't you just ban PACs? Period.
I'm
Let's
not
ban
going
PACs
back
and let's
to
ban the
advocating
corporation
for the
together.
$10,000.
Ban corporations altogether. No more corporations. And no
I
more
totally
PACs,
agree.
guys.
Ban
That's right. No
corporations.
more business at all.
Google says APAC paying everybody,
Have
especially the
business.
Republicans.
So
Still
this
gonna
is
be
this is the way
business with
it
individual
actually
business
works.
owners.
Hey, listen,
guys.
APAC, if you're giving out checks, I'll take one. Go ahead,
They
pass on over
don't
here.
give money. You cannot
Eat them, eat
legally
them.
get money. A candidate cannot legally accept money from these organizations.
I think
Those
you're on some
kilos are expensive,
technicality
man. Come on.
bullshit, right? Give us the shit, Clay, because we know
I don't
that they
understand why you
donate.
think.
Hold on,
land
let
the
me ask the
plane.
question.
If
Let me ask the
I
question.
run an ad,
cool.
if I run an
Clay's
ad,
dumbass
listen,
said corporate said companies go to
personally
heaven.
if I run an ad
anything
for
at this
look, if
point.
I run an ad for the
He's on
candidate
full
that I
tilt.
like, you're telling me essentially at this point, if
You're
I
bored as
run an
shit.
ad for the candidate that I like in the newspaper or on TV, I can
Wanna
only
run my name over
spend
there?
a certain amount of money on that. I can only spend $10,000. That means I can't run it on certain places. Like I can't even look if I like a candidate.
No
okay?
Super Bowl ad for Clay.
Yeah, no Super Bowl ads for sure. You can't run them on Fox at all because Fox is going to be expensive. ABC maybe, I don't know. NBC, no, they're probably not going to run your ad, bro. You spend way more money on ads than you would possibly imagine. Okay, especially at a national level, right? So what you're telling me is that we're just basically not going to run ads for any candidate ever.
That's not what
ever.
I'm saying. Hold on, and please let me talk. All right. What I'm
for it.
saying is the individual cannot donate more than 10 grand. How that political like when they donate to a political campaign, how that political campaign uses their money is different. So if that political campaign wants to spend $2 million on ads, then they can because the people donated money to them for that.
Okay, so then what's your problem with people donating that money? I don't understand. So the candidate doesn't get the money.
They got it on here, Clay, exactly how much each candidate got from APAC. And they got their names in their pictures: 29,000, 106,000, 30,000, 63,000, and it goes on and on.
No, the candidate did not get the money.
How this shit works.
The candidate did not get the money. You're retarded. If that was the case, then that company
definitely
would be in
one
jail.
of us is retarded, Clay.
Oh my
Definitely.
God. Really, you just don't.
Clay, help me out, Clay, without all the
Cray.
insults and stuff. Help me understand how
So the
come
way it works-
hold on, please let me ask the question. You're excited right now. How come is it that every newspaper, news source, and everybody says that even fucking everybody agrees that Apex gives money to these politicians? Please explain how it is you're right and everyone else is wrong.
Okay, it's 100% illegal.
You didn't help me out there.
$1.
So then
one
where are they
penny
getting all that money?
goes to a candidate. It's illegal. They will go to jail.
So all these people are lying. APAC is not
They
donating money to
cannot
the
give
candidates.
the money to the candidate. That's what I'm telling you.
They give it to the campaign. He's trying to play word games.
Exactly. I was trying to get him to
what
say
I'm
it.
telling you
He's
is you're
being a jackass trying to win by playing word games. He's like trying to do
as
like
if the
sensible shit.
candidate themselves.
Like it makes him look smart.
No, you're
I know.
pretending as if the candidate.
It was the dumbest.
Oh, I'm
little
sorry. I didn't realize that I wasn't answering.
Now he mad. He gonna yell
Go ahead
over
and
you.
talk over me.
Yeah.
Do exactly
Yeah.
what the fuck you
He
told
said
me that I
companies
should
go to
do.
heaven,
Go ahead
dude.
and talk
That's
over
some-
me.
that's some
exactly how
crazy
you
shit,
get things
right?
worked out. Of course. How was I so stupid to
said that
realize
shit
that
with his
Ben
mouth.
had it all together all in Listen, the candidate cannot accept the money. What you're pretending is that all of a sudden the law is different. Okay? Which candidate received more than $10,000?
I just named a bunch of them. Somebody had $957,000
Can you
from
name the
APAC
person?
alone. Yes,
Can you
it's
name
still
the
up here
person?
on one of my other phones.
Name
Hold
one
on.
person, one candidate who received money.
Clay, are you talking about the candidate or their
He's trying to play this word game where
It's not a word game. See, here's the
where
thing.
he
It's the
pretends like
law.
anybody's
You're
talking
pretending
about
as
their
if the law is
candidate
not
or the
something else.
and not
campaign.
to their campaign.
Are
You're
you
pretending
talking
Right.
as if
about
the
the
Some of
candidate or the
these-
this
campaign?
other
Okay.
thing.
Word
This
game
is
to
the
be
people
his
who
ass
It's not a
track
word
the
game.
APAC
You're
tracker.
pretending
Tommy,
that the law
Clay,
is something
Clay,
that's
answer
not.
the question. Clay, answer the
Hilarious.
question. Is it
No.
to the individual
No, I'm
candidate
game.
or the campaign?
Question, bro. I can't hear a fucking question when Ben's talking.
Is it to the individual, right, or the individual candidate? Is it directly to them or is it to their campaign?
Very
That
good.
directly supports them.
Can
Oh
they
my
give
God,
money
bro.
to the campaign, Clay?
Wow. This
Yes
shit's
or no?
retarded.
Yes or
Okay,
no?
bro. Let me ask you something. You wear
Answer the
a white
question.
You don't want to answer his question before
Answer
you
the
ask one?
question.
Bro, I just asked you that question, and for some reason, you couldn't fucking tell me.
Clay, can they give money to the campaign?
You thought that the candidate actually got the money, didn't you?
You're
No, I
right,
didn't. I
Balderson.
was talking about the campaign the whole fucking time.
No, you weren't.
Everybody
no,
was.
I'm not
You were
making
talking
you
about
think
the
about their
campaign,
pocket.
Clay.
Wait a minute, hold on.
No,
Everyone
I got
knows,
it.
Clay.
No,
let
dude.
me roll it back. Let me roll it back. Did I not hear you say that these corporations and these
I'm talking
super
about the
PACs
campaign.
should not be able to donate more than $10,000 to a candidate?
Their
I know that's what the
campaigns,
fuck
yes.
I heard.
That I meant campaign.
Well,
Everybody meant that. They knew that.
Yeah,
He's playing
dude,
a word
come on,
game to
man.
try
Oh,
to
now
get
you meant
people
campaign.
out.
Now you meant campaign.
He looks real stupid here, and he's being a
poor
baby.
You poor baby.
It's
I'm
fucking
sorry.
hilarious.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you were just
All
fucking retarded.
corporations go to hell.
Okay, so since we're talking on the same page here and we know the law, okay?
You're
Since
muted,
we actually
rookie.
know what the law is, since we're actually on the same page, since the law is the law is the law is the law, which candidate has received actual money?
Are you talking about to their
Which one?
campaign or individual?
Which candidate? Which candidate? Oh shit, my camera just went out. I gotta
Trump.
go out and come back in. I gotta go out
Trump,
and come back.
by the way, received actual money. That Trump coin bullshit.
Dude, and he's pretending like the campaign doesn't pay for their lavish living and do
Yeah,
all this
exactly.
for
It's a dumb argument,
I
right?
ironically bought one Trump coin just so I could say I have one and watch all everybody
I
freak
dig
out.
it.
It's
How much is it worth, Gabe?
Tax write-off.
Cash for the cause. Keep the show going, people. Spare a little. Anything helps. Spare change. Come on, pop it in. The bucket's right here. Feel the burn.
Yeah, it's not worth shit last time I looked, but I have
What
one.
happened to his eyeball?
Spend
At least
his,
it wasn't hot coin.
Today, baby.
At least-
$1.85. Let's go.
At least it
Spin is
wasn't
the
hot
name.
coin.
Is your name related to the chair spin?
Actually,
Like the chair spins?
Angry, I want to know what your opinion on this is. Seeing as how you're the host.
We can't hear you if
You
you're
can't-
talking.
What?
You're muted. I said I want to know what your opinion on this is, seeing as how you're the host. Because it's really just been me, Balderson, and now this guy going back and forth on this for like the last 30 minutes.
It's good. I mean, I do like the bickering and the arguing and the
I like the bickering.
yes.
I mean, like,
wait,
which-
wait,
He
Avery,
loves
I got
bickering.
something for you. He's back. You can argue some more.
So, Clay, look, I might have
rage quit, not rage
misspoken.
quit.
I'm not over here thinking that these super PACs are donating into these directly into these
Fair
politicians'
enough.
pockets. When I said when I meant that they're donating the money, I meant the campaign. I apologize. I want to clear that up. I'm not thinking they're
Fair
just
enough.
giving them cash and it's going into their pocket.
Okay, fair enough.
He
Well,
knew
then-
that. He was being
Okay,
an
so then
asshole.
in that case, now I really am fucking pissed off at you because what you're doing is you're telling me that I can't run ads.
I'm not saying that you can't run ads.
Yeah, you are. 100%.
How am I
Not if
telling
it's
you that,
anything over
Tom?
10,000.
How am I
Not if it's
telling
anything
you
over
that?
10,000.
How am I telling you that?
Because you're telling me anything over 10,000 I can't run an ad.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not. I'm saying anything. You can't donate more than $10,000 to a political campaign.
You do understand
That's
how
what I'm
media
saying.
works,
Well, every
right?
somebody
You don't
would
you
donate.
understand
Yes,
how
I
the press
know.
works.
I know how it works.
Yeah, so then it's very expensive to
Then
run
that
ads.
campaign can then run ads for themselves.
That's
Can they
what
give
it gets
that?
super
Can they
PACs.
get? Can they
Apparently they
donate
get around that.
10,000 to a volunteer organization?
To a volunteer organization. I mean, as long
No,
as it has nothing to do with
organization, sir.
organization.
Organization, yes.
What the fuck's a organization?
Think about it.
What the fuck do you-
Organization.
It's like a prostitution ring. Is that what you're telling me? Look, when it comes to politics, yes, I think there should be a cap on how much you should donate to political campaigns. I'm not saying that you should limit the amount of money you donate to fucking charity. I'm not
That's a
saying
political
that.
campaign.
Donating to charity is a political.
Yes.
Donating money to St. Jude's Children's Hospital is a
Yeah, it's
political campaign.
100% political.
Yes, it's a
How?
501c3. It's like the Shriners. It's like the Shriners Hospital. It is a not-for-profit
hospital.
This
Do
shit
you
don't make
know
it
how much?
political.
Wait a minute.
It's a
Wait a minute.
business.
Wait a minute.
How does that make it political?
It's a business.
Yeah.
It's a
Business
business.
doesn't mean political, guys. Don't
Yeah,
act
it
like they're
does.
interchangeable.
I'm not. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Wait a
I'm
minute.
not.
Wait. Clay.
I'm not advocating like you can't donate
Yeah,
your
so
money
the way-
to help people.
Hold
Like, I'm not-
the
I'm not-
fuck on. Clay, how is a business a political?
I can run you through it real quick. Essentially, the way businesses work is it has bylaws and rules and regulations. Okay, there is nothing about a business that is not political.
Okay, I get it now because it has a board of directors, a president, a vice president, CEO.
My corner store doesn't have all that, and it's a business.
Yes, it does.
Hold on 1 second, guys. We have money on the table. Irvin Vasquez comes in with the big five. I believe that's over on the Benjamin Balderson channel. Here's some words of wisdom. Losers blame others in order to feel better, but winners blame themselves in order to get better. Any thoughts, gentlemen and
Yes,
ladies?
I like it. Yes.
Solid.
Losers blame other people. It keeps them comfortable. I absolutely agree, and they can never change that. That's the second part of your statement. Yeah. I like
Grab it hard, says
goes up
Clay.
all the
Oh,
time.
Clay,
Clay
you're
messes
grabbing it too hard.
I lost
blame
it
the
a long-
masculine.
This is not me losing it. I already lost it a long time ago. Sorry.
the business, Clay,
has
Spence,
lucid
on them. You
moments.
were explaining to me how my corner store is political.
Your corners, okay. Listen, dum dum. Your corner store, if it is an LLC or a corporation or a sole proprietorship, like me, is I own it. I make all the decisions. So I do not have a board of directors. If I would have went to an LLC or a limited liability company or a corporation, oh God! Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah.
Yeah,
That was me, Sarah. I said somebody's grabbing it too hard.
Oh, Lord. Here's the thing: is if the only way a business cannot be political or have a political tie is if you're a sole proprietorship. Okay.
So I think you're saying that a business can not be political. That's a thing. Yeah.
He's talking about business structure.
Wait a minute.
He's like overlaying business structure onto politics, which I agree.
Yeah.
They function in the same way some places.
Yes.
That doesn't make businesses political. It's
Yeah, they
silly. If they,
Yes,
if there's,
that would
it's
be
a
so
specifically a
insincere.
political business,
Fair
like
enough.
the
That's his
RNC.
leap.
The
Okay.
RNC is a political business.
Can I?
The fucking
Yeah, like,
Shriners is
Can I
not.
expound?
Yeah.
Can
The
I
super
can I
bad
expound?
faith is that
Because
your
you
leap.
need to understand, right?
And
if
we
I'm
are going
correct,
to take
if
a
I'm
break. I
correct,
want to see.
then
I
you need
want to
to
see
understand.
nothing but tomatoes in the chat. Sarah, the raging tomato, is in the chat. I may be able to twist her arm to come up and talk about grabbing things hard. So, tomatoes
Sarah.
in the chat.
She's fitting to come up here.
Tomatoes in the
Tomatoes.
chat
Are you gonna grab her
for
arm real
Sarah, the
hard?
raging
Like
tomato.
grab
Yeah,
Now I
that's my
understand.
old
Hold on,
ex-girlfriend.
hold on. Now I understand why Spin's in the wheelchair. It's supposed to be grabbing hard things, and then
Oh my God.
he got confused.
Good,
He's been
Toasty.
crippled ever since.
Look,
Go ahead.
so your bylaws,
ahead,
your
Ben.
rules within
Go
your
ahead.
business still must function under the structure of governance that exists within the governance of your small business administration within your state. And then on that state level, there's that. And then it must also function within the regulations of the federal government. It
How
does
does it
not
make it
exist on an
political?
island out on its own. So
Doesn't
what
make
you
it
need to be
political.
able to do, hold on. Don't just start talking over me. This is not how it
You
works.
do it to
If you
us.
Oh,
want to hear
just
me,
get
you
to
have
the
to stop
point, man.
talking.
Stop
This is
educating
exactly
a
the
nigga on
problem
shit
that you
they
ran
already
into
know.
over on Sarah's panel the other day.
You like a business works when you go to the store and open
business
your
works
key.
only
We know
if you
these
follow
things.
the
How is that
law.
political?
The law. I am the law. Anyway, so
fucking CFW still texting me, Clay.
Stop
By the
it.
way,
I know. She got into it. Okay. Anyway, so look, what you need to be able to do as a small business owner or an individual who is a sole proprietor, as Spin pointed out, is to be able to quote unquote lobby your politicians so that you can make sure that they don't put so many regulations.
I know
on
my guy
business
on the corner.
that-
He's never donated a nickel
Oh my
to a
God!
politician.
Did you not
Do you have
stop to
another
think
one?
that I was still talking?
Clearly, I did when I erupted you. I knew you were still
I
talking.
knew that. Yeah, I knew
My
that you
guy
were
has never
being an
donated. I
asshole.
know
Okay,
him
go ahead, Joe.
personal. He's
Explain
an
to me what I was
Arab.
gonna say.
He don't
Just tell
like
me exactly what the
politicians.
fuck I was gonna
He's
say.
never
Tell me.
donated.
Exactly. Or
So
actually,
how is
better
he
yet,
political?
Actually, what you really should do is just ask me 10 questions and
You gotta
then
do it,
wait for
Spin.
me to answer it. And then as soon as I can speak, just go ahead and ask another one.
Yeah, I'd rather see you, bro.
God.
Go ahead, Joe. Ask 10 questions and then wait for me to speak and ask another
How
one.
does that bitch have any?
My
face
guy
up
does
there?
not donate. I know him. His name's Muhammad. He hates donating to politicians. So how is he political? Continue.
Ooh, I do need to make a clay spur.
But you know what? You know what would be a great one?
Brilliant, Sarah.
I'll give
Clay
you
and
one.
spray.
You need
That's his
one
emoji.
of a piece of clay that gets either smashed against the wall or a brick that gets smashed against the wall.
Give me about
Clay,
5 minutes and I will facilitate this.
Clay, I just find it. I find it crazy that you're
$15,
comparing.
folks.
donating
Hold
like
on 1
St.
second.
Jude.
Hold on 1 second. Toasty, you're going in the back a second.
Security, it needs
Security,
to be.
we need a AI video of Clay hitting the cement.
But also emoji thing that I can download and I'll put it in my member section so the members can give the clay spur emoji.
I will make that happen.
It just it blows my mind that you're making the comparison of donating 10 grand to like St. Jude's or Shriners, and you're saying it's the same thing as donating to a political campaign.
Why?
Please explain to me how those two things compare.
Because
Like, I
cancer
don't-
is political. That's
Yes.
right.
Yes.
And Irving Vasquez comes in
Politics is the
with
new
big
religion.
two.
What?
And
Politics
Irving
is the new religion.
Vasquez, I think I'm talking. Sorry, Sarah. Ripped it. Coined it. Irving Vasquez comes in with the big two and says he ripped into his butt so hard he cured scoliosis, or he cured scoliosis. What the fuck?
That's why I was laughing so hard. That was good.
Oh shit. And then the raging tomato Sarah, our beloved friend, says if Gibbs is suddenly the quietest person on the panel, I'm concerned. Gibbs, what says you, sir?
I was supposed to be gone hours ago,
all night,
and I've been here the whole time. You know, listen. I'm just recovering from illness. We gotta take breaks from yelling at y'all.
Yeah, that's because Gibbs has been trying to go at it with me, and he came out with the Macho Man bullshit. But I Goldberg speared his ass every time.
Listen,
Like,
you sell sunglasses, I sell tickets.
After I picked that fat ass all the way up and jackhammered it right into the ground.
Listen, I don't want to hear nothing out of you. I'm the Rolex wearing, limousine riding, jet flying, kids stealing, wheeling dealing, whoop, son of a gun, and you ain't got nothing on Bubba Gibbs, all right? I don't want to hear nothing.
I'll tell you, Avery, exactly why. It's because our country is going to shit, and as soon as you start limiting me from being able to donate basically as much money as I want to be able to donate to the candidate of my choice, you've essentially stifled my ability to make the change that I want to make.
How, when the average American can't even donate that much money?
Well, I'm sorry that the average American's a brokey.
Give a word for that in video games. It's called skill issue.
I hear you guys talking about a bunch of shit I have no idea about.
What's up, Trev? Man, I ain't seen you in a minute.
I know most people don't see me anyway.
Are controlled by foreign interests. You're concerned?
I do have a problem with that. I have a problem with that.
Hold on 1 second, Clay. I apologize. Joe Cool, did you just come on another phone? What do I need to do?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, swapping.
Okay.
Just
Hold on.
Should be the.
I don't know. I don't know how to do that. Ben.
The grayer avatar.
Oh, okay.
All right, Spin. Here you go.
There he is.
He knows I love
You did
this
that
shit.
well, Clay. Thank
Now
you.
we
You
need.
did that well.
Wait a minute, Trippy.
Yeah.
We need the actual Trippy cam with the horn tonight. We need the
I'm
horn
going for it.
depressed.
I gotta fix something. My super tip thing broke.
Oh shit!
That's not
Yeah, my
good.
tip broke. I gotta.
That's
Because
not
like when
good
I
at
first
all.
got it, right? Like when I first got it, I used to stick it in everything, right?
Yeah.
And then one
That's
day I
what she
stuck it
said.
in the dirt, and the tip snapped off.
Sorry,
I just
Trippy.
stuck
Had
it
to get
right
you.
the
These
next-
are real problems.
Just
like,
to
dude,
be
I
clear-
would run around in the woods, and I'd be
It's
like, "Ooh, a
happened to us
tree
all.
with a hole in it."
It's
be
happened
clear,
to us all, Trippy. Don't worry.
I
Don't feel
do have a problem, Miss Balderson. Yes, 100%. I do not think one single ounce of foreign money, one single penny, should ever go to a single candidate ever. One of these things is not like the other, right? So, I do
Clay,
believe.
let me give you some pushback.
Then why is APEC okay?
I'm not saying APAC is okay.
What about
Because
BPAC?
we're washing our money over there. It's really our money coming back to us. I'm just saying.
That's kind of a good point, but no.
And some
I'm
ways-
not down with a foreign cent.
We got interest in those companies, right, Clay? You know, suddenly, you know, they got businesses and Toyota factories and shit. Why shouldn't they be able to donate to somebody? Because their life depends on it the same way yours does.
No. Their
The
lives
fourth
over
Wiseman.
there
The fourth Wiseman comes in with the big 5-0. The big 5-0. Here, I just made it up for the broke America. Hi, everyone.
In fact,
Good
I
to
would
see
say-
you all.
I would say that my
Good
stance on- good to see you,
afternoon,
Fourth.
good evening, Mr. Fourth Wiseman, keeping the stream alive. Clay, back to you, sir.
Yeah, so my stance on it would be if even one single foreign account is seen as like being transferred from into a single campaign fund for any candidate the candidate didn't do it, right? But those instances, wherever that came from, those should be seen as essentially what's sedition, right? It's not sedition. It's the no.
So
Is it?
let me
is it-
give you
is it
another.
sedition.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm too stuck for that
Foreign
conversation.
influence.
Don't ask me vocabulary words that I don't remember from high school.
I think we should go after those people. For
Okay,
sure.
but now let's go to local. You have your whatever county you're in. That is a corporation. The county of Clay.
Yeah, Bernalillo. Bernalillo.
What if your county decides that with some of their funds they're going to fund a new sheriff that will go ahead and back up what some of the corrupt people in your local government want to do? They're a corporation. They should have a say.
So can you kind of clarify that a little bit for me?
I'm having a tough time still with you thinking that a corporation should have the same rights as a human being. So your city and your county are both corporations. Should they be allowed to then influence votes that are going to benefit those people that are in power within your county?
No, that's again, so I'm
That's
not
kind of
saying
slick. I like that.
I
So
didn't
I'm
do
not-
nothing, guys.
I'm not saying that a government corporation is the same as a private corporation either.
Okay, but you also just said though that all corporations are political. So
Yeah, I would agree with that.
She was listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking trippy.
difference then.
Right.
So I'll tell
I
you the
know.
difference. The difference is so
Trippy, I think we need
difference
some
between-
Fago and baby oil now.
Oh man,
Oh God!
Come out there, Diddy.
I got both.
You trying
I
to
got both.
grease everybody up?
What's the GSB at, Diddy Jr.? Come out.
I'm sorry.
government-
I'm sorry, Clay.
Quiet
Go
down over
ahead.
there, Gib.
No, it's fine. The government corporations must apply for a charter,
I hope he's dead.
whereas the private corporations don't.
But
They
that's
still have
irrelevant to
to-
our point.
It wasn't me.
I'm sorry.
Who's this guy?
That's irrelevant to her point.
I can't. I couldn't hear
Yeah.
you.
They still file a charter with the city, the state, or the Fed, wherever they're registered as a corporation. But
Yeah.
the point is,
it's a government corporation, not the same as a private corporation.
it's still a business. It's
Yeah.
still not a human being. It still does not have a soul.
Okay, and
it doesn't have a soul. Businesses, they've been
hold
doing
on.
that shit lately. They're
Define
like, we're a
a soul.
private business. YouTube
Yeah,
tries
what
that
if it's an
shit.
AI that's running it? Could the AI corporation have a
annoying.
soul if it like gains sentience?
That sounds
These are
terrifying.
questions. Yeah.
AI souls.
so essentially, like it's like this. Okay, so I own a company, right? I'm the sole owner of a company,
Oh,
right?
God.
Regardless of whether
Again?
other people are involved in the politics of the structure, right? I'm the sole owner. Okay, I say
You get a-
I
you
want
get a
some.
vote as an individual. You don't
No,
get one as an
I don't
individual
wanna
and
vote.
the
I don't-
business.
I've never once said that corporations should vote. This is actually what me and Ben were arguing about because he was trying to get me on the
wait a
vote
second.
thing,
Wait a
and I said,
second.
no,
You guys are
no.
arguing
Wait a
about,
second.
One of these
honestly.
things is not like the
Corporations.
other.
Clay, let me ask something really quickly. In corporations, when they have their corporate meetings or partners, as I will say, don't they have a say, or the partners, or the CEO, the president, all that other stuff? Yeah, Trippy, absolutely.
The stock owners.
Well, this is Novastar's favorite of my little gizmos that I have. Hi, Novastar.
Hi.
She likes this one a lot.
Don't
She
they?
helped design it.
Doesn't they have a say?
I did.
Don't they have a say in something?
Clay, I remember when Spin said he wanted to play with a big black dong somewhere.
Oh God, I am not even going there. The
Yeah,
storm,
you
if
called
would
me
like-
yesterday,
Hold on,
Spin.
2 seconds. I got to do some housekeeping. I got to do some housekeeping. The storm, I know you're backstage. If you would like to come up, I need to see your camera. You do not have to be on camera. Oh, never
Sorry.
mind. They left. And the fourth wise man comes in with the Big Ten and says, "Damn, Clay, you said that no one should fund candidates. I thought my donos were for all of you presidential runners."
That's right.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. So essentially, what these people are saying now is that Fourth Wiseman can only donate X amount.
YouTube
To a politician?
$500.
Yeah. To
I
a
vote
political campaign, yes.
I
To a
vote
You think
political
that's a
campaign,
bad
yes.
idea, Clay? You think it's a bad idea?
I vote Sarah. Okay, you guys
Cool.
want to look?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
and the
because you
max you can
remember.
give her is 10
I
grand.
vote
Cool.
Sarah.
What's
and
the problem with that?
I think Fourth Wiseman should be able to
What is
donate
the
as
problem with
much
that?
money as he wants to the corporation of his choice in order to form a more perfect union, because she does a really good job, and that happens to be the corporation that is YouTube. And this is
He
the way
should-
that
Well, I guess
the
we'll
funding
form-
happens.
Do that to a corporation, but not to
I'm
multiple.
using it on a
political
small
parties.
scale level. I'm
But
using it
you're
on a small scale.
equating
Oop,
politics
wrong button.
corporations like they're the same. Government
not.
is a corporation, but not
Fourth Wiseman would be
the
the
government
corporation.
is a corporation, but not all corporations are the government.
Correct.
They might have a government within them that governs their rules and regulations. They are not a government of the people. They're a government of that corporation.
Yeah, and so are the super PACs or these campaign funds specifically, right? Those funds are is that like corporate? Is that government?
Say that again.
Is the PAC
She doesn't even know I'm
government?
doing this.
Is the PAC government?
Okay.
The PAC is not
Whoop,
government.
wrong way.
Should not be able to.
All right. Wait, it's this
So
way.
the PAC is not government, okay? This is not a government entity I'm donating to.
They are a. They. What was that? They are a
Going
political
on.
entity. Yeah.
Oh, they're a political entity, but they're not government.
What are? They are trying to influence the government. That's what they're.
Okay, so am I.
Okay.
The whole
Yes,
point of your
but
existence,
So I'm not allowed to have more than $10,000.
and they shouldn't be allowed
that's
to
not
do
what we're
anything.
saying.
Yeah. So
yes,
the
any
packet stuff-
foreign country be allowed to donate as much money and lobby our politicians?
No, I do not like the idea of foreign money coming into this fucking race. And this is me consistent.
AIPAC is foreign
Said
money.
this. Yeah, okay. And I said that every one of those people who donated from a foreign account sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I mean, I don't want to cut you off because it's mainly a joke. The real reason all y'all are mad about AIPAC is not because of who's running it. It's mad because you're not getting your 7K check as a content creator. Let's just be honest. Every one of us here would be like, hell yeah, brother AIPAC, if they came in and was like, here's your 7K check. Don't act like y'all wouldn't.
That is true. If they knew how to.
Not only would I do it, I would put a big sponsored by AIPAC right across the top.
I got my corn, I got my gun.
If they knew how to market, it would be a totally different story. If they knew what they were doing with marketing, what do you think about that, Nova? If they knew what they were doing with marketing, because you're in the industry, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they knew what they were doing with marketing, would they be making a big deal of this? Wouldn't they be taking the money and saying, "Yeah, I'll do the marketing for you"?
Yes, that's why they funnel the money through other corporate entities. To
AIPAC could offer me
the
10
laws, because they can't directly accept that, and they can't be a 501c3. They have to file.
They could offer me 10 million or 100 million. I would not, in any way, shape, or form, ever support AIPAC. Ever.
Well, the rest of us will do it.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, we do have another lady in the back waiting to come up on to the panel. $10 drops any one of the panelists, the ladies, Mr. Balderson and myself, are the only ones that are a no boot. So if anybody would like to do that and swap out,
more boobs.
Does the lady in the back
a $10 dono to Mr. Balderson or anyone on the panel will bring more boobs up, as Sarah says. Back to you, please.
I'm so tired of men being oppressed, man. We need a safe space, man. Where we're not second class.
Fourth Wiseman, that's a hint.
I think there's a space. I think there's a space for that. It's
You're
called.
not
It's,
gay, are you,
I think the
Kevin?
streamer's name's Sagundus. You know that guy, Sagundus?
I don't know that nigga.
Oh, you don't? Well, it's called Sucking These Balls, bitch.
I don't know him. I see where you go.
Look at this. This is the size of my whole cat, Gibbs. It's like the
your whole ass pussy? Yeah.
Thank you, Uncle Dunn.
My cat is like 3 of that cat.
At least.
I think Dexter's at least 2.
She's an adult. She's had multiple sets of kittens.
Their mom, her head was like this big around, like, and it was like solid. She had to be like part something, not just fucking Maine Coon or whatever. But she was like
I
a
could
street
go
cat
around
from
and
Houston.
fuck whoever I want.
Yeah, Spin, I got Sarah right here for you.
And actually, the funny part is I blew a lot of the guys.
Shots fired at Sarah.
You the worst, bro. You the worst.
Bags.
Bye-bye, Joe.
Oh, no.
Hang out in the back. The Storm, welcome to the panel. You need to show that you are a lady so I can, make sure Sarah's money is invested wisely.
Oh, no. We lost our one black guy. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What are we going to do? Oh, my God. We're going to be so racist by tomorrow.
I've been here at least 2 or 3 times already.
Yes, there is my friend. There is my friend. Yeah, sorry, Trippy. You're going right here. Yeah, there you go.
I thought you were going to put me in the back.
Yeah,
Either way.
so cool up there with the ladies in the top row.
Yeah.
Hats off for Sarah for the Big Ten. Sarah, this is just for you. Back to you,
Whoa.
gentlemen.
I had to unmute
rookie.
myself.
Titties on the side of it.
I should probably move my hand.
More boobies. More boobies.
Sarah, you are being paged to the floor. Sarah?
Yes, Sarah. Now you are being paged to the floor by the fourth wise man. Ma'am, you have the link.
She does.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Who? Okay.
She's got big boobs, and I cannot lie.
If Sarah does come in, Avery.
Yeah, I volunteer. I got to get up in like 8 hours, anyways.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Okay.
Joe called the NAACP. You'll be canceled by the AM.
He's lucky he didn't call the SPLC because they're over here funding the Klan. So, you know,
It's
hey.
already the AM, sir.
Everybody knows I'm the president of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee. You still got boobs.
Pull them out and show us spin.
No, she's got a great ass. What are you talking about?
Pop that top, sir. I want to see some spin titty.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
You do a little jig, you know, and do a little dance.
Do a little dance, spread a
Make
little love.
Yeah.
Get down tonight. That's what she said. Joe motherfucking cool. Welcome back, sir.
It's that NAACP threat. Like, you got to
Yeah.
right back up here.
Laugh.
Oh my lord. Whatever, Sarah.
Look at Gib over there just staring at Nova's tits. He's got his whole face up in there. He's like,
Trippy, he needs a little smack in the head, I think.
I'm gonna buy her some nipple things. Hold on, I got it.
Tassels.
Oh, wrong button. I gave you the wrong button.
Gibbs. Oh, Gibbs. You're getting smacked by Trippy.
I see that. Unfortunately, I have a hookah in my hand. I don't want to drop the coal. So
Not hookah.
that would be real bad.
Pew.
Oh,
Pew, pew, pew,
shit.
pew, pew. Pew, pew.
Yeah, I'm
Every
not-
one of them split
Pew,
one
pew.
in each one of your hairs there.
I'm apparently not a pussy guy. I'm a pussy guy. See, obviously.
No, I don't want to point this at you.
Okay, hold
Put that
on,
away.
hold on. Lady, please
Miss
do it for the boys.
Miss
Now,
Balderson, you're being-
I can't see what I'm looking at.
caveat. If I do the ladies' speed date, Sarah has to grace us with her presence for 10 minutes.
Ooh. Dun dun dun.
How you gonna charge her back like that? That's crazy.
Oh,
That's some hard ass
I'm
work.
using Fourth Wiseman's credit, okay? No.
Yeah, I see. That's what it
Speed
works.
date per the lady. Speed date for the ladies. This ought to be
I
good.
think you dropped
Oh
one
my
back.
god. Hey Moon. You're looking mighty fine over there tonight.
I can't hear you.
Oh, shit.
My stuff is messed up.
What? I'm getting blown off here. So much for a speed date. Can you hear me? She can't hear me.
Hear you.
Of course, technical difficulties. It's okay. Go out and come back. It's a spicy meatball mooney ball. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. She'll be back. Ben! Oh, Ben! Please. Oh. Please entertain the lady. Oh, wait. Nope, never mind.
Maybe now
I'm
it
gonna
will
roll,
work.
listen, I am going to roll away and use the
I can hear
restroom.
you.
Fight nicely.
You can't hear Spin.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I said, hey Moon, you're looking mighty fine over there tonight.
Thank you.
Got a
You
nice rack, girl. I think you might be my type. I'm not sure yet. You'd be the first one ever.
Hey, you know, I've been there, done that. We'll do it again.
Oh, you would? Oh, I would be the virgin, honey. You'd have to show me the ropes. We're supposed to do this for the boys, so I'm trying to make it interesting, you know. So
Let's see.
spin.
Yeah, there was that one time at band camp, you know.
What happened with the flute? Tell me. Anything happened with that flute? Oh, look at this guy. Look at it. Sorry, Spin. You said you wanted to get the girls up here for the boys. I mean, what you want me to do? Come on now.
To be fair, no, it was Sarah, the raging tomato, that said you had to do it.
Well, you allowed it, sir.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you were encouraging. Your hands are not clean. Nova like came in. I'm just acting. Joe in the audience goes, Joe, cool. Nova
She
like
paid
came
for
in,
it.
you know,
So
just
she
acting.
paid for it, so we had no control.
Oh. Anyway, so how big are they? Let's compare notes.
Triple letters.
I'm an H cup.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, you got me beat.
What?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Damn. How did I beat this? I didn't think so.
Yeah.
May the force be with us. Well, do we stick our tits in the camera, everyone, or is Sarah coming up? Am I almost done with this? What the fuck? Somebody help me. No. So what are we gonna do on our first date, Moon? Show me the ropes. What are we doing?
I don't know.
I could give some ideas.
Oh God. Another country heard from. Quiet. No lifelines, B. Fletch says. So are we going to a swingers club? Here, I'll be Horn Max. Going to the swing club? Yeah, let's go.
I've actually been to one of those.
Screaming Beagle says, take off my shirt. Well, that would get him canceled, so I can't do that. But I have a bra on, but you know, I'm not doing that. It wouldn't be right. No, we're not doing that. Are you wearing a bra, Moon? Oh, I'm wearing a bra tonight, yeah.
No.
I didn't feel like, you know, two dogs fighting over a ham underneath my shirt for tonight. So, you know, yeah.
Well, it's like a bralette.
Oh, a bralette? Okay. All right. Well, I'm wearing a bra. See? There we go. There you go, everybody. Whoop! Lucky bra, Screaming Beagle says. You're a really talented actor. Joe, that would be bad right now, okay? I can't do that to people's channels. No, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you, God. This is over. Sarah, you bitch, get over here. My fucking mic is all over the place. Wobbly.
Well, we were going back. Now it's just us two again.
My mic's going limp. Anyways. So where do you go, girl? Are we going to the strip club? Okay, God, we done? Shit. Thank you.
I'm gonna need you ladies to
No, I
return
can't hear again.
those stolen hams. Okay,
Hey,
back to the
Spin.
supermarket.
So Spin, when you drop people up and down like that, every time you do that, that's how a person loses their sound. So if she
Then I'll
can't
just
hear,
go back and come back in.
yeah, it come from dropping and pulling motherfuckers up.
See, she's getting all in and out all night, and Star can't even figure out how to eat her pussy. What's going on, Star?
Damn!
Shot.
Shots
I'm
fired.
trying to teach you. I was
You're
telling
right.
you, just
I
start
don't
doing
know
the
how to
alphabet.
do that, and I'm not going to
Just
start.
start doing the alphabet. Right? Joe knows. Joe knows what I'm talking about.
My friend.
Serious.
Joe knows what I'm talking about. He'd be like A, B, C. Do the alphabet.
Oh my God.
I'm just
Yeah,
here
yeah.
for
And
the
then you
show.
go back
for
with
it.
the capitals.
First of all, fucking clown. The alphabet is for amateurs. Okay.
Well,
The
just
you
fourth
don't know
wise
Joe
man,
knows the alphabet.
money on the table, money on the table. The fourth wise man comes in with the Big Ten and says, "Don't use all your credits on hot women, Spin. You've got a presidential campaign to run. Oh, never mind. Boobs are better."
Oh.
They're both political, Spin. They're both.
The alphabet is beginner shit. The really good ones, the ones that are really good, really want to like.
Wait a minute,
get in there and take
wait.
the shit their exes put them through. That's how you know.
How
they're really
does
good.
how are boobs
Taste the
political?
damage.
See,
political.
boobs are
Rick
not
will tell you,
political
I'm
unless
sure.
used in politics. Like when people say they want to fuck AOC. And no, it's gross.
C3s
I can only get so
political.
Now you've got Fourth Wiseman laughing. The Fourth Wiseman says Mike's going limp. Gay Mike.
Yeah, see, that's because Nova, she started giving her microphone arm a little Viagra, and then it got hooked on it. Now it can't stay stiff on its own.
You know what? That's what you need, Trippy, is a bottle of Viagra. You need a bottle of Viagra.
Well,
a bottle.
I never even thought about that because I got no issues downstairs. Yeah.
For Brucey, I know.
You see, we all know when Spin is
Trip, I ain't
erect
never-
because he sits higher up in his chair.
There was actually a time
That's not funny.
sponsored by Blue Chew.
What was Blue Chew?
What?
You remember on Rumble when you were streaming on Rumble, you had to do the announcement for Blue Chew.
I also had a sponsor for Blue Chew at one
did?
point. We had the Admiral Gibbs code, 20% off. I was like, that's right.
Sick.
Oh my God.
I ain't never had no sponsorship. I don't even have
True
anybody
story.
donating to me
It's actually a
most
real
of the fucking time. Hey, people, let's
You
Okay,
damn thing,
all
you
right.
can't even stay erect. Trip.
Ben, make the phone call, sir. Make the phone call.
She's still in the chat. She's still in the chat.
Oh,
I mean,
is
if
she?
she comes up, I'll go ahead and leave.
Credit for the raging tomato.
Oh no,
to
don't
join
throw the
panel.
black guy in the back. You'll be fine.
He wants a menage a trois.
He does. He does. And also, he would like 3 women on the panel.
Clay.
What's Clay doing?
Oh, Clay.
Miss Clay.
You
Oh,
know,
I'm sorry. Yes.
my security guy, he's pretty good with AI. Yeah, he's really good with AI.
I'm working over here. I'm working.
Yeah, well, you know what? You have been subpoenaed, ma'am. You have been subpoenaed
Twice.
It's a boob
twice
break.
now. Twice.
Do it.
It's a boob break.
Just
Sarah.
do it.
Do it.
Clay, my security guy is such wonderful person with AI, and we ask for it. You ask for it.
Ooh, I do.
I'm sorry. I had nothing to do with this.
Well, that was interesting.
I like it. Okay.
I knew Clay was a wrestler with superpowers that could make you keep
Bring
flying.
it on!
Yeah.
Smash! Hulk smash! Clay smash!
Sarah says, if you haven't figured it out yet, peer pressure doesn't work on me. LOL.
Super chat.
Yeah, stop
Yes,
working
though.
for the night, Sarah. Take the night off to join us and be stupid.
Well, wait a minute. The super chats rule.
They do.
Yeah, and if you make me a sandwich in front of it, she'll do anything.
What?
Sarah, I'll grill you a steak, baby. Come here. Sarah's more my
I can
type.
go
She's
around
more-
and
she's
fuck
more
whoever I
aggressive.
want.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. What did you? I think you need to say that again for Sarah.
I said, Sarah, come here and I'll grill you a steak, baby. You know you're more my type. You're the aggressive one. Come here, honey. I'll
She
spank
likes to
your
be
ass
dominated.
later.
on it.
You watch out, okay?
Here.
According to all of the rumors
All
that
right,
I've
no more
listened to.
Sarah. She's on very important shit. No more harassing her
For Sarah
We
right
all-
here.
We all love
Ooh.
you, Sarah.
She's
Oh,
got cat and nine tails.
wait. One more.
Oh my!
Oh, shit.
What'd you do? Just hit your keyboard?
I don't think I can help with that.
Where did it go? Oh, there
I
it
would
goes.
have died
Yeah,
laughing
there
if she
we go.
disconnected from that.
There
Like
we
she
go.
hit the keyboard just right and disconnected.
That would have been funny.
There we go. Meow.
Wow.
There, I'll spank that ass, honey. Come here.
I got 2 cats that live outside around this apartment building. I hear them fucking in the bush.
Damn.
Yeah. Like I'll be sitting here and all of a sudden I'll hear like, and it's the worst shit.
Sarah, The Raging Tomato says, you guys are great background noise. LOL, keeps me sane. And then she says, the Raging Tomato, they need the closure.
They do. Yes. All of that. Yeah.
We need
like I was going to say that. She's trying to still spend talent and skills and get professional. That's what she's out there doing.
That's what I was going to say, Joe. See, I figured out how to break the cats up, right? I turned my volume all the way up.
There is no way, first of all. So
Joe, I turned my volume all the way up on my computer, and then I play your laugh, and then the cats they run away and they start meow laughing. It's weird. It's like
Trippy, you're gonna have to send me that sound bite. I got to have his laugh.
I think that's
I don't have it. I was just joking, but
That's
I can make one.
the crazy part about what Trippy just said is cats have barbed dicks, and you can't pull it out until they get off. So then the playing Joe's laugh got the cat off so it could get out and run away.
Yeah, that's right.
Trippy, I actually took a different method for getting rid of the cats in my neighborhood. I just invested in the Chinese restaurant next to my house, and that seemed to clear up the cats. I don't know why.
You know, that's weird because my old neighborhood, it had a surprising lack of stray cats, but there was a really popular Chinese place.
Total coincidence, I'm sure.
I don't know, man. There might be a coincidence. It might be the same thing.
When I was in Africa, I ate a cat, and it tasted exactly like that skewered chicken that they have at the buffets. Just saying.
Oh, is that what that guy Chris Lestrange eats? His cats?
You're evil. You ate a cat, right? You're evil.
You say that, except whenever, you have these strict moral guidelines. I hadn't eaten in 3 days. It was either eat this poisonous snake or eat that fucking cat. And I was like, I don't trust them fuckers cooking that snake, so I'm going to eat this fucking cat. And,
He was like, I love eating food.
Nom, bitch. Nom. Best shit I ate in weeks.
Nice. You know, I hear that house cats are poisonous. So that's why they're such assholes, is because they know if you eat them, you're gonna die.
You know what they were also eating out there? Mosquito burgers. That was another one I passed.
Oh, dude, I seen a video of that.
That'd be Nova Star's favorite meal: mosquito burgers. Yeah, she loves a good mosquito.
You'll eat the bugs. Eat the bugs.
Yeah, and sleep in a pod, and you'll own nothing, and you'll be happy about it. Sleep in the pod, eat the bugs. Actually, I heard that Burger King was testing out bug burgers in Europe.
There's no way.
I heard that they were testing it out to see how the market accepted it.
It says beef farmers, bro, or beef ranchers. It's a conspiracy.
Burgers in Europe.
And next, the ticks are coming.
No, they're made out of crickets or something, Joe.
How's that guy gonna look exactly like a Bond villain?
You cut out there.
Who? Wait. Ben, all I heard was, how's that guy going to look exactly like a Bond villain, and then nothing afterwards.
Yeah, you cut out. But I will say, crickets are pretty good. They sell them at Walmart. They have different flavors. There's cheddar flavored crickets and chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate covered crickets.
Yeah. The barbecue ones are pretty good.
You know what? I'll give you guys all Nova Star's address, and we'll send her those for different occasions. We'll just send her all the chocolate covered crickets.
Tired of your wheelchair falling apart at the worst moments? With the power of Flex Seal, those worries are over.
Is that why you quit wearing your glasses for a minute there? Now they're back on, and he plays the AI without them.
Yep.
I got similar glasses. I just got new ones. So is that what you want, Nova Star? You want cricket burgers and chocolate covered crickets and cherry flavored crickets?
Is that you want them fired back at you towards Detroit?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? We'll get you I wonder if they have gummy crickets. We could get her some or THC crickets. There you go. That way you get high.
They didn't speed you too, bro.
Well, you know what they do have?
Crashing and burning right now. If y'all speed dated.
Who?
You.
Who? Me and you.
What the fuck? What are you doing?
It's not
here?
like we've ever been a match before. Look, we're gonna get you some bug burgers. We're gonna get you some bug buns, and then you can squeeze the buns, and you can squeeze out the bug juice, and then it won't be so buggy no more.
I'll make you eat vegetables because you love those. I'm sure.
I eat vegetables every time I have a French fry.
Sure.
I got a hot dog.
Those are your favorite, I've heard.
Nom, 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 nom.
6 to 8 inches preferable, right?
Yeah.
So I spin.
Hey, you know what else I got? Baby oil.
Oh, for fuck's sake, says Uncle Guns.
I got the baby oil. I got the spinny sensor bar. And whoever this is right next to me. Hiya.
Oh, that was totally too fast. I was putting together a plane crash emoji in the chat to show that Trippy was crashing. But we're back up here. Okay.
I was gonna pull my wiener out because
I don't know if for the win
she had a
after
drink.
that.
And you know what? I was gonna stir a drink with my weenie.
Get Clay with the wiener. He was Bergen, not for the win.
Oh,
there you go.
I mean,
I didn't know sloshing.
I don't know why it is that people don't understand American law and they assume crazy things are happening here that aren't happening.
Well, I heard you guys talking about like different candidates and stuff, and how it would be better if there was like a spending limit on people who donated to those candidates. And it's a good idea, just like like an age cap for politicians. Like I don't think anybody should be politicking.
They should have
what I mean? Yeah,
term limits, all of that shit.
Term limit. That's the word.
Clay's over here stumping for the oligarchy. It's fucking hilarious.
What
I think they should do.
You had to actually say that.
What oligarchy?
Go to heaven to hold that shit.
What oligarchy?
I prefer a cognitive test over an age because I think
what's the
as we
oligarchy?
increase
You know
human
what,
age,
Admiral Gibbs, dude? You
What
got a good point.
oligarchy are we talking about?
I think we're all going to keep
The oligarchy where the rich have undue influence on elections. That's what it's oligarchy is.
I said that the rich should have undue influence on the elections. I said that.
I think you did when you said no cap on how much money you
I
give.
didn't realize that
you're
those were the
agreeing.
words that came out of my mouth. I never.
No one's
realized
saying
that.
verbatim. Don't be a chick. Fucking chicks are not doing it.
Always remember
So
to
then my
stack
words are
that
just
bread,
something
neighbor.
else.
Money, cash, hose. I'm about my paper, no cap.
Fucking never knew that
my
fucking
words.
Mr. Rogers was an oligarch, did you?
My words are totally something else. So you want to be able to tell me what I can do with my money?
Yeah, your money's not the money we're worried about. It's Bill Gates's money and people like that.
Yeah, I'll ask directly.
That's what an
Clay,
oligarchy is.
do you mind a person like a Bill Gates or a corporation giving unlimited money to the politicians? What do you think of that? Are you
To
okay
the
with it?
politicians?
Or please don't do the word game shit again. This is awesome.
Well, I'm trying to make sure because I don't want to go down that fucking stupid ass road where somebody said
Sure you do.
that
You'd
these
love to.
politicians are able to accept unlimited funds. Like, what are we doing here? This is the part I don't understand. It's like people don't actually know the law. Like, so when I
You're
talk,
going
I
down the
actually
road
speak
you
on what
said
the
you didn't
law
wanna go
actually
down.
is. And then people say some stupid shit. And then they actually believe that foreigners are actually donating to these.
Hey Clay, do you think that these people
that
should
it's
be able to give
You know that
unlimited
it's
money?
not legal for PACs to accept money from foreigners?
I know you're not going to answer these questions.
Clay,
That's not a legal thing.
politicians should never be in the position where they get paid more than what their job pays for ever. They should not be getting tipped.
Yeah,
So
are you okay?
politicians by anybody should not be allowed. They get a paycheck. That is all they should get, not a penny more. They're supposed to be there to serve us, not to get rich off of that honored position.
Not to mention, like when they do paper advertisements with all those
I mean,
flyers
I
and
don't
shit you
see
get
where
from
the
politicians.
disagreement is here. Where's the disagreement?
Well, if you allow unlimited resources and under some wordplay,
I think you're fighting a ghost.
No. The thing is, it's not about controlling where I can choose to donate my money. It's controlling whether somebody who is in office and has the power to change.
You're fighting a ghost.
What did I just say? Steelman me.
You said that we should be able to tell our politicians what to do.
With money or with our vote?
Well, I mean, you're going to say not with our money.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Well,
Only get paid for their position. They should not be allowed to profit beyond the paycheck for being a politician.
I didn't
It's
say that.
be a get rich. Well, that's what you're saying when you're
No,
saying
I'm not.
That's not what he's saying.
I've not said that once.
You're not.
I've never once said
saying it.
I
That is
think
the
that the politicians
consequence
should
of
be
what
able to
you're
take.
saying.
No.
It's the
Yeah, you
consequence
did.
of what you're saying when you're saying
a
I should
consequence.
be able to choose to give them that money.
So
Well, if
you're a
they're not
future teller
allowed to,
now.
you're not impinging on my
tell
freedom.
the
They're
future.
You
not
don't
allowed
do
to.
anything but answer. Here come the dodging and deflection.
So you're
You're gonna.
no. I want to know how we
Yeah,
can tell
you're
the
gonna
future.
whine.
So
You're
how
not
do you
gonna
do
stay
it?
on the
Do you
subject.
use a crystal ball?
Whine.
Do you
Why
use
would
a
that be
crystal
necessary?
ball?
Would
Is
you
that
like
how
cheese
you,
with that
is that how you
wine?
tell the future?
That's how I. That's how I. That's how I tell the
I
future.
want the lottery numbers for the next week. Okay, can I get that? Since you can
What
tell
is
the future.
Cry,
Why would that be important in this particular situation? Tell me
Well,
where you're
because you
going.
said that you can tell what the politicians are going to
Oh
do.
my
and what I'm
God,
gonna
you
do.
must be single, bro.
Gentlemen and ladies, just real quick, the Raging Tomato says, what else comes out of your mouth, Clay? Asking for a gay friend. And Toasty Man Bad wants to make his exit. Toasty, what say you, sir?
We can't hear you.
Yeah, he was in a real rush.
You're muted.
He's still going.
Toasty, you're muted.
He's like, let me take my headphones. Oh, go ahead. Now we can hear you.
Okay,
We can hear you now.
Second, I enjoyed being up here with you all, and it was really fun and interesting to watch you all talk about candidates and being gay and sucking each other's dicks and all that.
Oh my God.
You all have a good night.
Good night, Toasty. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk soon.
Absolutely.
Toasty Man Bad, the first guy to ever wear a baseball cap, sunglasses, and have a beard on a live stream.
That's right.
You're looking
night,
good,
Toasty.
dude. Go kick some ass. He's
What
one of my
about
favorite
donating
people.
to the campaign, Clay? Do you think billionaires should be able to donate